players making their way out onto the field. The New Zealand players who put down 6 chances yesterday. Profligate giving Harry Brook 4 opportunities, 4 innings essentially, and he made it count. He's 132. Stokes alongside him, he was given a let-off as well, 37. And another man who saw a catch go down from his bat was Ben Duckett. He's just caught up with our producer here in Christchurch, Scott Taylor.
These days are the reasons why you've got Bryden Castle number 10, you bat deep. Is there a number that you want to put on to get a lead today, or is it just take it all that time?
I think, we don't want to look too far ahead. If they bowl well and stick 2 wickets on it early, then you have to reassess. But as I said, we've got two very good batsmen in the minute. I think, we're very fortunate with the guys we've got coming in down the order that we bat all the way down. And we haven't put a number on it. I just think if we minimise the damage by lunch, we'll be in a really good position.
Really good position. It's set up delightfully here at Christchurch at Hagley Oval. 3rd full house in a row. But like yesterday, Steve Harmison, these look bowler-friendly conditions. To talk you through the opening 20 minutes or so, it will be Neil Manthorpe alongside Toonami's finest supporter, Steve Harmison.
Will O'Rourke's going to bowl the first ball to Harry Brook. It's slightly overcast, Manners. It's a bit chillier than yesterday.
First delivery is O'Rourke from our commentary end, the Port Hills end, and England underway immediately as Harry Brook turns it off his hip down to fine leg for a single. And after the first ball, as is custom, the Barmy Army with their rendition start of play for Jerusalem. 320 for 5, England trailing by just 28. It's very much a new ball situation. It's a surprise in that sense to see Will O'Rourke taking the first over. He might just have 1 over, 2 overs perhaps, and then have a little 20-minute breather before they take the new ball. That is, if New Zealand are committed to taking the new ball. They might well decide that I can't see them not taking it, to be honest. But they will know, as Steve Harmison has been saying, that it can travel much quicker to the boundary. Here is O'Rourke around the wicket to Stokes, leaves alone outside the off stump. They may not have made a decision, Harmy. I mean, they obviously, if they take a wicket with the old ball, then they've got a new batsman in, then surely, I mean, there's been no question about whether they take the new ball, or do you think they will take it anyway?
There's nothing, I don't think there's anything in me thinks that at any point does Tom Latham not take the new ball at the 80th over. This is a new ball wicket, and even if Stokes and Brook are in, I still think they've got to take it because they need wickets.
Here is O'Rourke again, bowls. Stokes plays an enormous, flamboyant, elegant cover drive, but makes no contact. That was a magnificent looking stroke. It's just, I think he might have tried to hit it too hard.
He's gone with a full kitchen sink. It was wide. Just opened his body up and didn't quite get to the, well, not so much the pitch of the ball, because they don't get to the pitch of the ball. He just leant back and his head came up in the air and he missed it. But it was a wide ball. It was a ball there for Ben to hit. Just bounced. Good pace this morning from Will O'Rourke. 144 kilometres an hour.
2 slips in a gully. O'Rourke again around the wicket. Bowls to Stokes. Leaves it alone. Grey overcast skies and a chill wind this morning. But who knows what lies in store for the rest of the day, because the weather forecast has been reliably unreliable throughout the first 3 days.
It's a bit like England. They couldn't get yesterday's weather right. I mean, they haven't got any, not one point this week have they got the weather right.
Oh, they have for short periods.
Short periods, yeah. But no. But I like this move. It's a good move, and New Zealand have just put deep square back. Rachin Ravindra has gone to the boundary. It's a good start from O'Rourke. He's bowling with good pace. Ball's bouncing.
Here he is again around the wicket. Bowls short. Ben Stokes pulls beautifully and powerfully through mid-wicket for 4. Just so graceful, elegant that from Stokes. Didn't try to overhit that one, did he?
No, he didn't try and overhit it, but he knew he had hit. He knew he had hit it in the middle of the bat, because he did not move Ben Stokes, I mean, this is a massive playing area. We've said it for the last 2 days. A huge playing area sideways. So there's been a lot of threes, a lot of threes run on this ground. And the minute Ben Stokes hit that, he knew it was 4, even with a man back on the boundary. And it's a massive boundary out there. He got the middle of the bat.
Here's O'Rourke once again, staying around the wicket to Stokes, leaves it alone outside the off stump. Stokes has actually left the ball really well in this innings. He's played one spectacularly false and unexpected shot, and he was dropped on 30, but he's now 41. Harry Brooks 133, and England are 324 for 5, leading by 20, trailing by 24. As you said, Harmy, if things go really well for them, I mean, I don't know, they're still behind. That's the point. But this is a huge session, and you said if they didn't lose 2 or 3 wickets, they'd be leading at lunch.
Yeah, they'd be. I mean, if they're still batting at lunch, they're 100 in front, in theory. With the way England bat and what they've got to come, Woakes is a more conventional player. Atkinson plays a shot. Carse will definitely play his shots. And if one of these is in with him, whether it's Brook or whether it's Stokes, I mean, they'll be in 2020 mode. So if they are batting at lunchtime and Shoaib Bashir has not been into the game with these pads on, then I can only see England being at least 100 in front.
Here's Nathan Smith, the debutant. Forward comes Harry Brook. All the time in the world to play that away defensively. Just revisiting my comment a few moments ago when I said that it was a surprise that Will O'Rourke was taking the old ball, but of course Southey and Matt Henry they took the new ball in the first innings, so I guess they'll once again take the second new ball, and Will O'Rourke and Nathan Smith first and second change. 324 for 5. This today, the third day, Saturday, dress-up day at the Hagley Oval, sold out a week before the test began. Brook drives through the offside for 4, beats cover point, and that is a wonderful, wonderful cricket shot. The nightmare chase for Glenn Phillips. It's fully 80 yards. I was tempted to say 100 yards, but it can't be that long. But it's fully 75 metres out towards cover, and Glenn Phillips chased and chased and chased, and he probably knew that it was going to be a dead heat, and it virtually was. He arrived exactly the moment the ball just touched the boundary triangles.
Glenn Phillips can't catch it. There's nobody catching it. He's rapid. He's rapid. He's at gully. New Zealand possess one slip and a gully. Backward point.
Cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket. Brook plays defensively, pushes that straight back to the bowler, and it's actually gone up to mid-off.
But I think the new ball has to be taken. We've seen the movement. If there's been any sort of movement, it's been with the new ball. The overhead conditions as they are. It was a bit like this yesterday morning, and Tim Southey got the new ball to swing. Matt Henry got the new ball to swing. Smith got the ball to nip around.
Nathan Smith in again, and Brook is forward. Guides that one out straight to cover point.
Spoke to Jimmy this morning when he went out and had a look at Matt Potts and Ollie Stone, who will probably come into contention for the test match up with the Basin Reserve in Wellington. I would imagine they'll come in contention for that. Likely Potts more than Stone. And I was talking to him about why he didn't swing on day one, and he just simply said, Jim's a man of a few words, sorry, and he just said, I think it was the ball.
It's pushed away by Harry Brook for a single. Just drops it, actually, just soft hands, drops it into the offside, knows that there's an easy single there and takes it.
It was warm on the first day, wasn't it? And we just looked at each other quizzingly, and it was like the ball, because nobody swung it. Woakes didn't swing it. Stokes, Carse, they didn't get the ball to swing. Where Southey and Henry yesterday, they got the ball to swing, and it was a lot warmer on day one than it was yesterday. So he was putting it down to these new Kookaburra balls, which are a bit more durable. If you get a wrong one, it tends not to swing.
I talk a lot about the organic nature of this game as Nathan Smith comes around the wicket to Ben Stokes, using his feet on the charge, drives to mid-off, thinks about a single, Southey fields, and there's no run. We talk a lot about the fact that it's played on grass, which is, and you know, it's capricious, organic, natural substance, and it can behave in different ways. The ball too is made of leather, and then we get talking about the sort of cow that sacrificed itself to be made into a cricket ball or a small part of it. And some balls swing and some don't. I've asked you this before and I can't remember the answer. When you were the #1 bowler in the world, did you get to choose the ball? Because one bowler, sometimes there's a committee, isn't there? But usually it's one bowler who's designated to choose the ball out of a box of 12.
Yeah, it was always Hoggard in ours, because obviously he was the swing bowler, and third or fourth umpires used to hate coming into our dressing room with Hoggard. He was an absolute nightmare when he's in one of his moods.
O'Rourke in to Harry Brook, and that's steered away to backward point. Just to confirm, the umpire comes in with a box of 12 brand new balls, and he says, right, who's choosing? And some bowlers are the most superstitious, absurdly superstitious. I remember, there's been a few across them, but they'll pick up one, they'll feel it, they go, no, this one doesn't feel right. For those of us who aren't bowlers, you go, no, they're all the same. They weigh exactly the same. They're identical. They look the same. No, not to a bowler, and obviously not to Matthew Hoggard. Here is O'Rourke once again, and Harry Brook flicks this one away through the onside. And there's no run. There's 2 runs, I beg your pardon, no more than 1 run. But yeah, Sean Pollock was one who was incredibly superstitious. And he was known to say to the umpire, have you got any more? Bring 12 in. Have you got another box? I don't like any of these.
Hoggy was different. Hoggy was different. By the end, especially overseas with the Kookaburra, the umpires would come in, like you say, with the 12 balls, and you'd snigger because you'd like, who's picking the ball? You'd point to Hoggy, and he would go, how many you got? 12. They're all red. They're all round. They've all been made by a machine.
Here is O'Rourke again, and Harry Brook finds one coming into the pads, tucks it away for another single, 332 for 5.
And he would say to the umpire, you pick one, we'll bowl with it, and get your mate to make a decision. And when he was in one of his moods, Hoggy was a nightmare. You get someone like Sean Pollock who would get the ball in their hand, and they would flip it up backwards, and flip it up forwards. They would see the circumference and the colours and pick dark ones and light ones. And Hoggy was a bit more simple than that. He would just go, they're all red, they're all round. You pick one, we'll bowl with it, and if it doesn't swing, it's your fault.
But Pollock also used to be wound up by the colour. They're all red. Here is O'Rourke again, bowls to Stokes, leaves once more outside the off stump. The deficit is just 16. But to his eye and to his hand, to his feel, they didn't all feel the same, and they were different shades of red. Nobody else could see it.
Some bowlers felt as though they were smaller. The ball was bigger, so it'll not swing. The ball's smaller. There is a feel in the hand, and it's all psychological. They're all relatively the same. They used to say the darker red ones would swing more, when there was a little bit more dye in them or whatever. But especially with the Kookaburras, they were all made by a machine, so they were more or less all the same.
Here is O'Rourke once again, bowls. Stokes drives gloriously to cover, but it's wonderfully fielded, and Stokes is out of his crease, and there was a shy at the stumps from Kane Williamson, and I rather suspect Ben Stokes might have been embarrassed had that throw from Williamson. It was a brilliant piece of field, brilliant stop, diving stop, and then the ability to spring to his feet and throw, well, to his knees actually, and I think Stokes might have been out of his ground, Harmy.
Yeah, well, the better throw, and Stokes is gone. What a bit of cricket that was. There's a ball wide, outside off stump, a big flash, booming drive by Stokes. He thinks it's 4. He thinks it's through. All of a sudden, he's had to scamper back and dive full stretch, and a good throw. Stokes is gone. His bat bounced in the air before the line as well, so a better throw from Kane Williamson, who was lying on the floor, and the England captain would have been on his way back to the pavilion.
Here is O'Rourke once again, running away from us, around the wicket to Stokes. Bouncer, harmless one, over his left shoulder into the gloves of Tom Blundell. 332 for 5. There was a wide-eyed look from Stokes at Kane Williamson, and a grin, as if to say, good work, mate.
Good work, yeah, well done, Matt. Yeah, you've done me there. Yeah, it was an excellent bit of fielding. Stokes' jumper's a bit dirty. I think he was waving for some gloves, but he was waving for a new jumper, I'm not sure. But he's sent Jack Leach back, just dusted himself down. Good bit of cricket, though. It really was. It was a good drive, big booming drive. Waited for the ball to come to him. Not a bad over from Will O'Rourke. Good pace again, up to 144, touching that 90-mile-an-hour mark. No, he's not giving an inch. He's given everything for New Zealand to try and make this breakthrough before the new ball.
Nathan Smith into Harry Brook, and he's guided this away between slip and gully. It's Glenn Phillips who's chasing it, and as Harmy said, he is incredibly quick. I mean, he runs like a sprinter at a sprinter's pace, and he slide tackles alongside the ball, flicks it back to Daryl Mitchell, who had accompanied him down to the boundary at a gentler pace. What a shot that is from Harry Brook, just riding the bounce, opening the face of the bat. Again, I mean, he steered it between slip and gully.
Yeah, he's trying to steer it. It hasn't hit the bat. It's hit the glove. I think it's hurt him. I think it's smart in the fingers. I think it's just flicked the thumb. I think, if anything else, it just bounced to touch, and that's where he played beautifully yesterday. Run it down, like you say, off the face of the bat, in between the vacant slip area, whether it was second slip or third slip, and gully. Him and Ollie Pope, or Harry Brook and Ollie Pope, did have a lucrative area down to the third boundary. But that one now of Nathan Smith just bounced a little bit, and it's clipped the glove going down, and he just had the glove off for a second, just checking everything was okay.
Harry Brook onto 142, and he remains there as he plays respectfully, defensively forward. Just a little aside, during the COVID era, the COVID year, when the world was locked down, England played a 4 Test match series against India in India, which we covered here live ball by ball on TalkSport 2 from the studios in London, because we couldn't go to India, of course. And one of the mornings, I think a local Indian restaurant in London supplied us with an array, an assortment, a lavish assortment of curries.
Banquet of
which
curry.
we had for breakfast at 6 a.m. For most of us, this was a new experience, but one that was very welcome. Here's Nathan Smith again, bowls. Harry Brook drives through extra cover. Again, beautiful, beautiful piece of cricket from Harry Brook. He's picked up 4 runs. The outfield does its best to hold that ball up, but it was so well timed from Harry Brook, and well, he's heading towards 150 now. 146. Ben Stokes 41, 338 for 5. The runs are flowing. England trailing by 10. The reason I mention that is the boss, head of cricket, John Norman, is not averse to an unusual breakfast, even outside of COVID times. And he's just arrived with a late breakfast of Chinese dumplings.
Chinese dumplings, they smell unbelievable. They do, they smell unbelievable.
Here is Nathan Smith onto the back foot. Brook plays defensively, square of the wicket on the offside.
How long have I got left on my commentary stint? He's coming in 10 minutes. They're going to mug him on the way past.
He's found that bacon and noodles are to his taste.
Yeah, breakfast. Yeah, noodles at breakfast in the hotel. Bacon, egg, sausage, scrambled eggs. You tell I've had nothing to eat this morning. I had 2 cookies this morning.
There's absolutely no reason why you shouldn't be
me.
having butter chicken for breakfast, but I obviously couldn't find any of that. Brook now plays defensively again, up towards extra cover, and it's fielded by Williamson, who walks in gently. It's an absolute picture. It is cool, cooler than it has been, I think, at any other time during the Test match on this 3rd morning. Grey overcast skies, but thankfully not too much of a breeze. Oh, a belated call of no ball from 3rd umpire Adrian Holstock, sitting in the match referee's room, the 3rd umpire's room. The match referee and 3rd umpire usually, or mostly, work from the same place. Here is Smith once again. Brook turns it away off his pads, past mid-wicket, a diving mid-wicket. Will be fielded by Rachin Ravindra. Runs are flowing here at a concerning alarming rate as far as New Zealand are concerned, but gee, Harry Brooks made a flying start.
He really has. He looks in such good touch. It's easy to say when you're 147 not out, but you know, both sides of the wicket, New Zealand got the angles perfectly yesterday morning. This time yesterday, angles of fielders in front of square and behind square were in in good position, stifled England, stopped them from scoring, they took wickets. But Harry Brook and Ben Stokes, Harry Brook especially, is piercing the field with ease at the moment.
Nathan Smith in short, pull shot from Stokes, doesn't make contact, through it goes to Tom Blundell. He pivoted there, it looked almost like he pivoted a bit too quickly. Rather than being late on the shot, I think he was perhaps a bit early on that one. The England captain remains 41, Brook is 147, and the lights have been turned on. Remember the old days when...
it's for heating purposes more than anything else.
Well, they're LED lights. Do you remember the original floodlights used to take, you'd play would stop for 20 minutes while the floodlights warmed up.
Yeah, no, not here. Bang, straight on. And they're good lights as well. They are good lights. It is a beautiful ground, this. It's a stunning from a viewing vantage point. It's from some of the drone footage we've got on our cameras, it's beautiful.
Here's Will O'Rourke, bouncer to Harry Brook, ducks underneath it, and through it goes to Tom Blundell. 340 for 5. England resuming this morning on 319 for 5. So they've raced along 21 runs already. Harry Brook onto 147. So he's scored 15 of those 21. Ben Stokes the other 40. No, it's been a no ball. So Stokes has moved on from his overnight score of 37 to 41. O'Rourke once again runs away from us from the Port Hills end, and Harry Brook plays defensively. Just seemed to lose his balance there. I'm not sure whether O'Rourke was did he change the pace of that perhaps?
I think it just bounced on him a little bit. It was a better length from O'Rourke. It's a good length. If he sits in there was something on it. It was a good speed, 143 kilometres an hour, top of the knee roll, top of the stumps, sort of length, which from his height and that pace is always going to be challenging. The problem for O'Rourke is, can he keep it at that length?
2 slips in a gully, there's a man sweeping on cover, extra cover mid-off, mid-on. Harry Brook once again is inconvenienced by the pace of O'Rourke here, and that one's quick, it bounces, hits him somewhere painful because he's limping, he's hobbling now. No matter how good the pads and thigh pads are, there is always a little naked, unprotected spot. And I think it's hit him there.
It hit him just above the pad, just in between the thigh pad and the pad, and it's always a sore point. If you get one there early season and the bruise doesn't go away, it sticks, a little hot spot. And I think it is. He's going to have to take a minute here, is Harry Brook. He's just get a dead leg, innit? It's just giving you a little bit of a dead leg, and it's not somebody that moves his feet that much anyway, but he's just giving himself a second just to compose himself again.
Here is Will O'Rourke up to the crease again now. Bowls effort ball bouncer. Harry Brook ducks underneath it, and through it goes to Tom Blundell. The bad news, there's good news and bad news for you. The bad news is that you've got another 10 minutes. The good news for me is that I've only got 2 balls left, and John Norman hasn't finished the dumplings.
Oh, it's not like you get in there, Manners. Get in there. Oh, I'm going to look across in a minute. You can have soya sauce.
I'll leave you one.
Soya sauce from here to here. The bad news for you is John Norman's bringing his chopsticks with him for the next commentary stint.
Here's O'Rourke up to the crease again. Brook drives. Gosh, he's just so stylish and elegant. And it's gone straight to the fielder. There's no run. Kane Williamson does the fielding. There are some batsmen who look stylish and elegant and know it, and they're slightly sort of affected. You know, there are some who just hold the poise after a lovely cover drive, and they know they're easy on the eye, and they sort of play up to it. I don't get that impression with Harry Brook at all.
No, you don't. It's very much workmanlike. He is that sort of character, that sort of person, and he is that as a batter as well.
When he's stylish and elegant, it just happens naturally. It's not as if he's trying to do. Oh, he's dropped on the back foot, punching away towards gully, and Glenn Phillips has dropped one. That's number 7. This is an epidemic now for New Zealand. They've got to find a cure. That's another catch gone down. Brook, can you believe, has a 5th life on 147, and it's Glenn Phillips, the safest pair of hands in the New Zealand team, that doesn't have gloves on. 79 overs gone. It's 340 for 5. I'm speechless. I'm going to go and put a dumpling in my mouth. John Norman will take over.
Wow, it's amazing. To think the catch he took off Ollie Pope was just, it was breathtaking. It was one of the catches of this summer, last summer, and many summers ago, and they have dropped some really straightforward catches. That's gone straight to him at gully. Gone hard, but if you're at gully, you see it all the way, and unfortunately it's gone straight in, and it's popped straight out into his midriff, John Norman. That's one, I mean, that's one Jeremy Coney will definitely say you've got to take.
And I would agree. I think the point I made was some of them weren't straightforward yesterday. That was as straightforward as it comes. As Nathan Smith, who saw catches go down from his bowling yesterday, just gives Ben Stokes the hurry up. I mean, it's incredible, isn't it? I mean, we said yesterday, I mean, maybe I have seen a day's cricket where 6 catches have gone down. Surely I have. But for it to continue this morning, and the manner of it, we saw catches go down at keeper, first slip, second slip, backward point, in the deep, all around the park. Smith again on the hook is Stokes, and he gets the ball past Tom Latham at mid-wicket. Won't reach the boundary. Devon Conway, who put down a chance yesterday, manages to sweep up. 342 for 5 if you're joining us on TalkSport 2 or via the TalkSport Cricket YouTube channel, where no pictures today. You're probably aware we had a break-in overnight, so we've lost the capabilities to film our coverage, but there is still an audio stream over on the TalkSport Cricket YouTube channel. Does mean I don't need to worry about my hair quite as much as normal, as this is see Stoke down the track, and he wants to pull a ball that's too wide, so then at the last minute almost tries to guide the ball through vacant second, third slip, gets an under edge, and it's fielded by Blundell. Incredible. I cannot believe we've just seen another catch go down, especially when you consider the one catch that was taken yesterday was one. It was a once in a century grab by Glenn Phillips.
Absolutely. Normally when you have a day where everything goes down, the next day everything sticks, and I mean some ridiculous catches, but that there was a comfortable catch. That's probably one of the easiest ones of the lot.
Smith again, he's bowling round the wicket, and Stokes is back and pulling this ball not too far from Latham at mid-wicket. It was in the air for a fraction of a second, but swept up again by Conway, and it's another 2 runs to the score. England are drawing ever closer to New Zealand's 348. We thought that was a par score, possibly 20 or 30 over par, but England, helped by some really poor outfielding from New Zealand. They bowled so well yesterday at the start of the day. They needed their fielders to back their bowlers up as conditions ease, and that just has not happened.
Finally, New Zealand eventually, just before the 2 balls before the new ball, they're going down the bouncer route. They've got 3 men out on the leg side now.
And it's Stokes facing, and this is another misfield from behind the stumps. It's not a catch that's gone down, but you're just starting to hear real signs of New Zealand fans, who are a pretty patient lot. They're disgruntled. It's dug in by Smith, and Blundell's fumbled it. And it's another couple of runs to the score. England trail by 2, 346 for 5. And we've still got 1 ball until the second new ball is due.
It's a waste, that was a waste. It was a waste of it. I mean, it was too short. You're going down the short ball technique, that short ball route. You needed to be in a position where the batter has to play it, wants to play it, and has to play it. That was far too short, too much of an easy leave. Darryl Mitchell comes down now at fly slip.
Darryl Mitchell just in front of us here in the commentary box as Harry Brook, no, Ben Stokes it is, just backs away and hacks this ball into the space through gully. There's no fielder there, and he comes through for a single. So, end of over number 80. The second new ball is due. William O'Rourke has seen another catch go down in the opening 25 minutes or so in the morning of the 3rd day of this, the first of 3 test matches. And Tim Southey, as you'd expect, will take the first ball with the new ball. I mean, New Zealand just need a wicket here. I mean, they need to just take a catch.
Need a wicket, take a catch, whatever you want to. I mean, by hook or by crook, it doesn't matter how it comes, it needs to come. But I mean, we talk about brain fades and talk about muddled thinking and however you want to describe it. New Zealand have gone down the bouncer route for 2 balls. For 2 balls. I can't believe I've just witnessed that. That should have been. I mean, you've had 200-run partnerships, of which that should have been 20 overs ago. If you're New Zealand, bowling bouncers like that, especially with Will O'Rourke and Nathan Smith with the old ball, they should have been 20 overs ago against Brook, especially against Brook and against Stokes, and then when Pope was in. So I really just don't understand why they've gone for 2 balls. 2 balls, Ben Stokes has had a go at both of them. You've had a fly slip, men on the leg side, and now they're going to go to the second new ball.
And it's going to be Tim Southey with the floodlights on here at the Hagley Oval. It is gloomy, and he's bowling right on over the wicket, and a statement of intent. Stokes first ball down the track, and he's trying to smash this ball Ian Botham style over long on, doesn't connect, wraps on the pads. Southey has a cheeky little question of the umpire.
Yeah, but I mean, he had a fly slip for the bouncer route. I mean, if Ben connects with that, there's a good chance of that going to
us,
to sort of either us or down to third, flying over the slip.
Southey again. This time Stokes stays in his crease and plays this defensively with a straight back, and it's fielded by the bowler. I was listening to you and Manners describing my eating habits. Jarrod Kimber, who's not averse to a strange eating habit or two himself, he's a 6 fried egg man.
6 fried eggs, wow.
Speechless. We have to order food at strange times when we're commentating in the UK from cricket games that take place around the world, as you'd imagine. Southey in again, and Stokes runs this hard, scores a level here at Hagley Oval. And England, worryingly for New Zealand, who cannot catch a break or take a catch, still have 5 wickets in hand. Harry Brook, 147 not out. He's continuing his ridiculous run of form in this country, and Ben Stokes is pushing 50 in the country of his birth. It's been punishing. 126 from 170 deliveries. All of this after there was another big partnership that preceded this one, with Ollie Pope weighing in with 77. England yesterday at 1 point 71 for 4. They're now 348 for 5 as Southey comes in, and Brook just eases forward, guides his ball into the space at point and comes through for a single, and England lead by 1. Noodles and bacon, by the way. I can't believe it's taken me this long to realise that is a winning combination. Dumplings for breakfast, absolutely fine. Especially when you've done a 7k run, because once again, Harmy, I got lost this morning. I went on
climbing the trees again.
Well, I was supposed. I'm glad I'm a little bit more organised when it comes to putting together, cricket commentary. Oh well, maybe you disagree. 2 slips and a gully in place for Ben Stokes as Southey is in, and this is a good-looking drive for none, straight to the fielder at mid-off. But yeah, so I was supposed to meet Katie, our video producer, and Manners, who, must run 2 hours a day every day and has done for 30 years. I was supposed to meet them in the lobby. I woke up with plenty of time, I had an early night, unlike Katie, and somehow missed them.
How can you miss them in the
I
lobby?
don't know.
Tiny.
I just got there too late, and in my... you know what it's like here. You wake up and you've got a billion WhatsApp messages, and I forgot to read the one which had the details about where to go for the park run. So, anyway, I set off late. I couldn't see them. Southey again. Another run to the leg side from the bat of Ben Stokes, who moves 1 nearer to half century. So, I thought I'd catch up with them, but of course Hagley Park is pretty big. And what makes it worse is there's kind of like Hagley Park North and there's Hagley Park South. And I kind of I thought it was north, but then I couldn't work out where was north and where was south, so that was absolutely irrelevant information. And then I thought, you know what, I'm just going to run. I'll just go for a run.
Yeah, but if you run, you're bound to bump into them.
Well, and
it's a park run, there's a lot of people.
But it's a big park, right? I mean, Manners worked out how many hectares it was a week ago, like 600 hectares or... No, 179 hectares or something. I don't even know. Either way, I'm off. I'm running, and I end up in your favourite part of town, the Botanical Gardens. You've got a chair named after you, Steve Harmison. He loved this place.
He drank here.
And off I go, and I'm running round, and here's a tip for all of you out there who ever go running in New Zealand. If you see a bridge, cross it, because it takes a while before the next bridge comes up. Okay, that's just something I've learned. Take that first bridge. I got lost. I had to sit down. And then I ran across, and then, I don't know if you've ever seen those documentaries on the savannah where the gazelles are in the distance, or the zebras, or whatever's. Suddenly, in the distance, I see them, the park runners. Oh, just short of Glenn Phillips at short cover. The sky drive from the bat of Stokes. It's Matt Henry bowling from the Steve Harmison Botanical Gardens end. And that's a missed shot, but it just bounces short of the fielder. Just for a minute there, I thought, Harmy, we're going to be commentating on another drop catch. He's come off the splice of the bat, actually, and it's looped up and just dropped. Just a metre or two short.
Twisted in his hand, didn't it? It just twisted in his hand. Hey, I tell you what, it must be something. If Manners can find it and you can't.
Well, he had Katie with him, right? Driven again to mid-on, and that's a good stop. It was driven hard, wristily done. Harmy's making way. I'll continue the story with Chris Harris, who's about to come in, who is probably unaware of my terrible sense of direction. Anyway, so I've run a good 3K before I've even started the 5K, and there I see them, gazelles in the distance. And I think to myself, well, surely they're 20 minutes in. It must be nearly finished by now. So I saunter over as Stokes tries to squeeze this ball through vacant third, fourth slip, but actually picks out backward point, no run. 350 for 5. So I see them and I wonder, well, I know Manners loves his running, but he's also quite, well, he goes at a steady pace. But I can't see him, but I'm thinking, well, surely it's nearly at its end. So I join on, and I imagine there's some tuts and some, what's this guy doing? He's cheating. And I start running. I can't see Katie. I can't see Manners. Driven again, but via the inside portion of the bat, and it's fielded at short mid-wicket. And then I see a little marker after I've run for about 1 kilometre that says 3 kilometres, and I think, oh, I thought I was approaching the finishing line. I've still got another 2K to go. But I stuck it out. I finished up, and I've just got my time, which wasn't that fast, but I did it. Are you a runner? Are you an early morning runner? It's a well-populated park as Stokes comes forward and defends this ball from Matt Henry. I mean, there's people playing frisbee.
My knees won't allow me to run. I'm a walker, though. I like walking, but I like walking, chasing a little white golf ball.
Well, there's a golf course there as well.
Yeah, there is in Hagley. Yeah. So if you want to go for a quick run, you do one park, and if you want a longer run, you do both. And it sounds like you ended up doing both.
Well, I went for a run yesterday, got lost, and ended up by Christchurch Boys' School. I'm not sure how. Defended again by Stokes, not advancing down the track in the way he was against Tim Southey in the last over.
Yeah, I think running both parks, you're looking around about 10 Ks.
Well, I must have run about 15K. I've zigzagged, I've crisscrossed, I've gone round, I've ended up in town. I did a loop of town yesterday, which, I mean, honestly, I just do not have any sense of direction.
Are you feeling better for it, the run?
Actually, yeah, I do. It's such it's a beautiful park. Conditions are absolutely perfect. And it's the kind of park where you don't mind getting lost, which is a good thing.
You still won't be doing the 6 fried eggs, though, like Jared, I'm sure.
Well, no, I'm not. But Jared, I mean, for a guy that eats 6 fried eggs, he finds my eating habits interesting, which is, I find slightly concerning. But I did order a cottage pie, peas and gravy at 5:30 in the morning when we were covering an India series.
No, I understand that.
You with me with that one?
Yeah, I am, yeah.
I mean, I regretted it. It just sits there, but it was really tasty. And I don't regret eating it, but afterwards I did. Southey back for his second over with the second new ball. And here comes Harry Brook. And he has opened up his stance and smashed this ball over extra cover. And all the way for another boundary. He's reached 150. for a guy that has had a life or two, boy has he made it count. This is a monster from Harry Brook, a man capable of heavy hitting, but more importantly for England, he's capable of batting long, and he is punishing New Zealand here at Hagley Oval.
What a shot to bring out your 150. Wonderful shot. Down the wicket room. Smash through the covers.
Down and trying to ramp this ball is Brook. Doesn't connect, and we've seen this a couple of occasions. Glenn Phillips pulled off a beautiful shot in his innings, but we've seen a few plays amiss. Is from the likes of Ollie Pope, Harry Brook just there. No connection. I tell you what, that didn't go too far from off stump.
He doesn't miss it very often though, does he? He's very good at that shot. His ability to get outside off stump, first of all, is extremely brave against the new ball, but he's one that's so good at it.
Southey again, he's past the umpire, and this is a good length delivery, tucked away off his hip from Brook to square leg for a single. 355 for 5. England lead by 7. They lead by 7, and you could say this is a player of the match innings from Brook. He has been given great assistance along the way from the New Zealand fielders. They might be standing alongside him when the presentation ceremony takes place.
I think potentially that one of the biggest ones, even though it was later, because it wasn't that long ago, was that over before the new ball. A simple catch to Glenn Phillips in the gully.
Here is Southey going round the wicket to Stokes, who just pushes this to point, and Phillips hairs in, underarms the ball towards the non-striker's end, but can't prevent another single being taken.
And I just think that's the one that could be most costly and the one that cost New Zealand the most, just because the ability for these two are both in to handle the new ball, not only to handle it, but to score and to take it on, whereas you get a new man at the crease. It's just creates an open end for New Zealand to attack with that new ball.
New Zealand, though, cannot start ruining their luck or feeling a little bit hard done by, because the game is still there. It's there for them. They just need the breakthrough, and as you say, this is down the leg side and clipped fine by Brook, who sets off really quickly for the first and comes back comfortably for the second. New Zealand take a wicket. They make use of the second new ball. They bowl England out. 60, 70 run lead. They're in the game. Right? But, boy, they've got to pick up in the field.
Yeah, and this new ball is so key. So far, England certainly on top and handled it very well. Look, I've been so impressed with Harry Brook's batsmanship, but his running between the wickets as well is so impressive. Every time an opportunity to take two, he's scampering back.
Another problem for New Zealand is that England bat quickly as Brook steps back and hauls this ball over mid-on. There's a chase, but it's another boundary. 4 more runs to the score. The ball hitting the Toblerone just wide of long on. And that is the end of the over. The second new ball, as it does, is disappearing quickly. And New Zealand will be very, very concerned that England are about to do the same thing. Lead by 14. Brook and Stokes still at the crease. Brook's had another reprieve. For the next 20 minutes or so, it will be the former New Zealand international all-rounder Chris Harris and also Daniel McCarty.
I sort of feel as though if Stokes and Brook continue to take on the New Zealanders, particularly Southey, Port Hills end, it's going for some punishment. You'd hope that there's still some overs in the legs of Will O'Rourke, who I think, along with Nathan Smith, has been so impressive in this test match without not a lot of luck. Good afternoon, Daniel. Well, morning still.
Morning, Harry. Morning, everybody. Live from Christchurch. 362 for 5. Seen a few crimes in the field too, Harry. Here's Henry from around the wicket, over pitching, driven powerfully through cover point. In from the boundary is Ravindra. A single will take Ben Stokes to 50. Of 105 balls, 5 fours, he's combined with Brook for a monster 142 run stand, coming hard on the heels of the 151 run partnership Brook and Pope put together. Remember, they were 71 for 4, now 364 for 5.
Some nice pictures of his mum in the audience too, standing up and clapping her son, Deb Stokes.
Henry continuing around the wicket, leaning forward, diverting the ball into the gully. There'll be no run. Phillips is there to field.
Under a bit of pressure for runs, hasn't he, Ben Stokes? This will do him the world of good.
He's looked so comfortable. Took his time to get his feet underneath him, get his innings underway. Too many undue risks. Opened up later in the day.
Also benefited from New Zealand's poor fielding.
But yeah, the Latham drop and extra cover, one of the easiest ones. Defending from the crease line with a straight bat is Stokes. Back to Henry. There is no run. Certainly hasn't profited as much as Harry Brook. He can't quite believe his luck, I'm sure.
No, that last one to Glenn Phillips, which was probably one of the easiest ones, straight to him around waist height. Glenn Phillips couldn't believe it. He just looked up to the heavens and smiled and thanked his lucky stars, really. And between that, though, he's played superbly.
Oh, he has, without question. As you've rightly identified, not just the stroke-making ability, but just the willingness to push hard. Speaking hard, dancing down the wicket and smashing it through extra cover is Stokes. What new ball? Not worried at all. He moves to 55. The lead is up to 20.
No, England certainly see this new ball as an opportunity. They knew New Zealand would be more aggressive, more catches in place, 2 slips in the gully, and what that creates is more gaps in the field. Stokes and Brook are going to come hard at this new ball. This is a dangerous little period for New Zealand. England have the opportunity. They keep going this hard to take this game away from New Zealand. Got to be very, very careful.
Stokes resting on his bat, waiting for Henry. It's a little delayed at the top of his mark. He now bowls short outside of off stump, and it's dragged forward of square through the onside for a single. Stokes to 56. 369 for the loss of 5. 21 runs is the lead for England. Starting the day, of course, at 319 for 5. Brook was 132 and Stokes on 37. Brook on strike, 159 of 190 balls, 14 fours and a couple of sixes, and a whole heap of lives. Living like a cat beyond halfway. 2 slips in the gully as Henry goes back over the wicket. Coming forward, pushed it just to the right of gully. There's a great example of the aggressive running, dropping, running, Stokes responding. What looked like it might be a tight single and into a comfortable single to end the over. 370 for the loss of 5. Brook, who we know has a love of big scores, he's putting on a big one here. He's 160, made 180. I think at the Basin when England were last year, fresh off 317 against Pakistan. And New Zealand, wow, just have not helped themselves. He's too good a player to give a life, let alone 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 of them.
Well, every time he gets dropped, you think he's got to make New Zealand pay. And he keeps just giving another opportunity, but this partnership's so dangerous now. 148 of 191 balls. And the accelerator is certainly down. The foot is down on the accelerator for England.
He's smiling away. Harry Brook, some drinks being brought out, helmet off, warming up his hands on a cool day. The New Zealand Lottery's on tonight. 30 million available.
You're suggesting Harry Brook should buy a ticket?
I think Harry Brook should buy a number of tickets.
5 maybe?
It's quite remarkable, isn't it?
Well, New
It's
Zealand
not his fault. It's not his fault. It's all New Zealand's fault. Just has not been the required standard. And so much is at stake. Not only winning a series against England,
Yeah,
but
to
you're
be
still in the mix for a World Test Championship final.
To be fair, New Zealand are generally pretty good in the field. It was a bad day yesterday.
Southey continuing from the Port Hills end, short wide of off stump, and Brook had taken a little stride outside of a leg stump to give himself room, and then just decided at the last to not play a stroke as it sailed through to Blundell. A slip, a gully, deep point, cover, shorter cover, mid-off, mid-on, deep square and long leg. was 128k, that short ball from Southey. New Zealand searching for the breakthrough. Brook goes outside of leg stump and hits high, long, enormous blow over long on, sailing over the stands for a giant 6. His third. It's 376 for 5. The lead's 28.
What a shot. He just never looks as though he's trying to overhit the ball. And that must have gone close to 100 metres. Gave himself some room. Full swing of the bat in complete control, and it sailed over mid-on. Tell you what, I like the look of his bat as well, but that is wonderful timing. Beautiful golf swing.
Mid-on goes back 10 yards or so. Following Brook this time is Southey. Drops short. Again outside of leg stump. It may have just struck him on the back arm, near the shoulder area. Gives it a bit of a rub. You'll need to drag him off.
The advantage Southey's got is his experience in T20 cricket and white ball cricket. This is the sort of punishment you come into towards the end of a one-day innings. Except in Test cricket, you can have more men out.
So what, 2 feet outside of leg stump? Pretty determined move outside of leg. And now he stays straight and then glides the ball like a beach ball. Opening the face, collecting his 15th 4. The charge is on, 170 to Brook. The partnership's 158. It's 380 for 5, and just like that, England have a lead of 32 runs.
You just wonder how much of a rest Tom Latham will be thinking, where can I bring back Will O'Rourke and perhaps even Nathan Smith.
Southey moves away from us, bowls full, and this is dragged to the onside, losing his shape a little. He's trying to hit more to mid-on, I believe. He's dragged it towards Conway in the deep for a single. 171 to Brook, it's 381 for 5. They're looking to clear in the next 15 minutes. I don't know.
No, I don't think so. They're just looking to extend that lead as quickly as they can. They genuinely see this new ball as an opportunity to up the scoring rate.
Yeah, and plenty of batting still to come, right? Good players all the way down the order.
First class hundreds all the way up to 10.
Well, only up, so only 11 and 10 have got first class hundreds. The reverse
From
the batting
10
order.
down, sorry.
Right, yeah. Pedant. So pedantic, such a nitpicker. Here's Southey around the wicket, bowling to Stokes, chopping away. Ball just got a little bit too close to hit the bottom edge of the bat, going into the gully to end the over. 381 for the loss of 5. You're listening to TalkSport 2. Live coverage, live and exclusive coverage of the Test series between New Zealand and England. England well and truly on top.
Well, it's supposed to be a sellout today. It's pretty much been a sellout both days. I think it's dress-up day today.
It is dress-up day.
Anything
today.
up there that's impressed you, Daniel? Looking at some jockeys now on some horses.
The people who are dressed up as fielders in international cricket, that's pretty impressive. They look the part. The impersonators who are fielding for New Zealand, yep, absolutely. They've really impressed me.
Good lookalikes too, aren't they?
The doppelgangers. The Slay of Santas. Collective noun of Santas as pointed out by our statsman Gary. The Teletubbies. Lots. There's a jockey and an inflatable horse. What about you? You can answer your own question?
No, I'm just enjoying you.
I should have used the binoculars to my advantage. Oh, there's Wally. I found Wally. It's quite easy to find because there's about 10 of them. It kind of defeats the purpose.
Yeah, I'm not sure if that'll be a bestseller. Where's Wally?
Where's Wally? Well, there, and there. And there. Over there. Where's the wickets? That's what New Zealand are thinking. Well, they're really taking their time to set the field. Matt Henry has ball in hand, looks up, sees Brook, 171 not out. Brook is beaten. No, he's got a feather edge, and New Zealand have taken a catch. Huzzah! Mind you, the man who's taken it had gloves on. Blunder with the catch, and Harry Brook, what an entertainer he is. What a player he is. Sensational. Gone for 171. The partnership is finally broken, and he'll get a great ovation as he leaves Hagley Oval. They're all on their feet. Acknowledging the fans, bat raised high and proudly. His teammates on their feet in the changing rooms, and he gets a fist pump from Woakes, who arrives to the middle.
Yeah, very special innings. Did get some opportunities, but wow, saw some special shots throughout that innings. Some great running between the wickets, and he certainly helped set up this first innings for England. What it does create now is an opportunity for an end open for New Zealand. But that was a special innings. Certainly helped in the field by New Zealand, but again, we saw it 15 months ago. Just his development, test level. Wow, what a cricketer. 7 test hundreds. Incredible. At a strike rate of close to 90.
Well, we know the power he has. We saw that when he launched Southey nearly out of the city over long on in the previous Southey over. But it's the control for which he plays with, the ability to score all around the surface. Harry, and someone who was great between the wickets yourself, you identified, you know, what's often overlooked. You don't see them in highlights packages, do you? The great running between the wickets, such an important component of any form of cricket.
Part of the reason I like this ground as well, you see a lot more threes here as well. I mean, it's only roughly 74 metres all the way around, but it's pretty good sized ground in modern standards. But I also love it's how quickly he scores the runs and creates time for his team, for his bowlers to bowl sides out. And some of his innovation was incredible as well. His lap sweeps and backing away.
Oh,
and
when he was
walking
on
across the stumps.
91, little scoop over the keeper's head, as you do. Gee, there must be new batsmen. Harry, look at the cordon. Woakes onto the front foot, he'll get runs straight away. Why not? Join in on the party. Pushed backward of square, and there will be a run. He moves to one, Woakes, joining Stokes. 382 for the loss of 5.
I was about to say it'd be interesting to see if Stokes changes his way, but I pretty much know the answer. He won't. He's going to keep coming after New Zealand. He'll keep being aggressive, and I'm sure Tom Latham will maintain that reasonably defensive field with lots of sweepers, third man, deep cover, deep fine leg. I'm sure Stokes will take on the challenge, though. Continue to try and take on the New Zealand bowlers.
Live and exclusive coverage of the Test Series on TalkSport 2 and also via the TalkSport Cricket YouTube channel, live from Christchurch. So I'll stop, Harry. I'll stop.
Yeah, it's enough.
Until next time. Stokes waits. Just one slip. Who's a third slip? He gets a bouncery. Sees it quite comfortably sways as if evading a jab. Fine third man on the boundary. That's Mitchell. Generally at first slip, so that's a catching position, they feel. Deepish gully, quite square. Deep cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket. Deep square just forward of, and I assume as I try to peer around the side screen, there will be someone there, Willow Rourke. Don't take your eye off the ball, because Henry's already bowled, and it's defended by Stokes back to the bowler.
You'd expect with the field that Latham has set and the plan that he's going to get lots of short stuff, Stokes, and say if you're prepared to take me on, I'm going to get high. If you want to take on the hook or the cut shot, got men in the deep. That's the reason he's happy to have his mid-on and mid-off up.
Henry bouncing in around the wicket, goes short. Now that's a stinging blow on the front back arm. The muscular Ben Stokes, he's fine. Goes out to the gully, there won't be a league by either. He just wanders up to some nonchalant gardening. Yeah, you would be down, writhing in pain, calling for St John's ambulance, wouldn't you, after a blow like that?
Oh, it hurts a little bit. He's just got through a shot, really. Just a little bit quick. Just turn around and hit his back arm just below the shoulder. Stings a little bit. But he'll rub it off, knowing Ben Stokes, pretty quickly. And ready for the next one.
He backs away. Henry was on his way in. He's not ready. That now just deflects that arm a little bit. Didn't want to show pain initially. Sort of hit just above the elbow rather than the shoulder, wasn't it? Lights still on here. Gloomy overcast day. Henry in again from around the wicket. Another bouncer. Doesn't take the shot on. Goes underneath. The end of the over. It saw the departure of Harry Brook. Court Blundell bowled Henry for 171 off just 197 balls. Furious scoring rate. Henry now has 2 for 59 off 18 overs. 382 for the loss of 6. You're listening to TalkSport 2 and via the TalkSport Cricket YouTube channel. I was going to leave. I will sit down. One more over. Drinks are on the field. 319 for 5 at the start of the day's play, Harry. Explosive stuff. Excellent stuff from Brook and Stokes.
Yeah, it's certainly put them in a position of strength, hasn't it? Again, New Zealand had a poor day in the field yesterday, would have been looking to make sure that didn't happen again, and unfortunately, from New Zealand's point of view, Glenn Phillips dropped a reasonably easy catch at gully, which again was Harry Brook. I think it was his 5th opportunity, but then Henry came back, and then one piece of luck, fine edge through to Blundell, which finally broke this partnership, which was looking so dangerous for New Zealand. So an end open, Ben Stokes looking solid on 50 odd not out, and joined by Chris Wokes, who has just come at the crease. So a chance for New Zealand to try and bowl England out for something just over 400 and keep themselves in this test match.
Yeah, the lead's 34 as it stands now. When you look at a scoreboard 382 for 6, you might be right in thinking, oh, how's the bowling been? When you look at two reasonably young fast bowlers, one's on debut, Will O'Rourke still sort of growing into his role, they've actually done a pretty good job. They've created the drop, putting the drops aside, they've created a number of false strokes, but it's such a unforgiving environment, test cricket, because of the calibre of the opposition. Things don't fall your way, you are going to be chasing a lot of leather.
I think New Zealand have bowled really well. I mean, it's hard not to talk about the missed opportunities, because literally if New Zealand had taken those chances, they could have gone into the second innings with a lead. But I thought Nathan Smith on debut has been excellent, maintained good pace, bowled in good areas, and at times challenged all the batsmen. And Will O'Rourke, well, he's bowled almost 20 overs, and he's constantly been 140 plus, hitting 90 miles an hour regularly, and he's been so impressive. I think he's around 1 for 100. He could so easily have 4 for 60 or 70. And you get what you always get from Henry. And Tim Southee, I thought, bowled well with the new ball. He's taken some punishment with the second new ball. But generally, I think the bowlers have bowled reasonably well. They just need the support in the field. And as I said, if they'd got that support, this game would be in a lot different position. But you can only stand and applaud Harry Brook. Just another magnificent big 100 for England.
New Zealand are still in this. I mean, look, fast forward a couple of days or a day and a half at the post-match presentation ceremony, and there's no doubt about it where the angle of attack will come from whoever it is who's asking the questions. And it will come down to those drop chances on day 2. But there is still an opportunity for New Zealand. They put 350 runs on the board. They did take early wickets. And if they can nip out these last 4 with a lead given up of around 70 or 80, it's feasible. They're in the game, even if it's north of 100. They've got the batters who kind of gave things away when they were on day 1, who would be more than keen to make up for that missed opportunity. The difference between a batter giving a wicket away, we do get frustrated by that, of course, but it's almost like you feel like fielders put catches down on purpose, which of course they don't. Well, it's just one of those things. But anyway, here's the game, and it's Tim Southee. I want to talk to you about Ben Stokes as well, because he did receive a blow. There's an edge, and has it just dropped short of Tom Latham? No! A catch has been taken, and it's been taken by the skipper, and it's a good one as well at second slip. pitched up by Southey. Wokes forward on the drive, and the umpires are just going to have a little talk about whether the ball is carried. To the naked eye, there was a question, in my mind at least, but Latham has claimed it. Wokes was starting to walk away. He would have seen it. And we're about to see a replay of another key moment in this test match. Tim Southey's all smiles. I mean, he looks pretty relaxed about this. We're looking at a replay now, close to the stumps. Touch of movement away on the drive.
Yeah, straight in for me.
That is a fine catch.
But can you give me another angle for that, please? Thank you.
I think we're going to. I imagine we'll look at the side-on view. Oh,
Keep running it forward for me, please. Keep
Straight
running
in.
forward. Keep running forward.
His fingers are underneath that for me. That's out.
Just keep going forward. Do you have another?
You're not
angle
sure,
or
are you?
zoom in there for me,
it's just the
please? Clear the
foreshortening.
fingers underneath.
I think Tom Latham has taken that catch.
Yeah.
And Chris Wokes possibly thinks the same, but he also knows it's not quite as simple as that, is it?
No, it's not quite as simple as that.
Just keep running it
You
forward.
Straight on,
Just keep
straight
going
on, that's a catch.
forward. Yeah.
Side
Keep going
on.
Forward.
Side on the ball, I mean, it does look as though
And keep going forward.
it is very, very
Fingers
close to the
underneath the
ground. But
ball.
for me, Tom Latham's got his fingers
Just
underneath
one more
that.
frame forward for me,
If he's
please.
got
Thank
that
you.
underneath, then it pops up. It's out. It's out for me. I'm giving that out. Unfortunately for
Just
Chris
keep
Wokes,
running
he
it
has
through for me,
to.
please, for the catch. Thank you.
He will have to
Keep
depart.
running forward.
But the longer it goes on, the more beneficial it goes
Okay,
towards
copy
the
that. Okay, copy
batter.
that. Good.
But
I
if I was
agree.
a bowler, I'd be disappointed if this was given not out.
And just keep running all the way through.
It's a good ball
please,
by
thank you.
Tim
Just keep going
Southey
through.
in a good area.
Keep going through. Yeah, clearly the fingers are underneath the ball. I'm ready to make my decision for the big screen.
It's going to be given out. I think this is a correct decision. I think this is a fine. Chris Wokes knows it as well. He's turned. I think the umpires have just said. Wokes is walking off. Tom Latham and New Zealand do take a catch, and a good catch as well. That was more difficult than the one he put down against Ben Duckett yesterday. Certainly easier than, more difficult than the chance he put down at short cover to Ben Stokes, and simpler than the two-handed effort above his head that he put down against Harry Brook.
Yeah, it's a good catch. It was a very, very similar catch to the one that he dropped on when
Duckett.
Brook was on 41. Was it Duckett?
No,
No, it was Duckett. It was Duckett. Yeah, you're right. But Brook's 41 was the one above his head. Duckett on 23. And just in one, I think New Zealand needed, because I just felt.
You're not wrong.
Yeah, I just felt if Wokes is the real thorn, could be the thorn in the side that could hang around with Stokes.
Atkinson about to face his first delivery. Just two slips in place, and he's defending this delivery. Good length. Doesn't get up particularly high, and he kind of punches this to mid-off. No run.
Yeah, the conundrum, it's always, when you bat with a tail, you have different types of tail enders. You know, Wokes, I think, would be being a disservice to Wokes to call him a tail ender. He's a proper batter. But he has got a more of a solid technique, a defensive technique. He's not somebody that I'll throw the bat around. And I think he could have really been a thorn in the New Zealand side if Stokes got going. Atkinson will play shots, Carse will play shots, no doubt.
Atkinson, second ball beaten. Airy drive there. Southey's picked up 2 wickets with the second new ball. He's bowling well. New Zealand have taken 2 catches but dropped one. Chris Wokes has got a more than handy batting average.
His batting average is higher than his bowling average. I think.
He's a proper all-rounder if you just go... Well, he's a proper all-rounder. On whatever basis. Whatever basis you go on. Southey again. Floodlights still on. It touch lighter though. A touch of blue sky as well to the right of me here in our commentary box at Hagley Oval, as Atkinson pushes this a touch squarer, fielded at short cover.
He nearly got 4 for that, John. He nearly got 4. Atkinson's pushed it towards, I think it's Devon Conway there at extra cover. He's thrown the ball. It's gone straight over the top of the wicketkeeper. Unfortunately, Darryl Mitchell standing behind him, or that would have been 4 runs to Gus Atkinson with a little push into extra cover.
We're back. We've got pictures on the TalkSport Cricket YouTube channel. Hello, welcome to everybody who's joining us there, and hello and welcome to everybody who's joining us on TalkSport 2. It's Tim Southey in again, and this is clipped through mid-wicket. Runs here for Atkinson, won't reach the boundary. Devon Conway will just pull the ball in, but 3 runs going the way of the new bat. 3-8-5 for 7. What kind of lead can New Zealand live with? I mean, you never know what's going to happen. It's the beauty of the game. But realistically, when they come out to bat at some point in this session or just after lunch, look up at the scoreboard. At what point do you think England are over the hill?
Yeah, the form that Kane's in, the way he batted in that first innings, Ravindra looked comfortable and good. So you can never say this is going to be too much because you've got players who can make big numbers. England have got Harry Brook and Joe Root that can make not just hundreds, 150s and above. But I actually think now you look at England 40 in front. That gets to 60, that gets to 80, that gets to 100.
Last ball of the over. Southey is in, and Stokes coming across and just helping this square of the wicket on the leg side. Good connection, comes back for a second. Good over for New Zealand then. 5 runs coming from it, but Tim Southey has struck for the second time today. He's taken 2 for 85 from his 20 overs. Harry Brook departed finally after another drop earlier today. Fine century. And Chris Wokes, just a run to his name. And it means that New Zealand are still in this contest. They're going to be feeling better as well. Certainly better about things. The conditions yesterday eased. Talk about that blue sky. There's just a patch of it, but kind of bisecting 2 of the floodlights to the right of me. As the day progresses, we're expecting more of that. And tomorrow, by the way, looks like it's going to be a good day for batting. So we have seen conditions change, go one way then the other. It looked really testing to bat early yesterday morning, and then it eased. So New Zealand, with Matt Henry operating and coming in, angling the ball in to off stump with Gus Atkinson. 3 slips, a gully and a backward point. Well, actually, no, it's not a backward point, it's a point with that extra cover, mid-on and square leg. And William O'Rourke is doing the customary bat signing just to the left of me, about 4 or 5 yards over the boundary. He's just been alerted to the fact he needs to be watching this delivery. Bowled by Henry. And that's a good looking backward punch, back foot defensive shot from Atkinson, who, as we know, can bat.
Yeah, he can bat. We're into day 3. We're not quite halfway through the test match yet, John. But looking at the wicket, being out there in the middle, there's no cracks in it. You look at the surface, it's pretty much even. There's no demons in this yet.
Henry again from the Botanical Gardens end, and Atkinson this time trying to play on the front foot, pushes the ball to point, no run.
So from what I mean by this is, if there was a few cracks, if there was some bare areas, you're thinking there's a little bit of up and down movement, then you're going, well, England might need 60 or 70 to alleviate what's going to happen 4th innings. It still looks a good wicket, and I mean it. And so even if New Zealand, give up a 70-run lead and go and get 270, England will feel as though they can chase comfortably.
Henry again, and this is fenced by Atkinson to the right of Gully, and that's a good stop from Phillips on the bounce, and it just keeps Atkinson on strike. He's the batter that New Zealand want to be bowling at. They've opened up an end. Yes, we know he's got 100 in the bank, but they'd rather be bowling to him than Ben Stokes at the other end. Stokes has hit, was it on the shoulder or just above the arm? Short delivery. Matt Henry was bowling as that push to extra cover from the bat of Atkinson this time. But he also was getting a spray during the drinks break, I think it was, on his
yeah, it's just dry spray. It's to stop the sweat.
Is that what he was? Because he was wringing his hand.
Yeah, it is. So the spray, to dry spray to stop the sweat. So, because they want to keep using the same gloves, comfortable with the gloves that have gone on. So instead of constantly changing gloves for them being sweaty, not being able to grip the bat, they've got stuff now that can stop the gloves from sweating from inside.
Henry again driven by Atkinson. This has gone to the right of point. Chase is on. There's certainly going to be a couple here, and probably 3. The ball is collected by Conway, but not before Stokes saunters back to the striker's end. That moves Atkinson to 6. Stokes has gone past 50. He's 58, dropped yesterday on 30 by Latham at short cover. His mum's here.
Yeah, I've seen a picture of Deb earlier. I'm not sure if his brother's here, but the Stokes family and friends are in the house to watch Ben on his own back garden. Ben born in Christchurch, went up to Wellington when Jed played up in Wellington, then moved over to England when Jed went to, I think it was Whitehaven, I think was the club he went to. Ben came over when he was young to England, and then went to Sedbergh School. And then from Sedbergh School, Jed went back from Whitehaven back to New Zealand, and Durham decided that he was going to stay in school, and Durham would have him on the academy as soon as he possibly could, and it turned out not a bad cricketer for England after that.
And doesn't he? I think he supports the Auckland rugby team.
He
as well,
does,
the Warriors.
Yeah, Warriors, big Warriors fan.
2 Surrey boys going head to head now. Nathan Smith, yet to play for his new county, is in, and Atkinson coming forward and just pushes this to cover point, comes through for a comfortable single. Yeah, I've been impressed by Nathan Smith. You know, he's seen some catches go down, but you know, I know he was first change bowler, but you imagine on another day he may come in after O'Rourke, who was also impressed, by the way. But it just shows the conveyor belt of talent when you consider there's Ben Sears, Cole Jameson, Jacob Duffy as well, and still got a few years left of Matt Henry. They do produce players here, don't they, New Zealand?
Yeah, they've got some exciting times from a bowling attack. Been really impressed by Smith. He could bowl with a new ball as well. I think he'd be a handful with a new ball. When he's run in, his figures don't give him justice, to be fair.
Round the wicket to Stokes, and this pops up off the bat, actually. Surprised by a touch more bounce. As Stokes tries to play to leg, but actually the ball pops out to the offside. It's field spread, as you'd imagine, with Stokes on strike. New Zealand just conscious of the deficit on first innings. They want to get Stokes out, but with Atkinson at the other end, it just means as long as they can quell the run scoring when Stokes is at the crease, they'll feel confident that they can employ more attacking fields for England's number 8, Gus Atkinson. As round the wicket again is Smith. Stokes forward and pushing this to mid-off, no run.
Good area, that's a good ball. Ben Stokes is looking to shape up, to hit the ball. He's getting himself in a position for every ball now, looking to be aggressive and hit it, and that was a good ball in a good area, and Stokes respected that. See him just bring the bat down just a little bit later and ensure the ball was played into the ground, not losing any shape or balance. Technically he was very, very good there, Ben, but he did look to shape to hit it and then went into defensive stroke.
Smith again, and this is driven by Ben Stokes. A lot of bottom hand here, reaching a touch. Along the ground though, and fielded at long on by Kane Williamson. Yes, it is Williamson. He's not by the boundary, he's about 20 yards in, kind of between that mid-on and long-on, operating in that position. So single given, and it means Nathan Smith will have a delivery, possibly 2, at Gus Atkinson, who's looked comfortable. 7 not out.
He's put some nice shots, to be fair, Gus.
Yep.
Clip through mid-wicket, one through the cover point region. He's looked quite solid.
He has. Just 2 slips in place and a gully point as on the hip. Disappointed with that, I imagine, Nathan Smith, although Atkinson has actually run through quickly. He's got good timing as well. He's beaten the fielder at square leg, comes back for a second. He moves to 9, the lead now 46. For all the doom and gloom from our New Zealand contingent as they come in, and boy do they really, it's lovely to see how much they care. But
and they do care, and it is.
Oh,
it's great to see them care
so much. I love
passion
it.
about sport.
I mean, New Zealand did beat England following on the last time they played in this country. Forcing shot on the front foot from Atkinson. That is not the shot of a number 8, by the way. push to Rachin Ravindra. Square the wickets on the offside. Number 9, Manners. Of course he's number. I think Wokes is at 7 all summer, wasn't he?
Yeah, Wokes at 7 all summer. Jamie Smith at
He's
6.
down at 8. Stokes is at 7. Wokes is at 8, and Atkinson is at 9. And even better,
He got
shot.
100 from number 8.
He got 100 from number 8. So we've got Manners. Manners ready to come on. Just alongside us. We've got pictures back on the TalkSport Cricket YouTube channel. Have you waved at the camera, Manners? Little wave there from Manners. Scott, the producer. You waved at the camera, Scott? Good lad. Well, we did have a little bit of a stressful start to the day, but you know what? You only have to look up those. Remember where you are and what you're doing in life, just to bring the positivity back. Struck on the pad, I think, as Atkinson is forward. The ball has just lobbed up. The slip cordon were interested. Devon Conway racing in from point. Is there a little bit of bad on that? An inside edge onto the pad, possibly?
They were excited when they got...
Oh, big inside edge onto the pad. It looped up. And just for a minute there, you can see why the New Zealand fielders were interested.
Yeah, Glenn Phillips is not... He's always on his toes, and he's always... he's quick over the ground, strong.
I'm not sure Speedy Gonzalez would have...
Yeah, but he just seemed to be sort of stuck in his position. Tim Southey's come into a catching position a little bit closer on the offside.
Here's Henry again, and this is a nice looking front foot defensive block from Gus Atkinson, who has moved to 10 not out here on TalkSport 2. Not forgetting our TalkSport 2 listeners. Loyal bunch that they are. Thanks for joining us here with England in a strong position. They have lost 2 wickets, so 381 for 5. It became 382 for 7. 2 wickets to just 1 run on the hook. Atkinson, wow, that's a shot a top order batter would be proud. Seized on length, but
6
timed and smashed over deep square leg for a maximum.
What a shot this is. This is a bang-in ball from... Has it been given 4 or has it been given 6? And Nathan Smith, who's down at fine leg, he gave it 6.
We're seeing a replay. This has come off the meat of the bat. It's been flat batted, and Nathan Smith is right. That was 6. 400 up for England as well. 401 for 7 as Henry is in, and he tries to guide this ball, does Atkinson, to the right of Ghali, but goes straight to Glenn Phillips on the bounce. No run.
Gone are the day when teams had 8, 9, 10, 11, the roll number 11s. I mean, just before my time, what was it? Mullally, Tufnell, Malcolm. I mean, England, you got England 6 down and you had them all out within an over and a half. Now you've got first class hundreds coming in at number 10. World's gone mad.
Henry again is in, and this is defended up to mid-on by Atkinson. Talking of mad, do you remember that story I told you? Talk to me, Harmy. Harmy, talk to me, not to Manners. Manners is literally on in a second. Yeah. You remember that guy I told you that ordered the pizza with no tomato or cheese
on? Yeah.
And he ordered a roast lamb pizza with roast potatoes and rosemary. Well, he's just messaged me. He's loving the coverage, he says. So Mark Dew, a postie in Germany, born and grew up in Salford, on the pull. And this is a chance for Ravindra, comes in from the boundary at deep square leg, but I'm not sure if he was a little late to the opportunity. But it's bounced just in front of him. He's taken the ball on the bounce, and it's another run to the score.
He's deep there, very, very deep. And I understand why he's deep, because the ball 3 balls ago was gone for 6. So Ravindra was deep. You remember when England were in the field, and Ben Stokes has gone down a bouncer route. He had them in positions which were 5, 10 yards, some of them a little bit further in. But because Atkinson's hit that ball for 6, then Rachin Ravindra's on the rope. He's not looking to save 2 because he's looking to protect the boundary for 6 because of what happened 3 balls earlier. So if he had been in 2 or 3 yards earlier, I think that would have been a comfortable catch in his midriff. But that one there just bounced a little bit short, Manners.
Indeed it did. Here's Nathan Smith, and that's wide and driven lavishly through extra cover, and Tim Southey momentarily Harvey's the one with the eagle eyes here. Southey looked like he was taking cover. He's in a catching position at stationary extra cover, and it looked like either he didn't pick it up or
Gone straight through him.
it has, hasn't it? Yeah. I mean, it was hit
Absolutely
beautifully.
creamed it.
I think so. That was.
You can't call that a chance. Jeremy Coney might have called that a chance, but you can't call that a chance. That's gone straight through him. Solid hit from Gus Atkinson.
I mean, he was in exactly the right place. That's
I think he's angled
let's say
right.
that. I mean, he's at catching extra cover. Not particularly close. He's just stationary because he's 18 yards away. Here's a short one from Nathan Smith and a very fine hook shot from Gus Atkinson. Because Gus Atkinson didn't have a great deal of first-class pedigree. The score, by the way, England 407 for 7, leading by 59. Because he didn't have a great deal of pedigree as a first-class batsman, Harmy, there were some people that that thought that his century at Lords was something of an anomaly and you know, one of those things that'll never be repeated. Well, may I just say that on the evidence of today, I
Walked
think,
in like Harry Brook, isn't he?
I think he's finding the middle of the bat as much as Harry Brook, if not more. Here's Nathan Smith again. Ben Stokes steers it away behind square on the offside. No, seriously, genuine makings of a proper good number 8. And I'm just wondering, you know, depending on the makeup of the team and the balance, etc., whether he might grow into someone who's capable of batting 7.
Number 8, I think, is definitely an option.
Good
I think.
number 8.
Good number 8. I think what's happened with Chris Wokes in this Test match, and Wokes he's still got another innings, and hopefully he can come out and, you know, produce a little bit better form than he did in the first innings.
Nathan Smith running away from us once again and tucked away by Ben Stokes out towards mid-wicket, fielded by Southey, and there's an easy run. The England captain moves on to 60 from 120 balls. Gus Atkinson 22 from 21.
Yeah, Wokes has always been that all-round cricketer that England like at number 8, who can bat as well as bowl, and Gus Atkinson has slowly but surely turned himself into that. I don't think he's as good a batter yet as Chris, but since he's come in here, he's found the middle of the bat comfortably. The ball's bounced. He's defended it solidly. He's played the ball lovely through mid-wicket when he's had one over-pitched. He's got one on his hip and he's tucked it in to the leg side. So, yeah, all signs are very, very positive.
2 slips in a gully. Short one from Nathan Smith. Gus Atkinson pulls and pulls hard. Gee, he hits the ball hard. That's a long boundary out there. And it's gone for 4. And there are 2 men out there. There's a deep square leg, a long leg, probably 30 yards between them. And when you're 75 yards away, that takes a decent hit to split them.
Ben Stokes has got 60 of 120 balls. What are you doing, Ben? I mean, Atkinson, what a lovely shot that is. What a lovely pull shot that is. Just swiveled on his front toe. God, it wasn't high enough to trouble him from a bouncer point of view, but the timing of it, I mean, we've struggled to see people hit the ball square over the wicket, and Atkinson's doing it with ease.
Here is Smith once again. It's chopped away by Atkinson. Who's just, his bat is all middle. Sometimes with a batsman who's having a bad day, it looks like he's batting with a bat that's all edge. But Atkinson, all middle. He's 27 from 23. England are 413 for 7. Let me just fill you in for those who are just arriving to pack shelves in their nighttime supermarket jobs, because we've had a couple of people that have contacted us in exactly that position following the cricket. Harry Brook went on to make 171, was offered a 5th life this morning when England resumed on 319 for 5, but eventually Brook was dismissed for 171, caught by Tom Blundell, the keeper, off the bowling of Matt Henry. 171 from 187 balls, 15 4s and 3 6s, 381 for 6, and just a run later became 382 for 7 when Chris Wokes was caught by Tom Latham at second slip off the bowling of Tim Southey for a single. Ben Stokes and Gus Atkinson, though, busy compiling a partnership of 31, 413 for 7, and it's going to be Will O'Rourke into the attack from the far end, running towards us, more importantly towards Gus Atkinson from the Botanical Gardens end. And it's short and wide, and it's cut by Gus Atkinson to man sweeping at deep backward point. Atkinson racing along here, 28 from 24 balls. So the partnership is 32. Let this sink in. The partnership is 32. Atkinson has scored 28 of them. Ben Stokes, who's been an extra, has scored just 3. The England captain quite happy to continue to anchor things at the moment. But his counter-attack against the second new ball was devastating. On the charge, Tim Southey and to Matt Henry, lashing boundaries through the offside. It was brilliant to watch. But just for the moment, he hasn't had much strike. He looks like he's gone into his shell because he hasn't had much strike. And this time it's nudged away for a single by Stokes into the offside. His score moves to 416 for 7, and England's lead up to 68. I think that if and when that lead gets to 3 figures, it could become particularly significant. It might not be, as Steve Harmison said, the way Kane Williamson played. He could just become the immovable object when New Zealand bat second time around. Missed out on 100 in the first innings. Here is O'Rourke again, bowls. Atkinson drives through the offside, cover drive for 4. That is just some sustained and mesmerisingly clean hitting from Gus Atkinson. 4 runs through the offside. He does move his feet sometimes, not this time. Just stood and used his balance and power and impetus to swing through the line of the ball. Absolutely raced to the cover boundary for 4 more. Ben Stokes is enjoying the show. I tell you, he's just walked down to give him a little glove punch. 419 for 7. Atkinson defends when he has to, as he does here. Good delivery from O'Rourke, back of a length. Couldn't drive that one without taking an undue risk. And he opens the face of the bat, defends it. There's a man sweeping, Devon Conway, on the deep cover boundary, so they go through for a single. And Ben Stokes is continuing to enjoy this mature and clinical performance from Gus Atkinson, who's now 33 from 26 balls. 3 fours and a remarkable 6. Flat batted pull shot against Matt Henry, which sailed more than 80 yards to the deep square leg boundary. 420 for 7, lead of 72. O'Rourke in again, bowls a bouncer, a harmless bouncer, which clears the batsman's head. Ben Stokes by some distance, and it's actually very well taken by Tom Blundell, but the umpire Hassan Raza has called not only wide but one for the over. I sometimes wonder whether that is a law that could be revisited. I mean, if it's one bouncer for the over but it's a wide, should it count as a bouncer because it's clearly harmless? it's a wide. I know the intent was there, but here is O'Rourke again around the wicket now to Ben Stokes, and hits him on the thigh pad. There's an ironic cheer from the crowd because that ball was fielded by Glenn Phillips in the gully. Phillips taken one of the catches of the season, maybe the catch of his career yesterday to get rid of Ollie Pope, but he's also dropped a couple. I tell you what, that was a quick delivery from Will O'Rourke. Sometimes wonder about the authenticity of the speed gun. Just visually, just the evidence, the naked eye. You can tell whether a ball is quicker than average. When you look at the speed gun, it doesn't confirm it sometimes. There's Ben Stokes on the charge, but doesn't make contact. Actually left alone by Will O'Rourke. Quick delivery once again. Stokes was on the charge, knew that he wasn't going to get anywhere near it, knew that it was harmless as well because it was back of a length, and he left it alone. England leading by 73 now. Stokes 61. Atkinson on a truly entertaining 33 from just 26 balls, 3 fours and a 6, 421 for 7 after 92 overs. New Zealand took the new ball, second new ball, as soon as it became available after 80 overs, and sorry to say that Tim Southey was ineffective, bordering on innocuous with that second new ball. and Ben Stokes in particular took the attack to him. Well, not in particular. Harry Brook was equally devastating. He hits him, Southey, onto the roof of the Sir Richard Hadley Pavilion, and it was still going. We often say he hit him out of the ground. He did, because that ball went over the pavilion, bounced on the roof and went out of the ground. Driven now by Gus Atkinson as a new over begins from Nathan Smith. Pushed defensively out on the offside, and there's no run. I've been joined by Garth Galloway. Are we? Is Garth going to? Are you taking over the ball by ball?
No, we're just both doing ball by ball.
Oh, excellent.
It's going to be fun.
Should we do an over a piece, or maybe?
I think a ball a piece. Frankie Mackay's coming now. I was going to do some expert comments. That would have been awful for the listeners.
No, I would have asked you all about Christchurch.
I'll slip away because Frankie's here.
Excellent. Here's Nathan Smith, and bangs that one in short, hits Gus Atkinson on the thigh pad, and it trickles out into the gully where it's fielded by Glenn Phillips. It's to my mind, it doesn't matter that the grey skies and not much blue sky and no sunshine today. It's still a glorious day. It's not raining. It's a really pleasant, refreshing temperature, and I think it's fabulous cricket watching weather. And I think the crowd concur. It's dress-up day as well, and there's some brilliant sights on the grass banks. Gus Atkinson flicked away out off his pads to deep square leg, and they'll run through for another single. Brief but highly impressive, this innings from Gus Atkinson. He's spent the summer batting at number 8, and because of the makeup of this England team, he's been dropped down a spot to number 9, but my word, it's the short arm pull for 6, a carry of 80 yards, 3 rasping boundaries, lead of 74. He's completely outscored his captain in a partnership of 40. He scored 34 of them, as Nathan Smith continues now to Stokes. Solitary slip in place. He swings mightily at this one and gets an edge over the top of slip, it looked like, and down to the boundary for 4. False shot. I think if it had hit the middle, it would have gone a very, very long way, but it hit the edge and flew over the top of Daryl Mitchell, the solitary slip, and it is indeed former New Zealand all-rounder Frankie Mackay who joins me. Hello, Frankie.
Good afternoon.
It's been some entertainment today.
Gosh, hasn't it just? It had that feel turning up today. You thought, oh, it could be a very entertaining morning. You felt it could go one of two ways. Could have been wickets to fall early, especially with the new ball, or it could be runs aplenty.
Here is Nathan Smith, bowls to Ben Stokes. He's having a little fiddle at this one outside the off stump, and makes no contact, taken by Tom Blundell. Steve Harmson, and you have also had a very good look at the pitch over day 2 and day 3. He said that it is virtually blemish free, and there's no cracks and there's no rough patches, no deterioration. So still a good pitch. And would you say that the deficit as it currently stands at 78 is not terminal for New Zealand? They can recover from that?
Most definitely, I would. I absolutely would agree with those comments.
Smith in again, Stokes defends, there'll be no run there.
And that's what you tend to see here at Hagley Oval as well. It's not a surface that breaks up and cracks up and turns into a dust bowl. It's a wicket that just on the whole gets better. That's probably the slight concerning thing. Is day 1 you expect it to be hard, it's green, it's grassy, it looks maybe a little scarier than what it is. Day 2 generally quickens up a touch, and that can be when you see some wickets fall. But quite often when you are talking about day 3, day 4, you are talking about batting days, and then the only hope for the contest is that when you get to day 5, what you get is uneven bounce. And you get some that really rear off a length, you get some that stay down, and that just plants that little seed of doubt in the batter's mind. But otherwise it just turns into a very good batting wicket.
2 slips in the gully now as Matt Henry Will O'Rourke continues to right-handed Gus Atkinson, and said his choice of stroke has been judicious throughout this brief innings of his 30 balls. He's defended when he's had to, as he had no attacking option, and he does so again there. Will O'Rourke has unflattering figures of 1 for 97, does him no justice whatsoever. And exactly the same can be said of Nathan Smith, who's brought up his 100, 2 for 125. He's had 3 catches dropped. Here is O'Rourke again to Atkinson. Gosh, another clean strike off the back foot. Onto the back foot to back of length delivery and punching out to this man sweeping at deep backward point, Devon Conway. He's just hit everything out of the middle of the bat, Gus Atkinson. 35 off 31 now.
Here we go, boys. Here we go, lads.
Well, I mean, we're talking about the deficit now being, as it currently is at 79. But there's work to be done. 7 wickets down and another more than capable bowling all-rounder, really, in Bryden Cast to come in at number 10. They shouldn't have too many problems with Shoaib Bashir, you wouldn't have thought. Round the wicket comes O'Rourke to Stokes, pitches it up, and it's driven through mid-off for 4. You can't blame Will O'Rourke for not pitching too many up when that happens, when you do. He's only got the single slip in. Was it a half volley? Was that driven on the up by Stokes? Beautiful shot from the England captain. He's left more deliveries in this innings than in any other that he's played in the last 2.5 years in Test cricket. So he's batting like a grown-up, isn't he?
And I actually think that fits him a little better. I know there's the talk and Bazball, whatever you want to coin it, and the fact that Ben Stokes has leaned so heavily into that as a way of, well, I'm doing it, so follow me.
Backs away now to Will O'Rourke, trying to give himself a bit of room outside the off stump and lash it through the offside. O'Rourke looks like he followed him, actually. It's a very good piece of bowling. Tucks him up, couldn't play a shot, standing a foot outside leg stump.
And I think I love the fact that Stokes has done. I think it's very commendable that they've found a style of play that they think works best for them, and that he has fully 100% committed to it and just said, this is how we're going to play. I'm going to lead from the front, and how we do it. It means sometimes there'll be the odd ungainly, ugly dismissal in there, but that's okay. That's how we want to play.
O'Rourke in again and tries to play the uppercut now. Stokes knew that would be short. He just knew it. He was backing away as O'Rourke was into his gather. I think he stepped away and he tried to ramp it, I suppose. Uppercut it, late uppercut over the slip, but I think it just got a bit big on him, bounced a bit high, and he couldn't get the bat there in time. I mean, for a while there, for the first 6 months of Bazball, he'd just walk out there and slog. Just walk out there and throw his wicket away, as if saying to his teammates, it's not an individual game, it's a team game. But he's better than that. He's much better than that, and he certainly showed it today. 69 not out from 129 balls. Around the wicket, O'Rourke bowls to Stokes again. Hands and bat high up around his helmet, getting everything out of the way as he left it alone, taken by Tom Blundell. I mean, you have to say once again that apart from the drop catches, New Zealand have been commendable. The heads have not dropped. I suppose in the last half an hour yesterday there was a bit of weariness in the body language, but they've been fully on it this morning so far, this afternoon.
Well, it's a little bit of, it just feels like a little bit of a what could have been. I think especially, you know, we saw Will O'Rourke, and you mentioned those figures looking rather unflattering for how he's bowled. I think we made mention of it yesterday as well, that he quite easily could have picked up 2, 3, 4 wickets and walked off, and that wouldn't have been odd at all for how well he bowled. And if you're talking about Nathan Smith, I mean, to pick up 2 wickets on debut, I think within the first 2 overs that he bowled, he could have easily been walking off with 5 next to his name. He had 3 catches dropped, and instead you're walking off saying, well, great first day with the ball for the debutant. He looked promising, he looked like he asked questions, a lot of good things about it, but you're also thinking, well, he could have had one of those magic days where you're getting to interview the debutant at the end of the day's play and say, well, you've just taken your first 5-wicket bag. How good does that feel?
And it will be Garth Galloway to take us through until lunch.
Thanks, Neil. It's going to be Smith from the Port Hills end, bowling to Atkinson, who's onto the back foot and playing comfortably into the offside. Smith chases, and so does Ravindra, and they're going to run 2 because it's run to an orthodox mid-off position, but there's no one there. Ravindra had to run about 25 metres to his right. Good applause there. Atkinson is 39, 4-3, 3 for 7. 50-run partnership. 50-run partnership between Stokes and Atkinson. Atkinson has 37 of them. He's been really impressive.
Yeah, 50-run partnership, but better than a run of ball. They have taken the momentum and run with it.
But it hasn't seemed like they've been aggressive or reckless at all. Here's Atkinson getting a short ball from Smith. It just drops in front of O'Rourke at long leg, as if to sum up New Zealand's day in the field and yesterday. And poor old Nathan Smith getting underneath it, that one Atkinson, playing a hook shot, and it just dropped in front of O'Rourke. 4-3, 4 for 7, the lead 86.
Well, he's prepared to take on the short ball. He's done a lot of it, and I think it hasn't necessarily been the plan that's been wrong for New Zealand to try and target him with the short ball. It's just been execution. I think anything that looks to be chest high, anything outside the line of off stump, he looks pretty handy against it. He's got power, he's got some good timing, prepared to take it on. But it's when it gets up above shoulder high, when it gets nose high, then it's reckless. It's hard to control the bounce. It's hard to control where it's going.
Smith's going around the wicket to Stokes. He's playing to long on and picks up another single. He's 70, 4-3, 5 for 7. Great, lovely boundary hit over square leg. 6 runs. It was off Matt Henry, short, and pulled it. He's got 100 against Sri Lanka, of course, Atkinson. But I like the way, I just enjoying watching his face when the camera zoomed in on him early in his innings, and he was just staring. You know when you see someone who's completely in the zone, it was like he was in his other world, his own world.
And he's got Ben Stokes down the other end, who's full of smiles and encouragement.
Could be worse.
It makes for pretty easy batting, doesn't it, when you've got the captain down the other end just telling you how great you are every time you hit the ball to the boundary.
Shoaib Basher bowling a half tracker. Keep at it. We'll put someone back there for you. He's a great encourager. Here's a ball going down towards O'Rourke. It's Atkinson who's hooked again, but this time it's to the right of O'Rourke and over the boundary at long leg. Atkinson getting underneath that one on that occasion, hitting it up on the up, and they're quite prepared to take Smith on and the New Zealand bowlers. Atkinson 44, 441 for 7. Again, I think Smith's got it wrong.
Yeah, at least that one, at least the height is right. If you're going to miss on the short ball, miss too high, yes, that one then flies away top edge for 6. I just don't want to see them in that chest high, easy short ball area.
Just his line though, he was just a bit wide down the leg side, giving him that ability to get inside it and get underneath it. Stokes 70, Atkinson 44 from 34. Not a bad number 9 for England. Here he is giving himself room and slashing through the offside. This will be 4 more. Atkinson's as good as the rest of them, it seems. He gives them steps outside leg stump and smashes Smith to the right of Ravindra at extra cover for 4. Atkinson racing to 48, 445 for 7. And things just getting away from New Zealand a little bit.
Yeah, just losing that element of control. And that, again, don't necessarily mind the plans. Nathan Smith deciding he's going to come round the wicket, have all his men 3 back on the hook on the leg side. It is that short ball theory. But then Gus Atkinson just prepared to give himself room, give away the stumps, flat bat him through the offside instead.
Smith goes round the wicket to Atkinson, and he's pulling this ball to the mid-wicket boundary. There's a fielder getting underneath it. 2 of them are converging, and the catch has been taken. It's Phillips at backward square leg. Who else? So Atkinson's breezy innings comes to an end, caught by Phillips just inside the square leg boundary. And Smith finally picks up another wicket. He has 3 for 139. England lead by 97 with 2 wickets in hand.
Yeah, good persistence. Nathan Smith, that is a well-earned wicket. He has toiled hard, been prepared to pitch the ball up. He's gone to the short ball theory now, got his field set right. Finally gets the reward. It was bright and breezy from Gus Atkinson. He looked $1 million playing off both front and back foot. He really takes some momentum away from this New Zealand side.
I saw the first person to get to Phillips and congratulate him was Devon Conway, who dropped Brook in a very similar position yesterday on the mid-wicket boundary, running to his left and spilling a catch. And I think for a moment Conway must have thought he was converging on the ball as well. I think he would be very happy to hear Phillips say mine, and I'll take it. But a good catch from Phillips, good communication by those two. It hasn't been a great day and a half in the field for New Zealand. They'll be pleased to see Latham picking up a catch earlier in the day. Phillips, having dropped one this morning, takes that catch, and it was a good one, and it brings Bryden Cass to the crease. Cass is having a chat to Stokes at the moment. Stokes is demonstrating that the ball's just sitting up perhaps a little bit with his fingers. Stokes 70, Cass, who can also bat, has a first-class century. 445 for 8. I just think that if England, they really want to try and get 140, 150 ahead here. Otherwise, I'll feel that they haven't taken advantage of all their hard work.
Yeah, I would completely agree with that. And there has to be a little bit of frustration, a little bit of disappointment for Gus Atkinson. You felt like he'd done so much of the hard work. Back into the over, did he need to keep going? It had already been a big over. Could he have just knocked that one into the leg side, taken one, and then start the process again?
Answer is yes. 48 from 36 deliveries. A fine innings. But again, when you look at all the hard work done by Pope and Brook yesterday, and the sort of studious innings by Stokes, I just feel that seeing wickets going in that way, I just, there's still plenty of time left in this game. England did not want to allow New Zealand to come back into it. 97's a good lead. 150's a whole lot better and a different kettle of fish for the New Zealand side. It's going to be O'Rourke bowling to Stokes. What will he do in these circumstances? There's not long, 10 minutes till lunch. That's another thing to factor in. He's giving himself room, getting outside the off stump and hitting the ball down to Ravindra. And you can hear round of applause. I think that's for something happening in the crowd as opposed to on the ground. 446 for 8. Stokes 71 with that single, and Cass will face O'Rourke for the first time. I think we'll hear a little bit of that from the crowd today. Dress-up day here in Christchurch, and a lot of distraction.
Yeah, there's been some interesting costumes that I've seen so far. Interesting get-ups.
Well, there's about 15 Where's Wallies, and I've always thought Where's Wally's a great character in the picture books and things, but the problem here is they're all sitting together. I think they should be all around the ground. Just one, I suppose they don't get the pleasure of each other's company, but they're very easy to see. I've got a son here, Frankie. He's in Lederhausen, dressed as a German bear man. Very proud of him. Here's good delivery from O'Rourke as Cass is going to pick up a boundary, and O'Rourke just leans forward with his hands on his knees as if to say, what else can go wrong for me today? Full ball, Cass just clamping down on it, a Yorker, and he got it underneath the bottom of the bat. It flew up over the slips and away for 450 up for England. 450 for 8 in the 96th over, and Cass off the mark with a boundary.
TV umpire to the director is a peer review for LBW.
All right, so there's been a review.
Not out. I've checked the bowler's feet, fair delivery.
Stokes and Cass do not look particularly worried. So obviously New Zealand feeling that that's gone into the pads and not the bat. I thought it hit the bat. In fact, it looks like, I think it has hit the bat. Gee whiz, if it didn't hit the bat, I think it was going to bowl him or he would have been out.
Keep going forward.
It's a very strange review.
Hassan, you can stay with
so much so that we didn't see it coming. So 450 for 8, and that's one of the quicker reviews that you hear, with the third umpire saying that Hassan Raza can stick with his original decision. It was all bat. It was bump ball, flew into the ground and up over the slips for 4. 450 for 8 it is. Stokes is 71. Cass is 4. 4 balls remaining in the over. It's O'Rourke from the Botanical Gardens end, bowling to 2 slips in a gully. Cass plays away from his body and down to Conway on the boundary at third man. He picks up his 5th run, 451 for 8.
It does become an interesting one, doesn't it, when you're so intent on taking the bowling on all the time, and you get to this little patch before the lunch break. It feels like it is so close. You've done so much good work in the morning, but almost that approach, it just feels like you give your opposition a little in when you don't need to.
No, you don't want to give them away. And Stokes in particular, I think it's vital that he's there after lunch from England's point of view. We saw him giving himself room outside the leg stump and hitting through the offside the last ball that he faced. He has toyed with the New Zealand bowlers today. Terrific player, Ben Stokes. And here he is giving himself a couple of paces outside leg stump. O'Rourke saw him going. And a bouncer from O'Rourke. 451 for 8. 2 balls remaining in the over. So Stokes 71. Carsters 5. New Zealand made 348. England started 29 runs behind them. They're now 103 for 3, and they've lost 3 wickets in getting through to that position. They are on top. Still the lights on at Hagley Park. We're hoping that the cloud will disappear. Still pleasant conditions, as Neil Manthorpe described. And here is Stokes going onto the back foot and pulling the ball to the mid-wicket boundary for 4. He's not worried about lunch. He sees this period as an opportunity. He's 78, 455 for 8.
Well, that's, isn't it? They're always talking about the opportunities of the game. Opportunities rather than risk. And we probably look at this situation and you're just thinking, 6 minutes till lunch, I'll just get through. Just get me through and we'll have a go at it afterwards. Where England captain still thinking opportunities to score, space to utilise, runs to be got, lead to be pushed ahead.
Just feel we're so lucky to be watching this sort of cricket. It's fantastically entertaining as Stokes gives himself a couple of paces outside the off stump and takes the ball down to third man. He's just doing a bit of everything really, Ben Stokes, this morning. He's looked so in control of his batting. The crowd thoroughly enjoying it. The Barmy Army starting to spring into life. We have 5 minutes remaining, so maybe an over, maybe 2. 456 for 8 it is. England's lead is 108. Stokes is 76. Carsters 5, and we start to turn our thoughts perhaps to a Ben Stokes century. It won't be before lunch, surely, but you never know, I suppose.
You would be a brave person to get to bet against anything with this English side.
But, you know, Frankie, growing up and watching cricket, and I'm miles older than you, but there were days where the ball, often in uncovered pitches, and the ball would seam around a lot in New Zealand, and the side might, after 90 overs, be 190 for 5. And you'd just say, good day's test cricket.
You'd say job well done as the batting side there.
They would have gone into their shells half an hour before lunch. Here's Smith going around the wicket. Stokes might have just got a little edge on that. It's gone through and bouncing in front of Blunder. We'll wait for the umpire's signal. Rod Tucker, no signal, so he did indeed get an edge. Stokes is 76, 456 for 8.
Yeah, just a completely different world now, isn't it? The way that cricket has been played, and it at times cops its fair share of criticism, the New England style, but it's also meant that other teams have had to follow it to a certain extent. You can't just have one team experiencing success and playing at this up tempo and creating results out of almost nowhere, it feels like. The general trend has just followed it as well. Feels like every test match at the moment is a result test match.
And the result is here, is the 9,000 fans in the ground for the 3 days so far. The game, they see an opportunity and a commitment to attacking. Here is a pull shot by Bryce as he gets a short delivery, trying to hook it around the corner. Yeah, I mean, I can understand the criticisms at times. The run rate is not excessive here, 96 overs, they're 457. So I feel they've peeled it back a bit in the last 12 months or so.
I would say there's been a noticeable refinement is probably how I would describe it. I think when it first started it was helter-skelter, just try and bash everything, but it has definitely become a more refined version of what we first saw.
And just a welcome to our TalkSport listeners. You're listening, of course, on TalkSport 2, and our TalkSport listeners now joining us. So welcome to our coverage coming from the Hagley Oval in Christchurch. 457 for 8. We're just seeing a delivery from Nathan Smith, short of a length, and Carsters again trying to catch up with it down the leg side. Doesn't do so. 457 for 8. So that means that England lead by 109. Brook out for 171. He was dropped again by Phillips in the gully today. So dropped 5 times. He'll never have it so good, but a splendid innings. Wokes 1, Atkinson Wonderful 48 from 36 deliveries as here's Cass turning the ball down the leg side. Will pick up a run as O'Rourke fields at long leg. 4.58 for 8. Cass is 6. And Cass is, 6 not out. And Stokes, who's been there all morning, 77 not out. For New Zealand, Southee 2 for 85. Henry 2 for 69. Smith 3 for 140. He's bowled a lot better than that. He's had a number of catches dropped, and O'Rourke 1 for 113. Also undone a little bit by the New Zealand catching. Phillips 9 overs, none for 35. He hasn't bowled today. So Smith is bowling with 2 balls remaining and 1 minute remaining until lunch. He bowls, and Stokes is playing into the offside. Thinks about a single, but Williamson in there getting to the ball quickly and making sure that can't happen. In fact, it's 4.58 for 8. Phillips it is, fielding in that point position. So the lead for England 110. 2 wickets in hand. Wonderful hitting from Harry Brook. 15 fours and 3 sixes. Here's Stokes driving to Conway on the boundary at cover. Stokes has a 78th run, 459 for 8. If you're superstitious, and that's time you hear from umpire Rod Tucker. So 97 overs bowled, 459 for 8 in England's lead. If you're superstitious, Nelson, it's 111 as they go to lunch. We've had a thrilling morning's play here. England started 29 runs behind New Zealand's first innings total of 348. And we saw Brook and Stokes continuing their wonderful partnership. Brook, as I said to you earlier, made his way through to 171. He faced 196 balls, 15 fours and 3 sixes. Fantastic innings from Harry Brook. A great opportunity for the New Zealand crowd to see him. Not for the first time, but his 7th Test century, and he just continues to confirm what a rich talent he is in this middle order for England. Stokes 78 not out. He's been pretty judicious at times. He almost has been playing with the New Zealand bowling, such as the comfort of Ben Stokes. He's faced 138 balls, so he's done a very good job. Woke's out for 1. Atkinson a breezy 48, 4 fours and 2 sixes, and they go to lunch at 459 for 8 with Cass on 6. And Stokes on 78. But the bowling figures for New Zealand: Tim Southee 20 overs, 4 maidens, 2 for 85. Henry 20 overs, 5 maidens, 2 for 69. Smith 26 overs, no maidens, 3 for 141. O'Rourke 22 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 113. And Phillips 9 overs, no maidens, none for 35. And Frankie Mackay, former New Zealand all-rounder and wonderful expert comments person. England's lead of 111. New Zealand not out of the game, but England holding the cards at the moment.
Yeah, New Zealand not out of the game, and it's probably now, if that lead sits currently 111, if it only gets up to 120, 130, New Zealand probably still feel okay with that, very much in the game. They understand the conditions here at Hagley Oval. Wicket's not going to break up. It's not going to get really difficult for batting. But if that lead starts getting up to that 150, 160, 170, that's when they'll start to be really concerned about it, because that is hard to claw back.
And just looking at New Zealand's tactics, I know that Neil Manthorpe mentioned with our friends on TalkSport 2, and certainly over here in New Zealand on Sport Nation, we were saying that we would have liked to have seen New Zealand making a change. They had 6 overs to bowl this morning before the new ball, and I think in both commentary boxes a call for Will O'Rourke to be given the new ball, and again New Zealand persisting with Southee, whose first over with the new ball, 122, 3 deliveries at 122 and 3 at 124. Just a feeling of disappointment that New Zealand didn't try and put England under more pressure with their premium quick bowler in terms of speed.
Yeah, I think as well, he'd shown yesterday he was able to keep his pace up all through the day, and he was able to bowl reasonably sizable spells. So yeah, I think the fact that they looked at Will O'Rourke for those 3 overs, it didn't even need to be a huge spell, even just a couple of overs with the brand new ball, just to see if he could bring about a mistake, extract a mistake out of nowhere. We saw he was dangerous all through day 2. Got the ball talking off a length, cut Harry Brook in half on multiple occasions. You just felt that the aggressive option might have been to say, righto, youngster, give us a spell of 5 or 6 overs to start the day off. You'll have them 3 with the old ball. You'll be fully warmed up. Really crank into it for a couple with the brand new ball. See if you can break this game wide open. But they went the more, I won't say defensive option, I'd say the stock standard option, that Tim Southee gets the new ball and Matt Henry gets it at the other end. So an interesting one. Yes, Southee ended up getting the breakthrough, but also his 4 overs went for 31 runs, I think it was. So maybe the slightly defensive approach, and look, England will jump all over that any chance they get.
Those thoughts from Frankie Mackay. Thanks, Frankie. Wonderful conditions here in Christchurch. It's a bit cool, but the cricket's good, and the ground is absolutely chock full. England go to lunch at 459 for 8 when they resume. Stokes will be on 78. Cass on 5.
The first ball of the afternoon session. Ben Stokes facing. William O'Rourke is in. It's short, and Stokes takes it on but misses. New Zealand got a bit of a problem with Blundell as well, haven't they? He's fumbling behind the stumps. He's putting down chances. He's misfielding. Ian Smith, just been on with him on New Zealand radio, Sport Nation. He's saying it doesn't look like he wants to come to the ball. It seems like it's getting in his mind a little bit. He's not scored a lot of runs as well, so it's not as though he can point to that. And New Zealand, might be forced with a painful decision at some point in and around his place within this side. But that's a story for another day. As Rourke comes in, and Stokes makes room. O'Rourke follows him a touch. He doesn't get up, and again can connect with nothing but thin air, fielded by Blundell. And here we are. Game situation is this: England lead by 111. So you'd say that's not quite a match-defining separation between the two sides, but New Zealand, boy, they're going to have to bat well when they come out to bat, and they will be desperate for that deficit to stay this side of 150, otherwise it gets very, very tough. O'Rourke again, and this is another attempted pull shot, extravagant from Stokes, but it's too short and cannot connect again. 459 for 8 then England. They started the day 319 for 5, and what Steve Harmison was talking about that first session, with Ben Stokes happy to take the single and allow Atkinson on strike. He was relatively slow, 37 not out at the start of the session, 78 not out at lunch, so he only added the 41 runs, but England were going at such a rate. They scored 140 in that session. That tells you everything you need to know. Rourke again, and this time hopping to the offside and pulling and taking a single down to fine leg. Stokes finally connects, and England add one more run to their score, 460 for 8.
I like this from O'Rourke, I really do. He's watching Ben Stokes move around the crease, but he's looking to get the ball into the body area. He's got fielders on the leg side. He's got 6 men now on the leg side. They've finally brought one more across. So they've now got Ben Stokes off strike. Will O'Rourke, he's got to be aggressive towards Bryden Carse as well. Not only in the short ball length, but in full as well. 2 slips gully, man at leg gully.
And O'Rourke is in. Surprise Yorker early on in Carse's innings. And this has been skied in the air. There's a tough chance, and it's been dropped again from Glenn Phillips. Running back from backward point. It got 2 hands to it, dropping over his shoulder. Another chance you'd expect him to take, but it's been put down. Another life going the way of an English bat. England move along, 461 for 8.
Yeah, a tough chance. I think that is a tough chance. Not straightforward for Jeremy Coney, but it was a tough chance. But going over your shoulder, you expect that to be taken. I'm expecting that to be taken. I agree with what Jeremy was saying the other day. International cricketers, players at this level with these skill sets, should really be taking chances like that.
Stokes on strike as O'Rourke is in. This is short and uppercut over Blundell for 4. Isn't that always the way? Actually, I'm not sure that Stokes got anything on this. Was that called a wide?
Called a wide, yeah.
So he didn't get any bat on it. It has just sailed over the keeper's head and down to the boundary just below us here in our commentary position by the sight screen to the left of the sight screen at the Port Hills end. And so 5 more runs to the score, 466 for 8. Instead of celebrating a wicket, New Zealand are looking nervously up at the scoreboard. England lead now 118 as O'Rourke in again with the field spread for the England skipper, who sways out the way of another short one. And that brings us to the end of an over that once again New Zealand will look back ruefully at.
Yeah, this lead, what, 118. I mean, in another first innings, another day in the first innings, England could have been 118 behind, never mind 118 in front, with everything that's happened and all the wickets that's been lost. But fair play to New Zealand bowlers. I'm going to be loath to criticise New Zealand bowlers, and even if England get beyond 500, I mean, the effort that Southee, Henry, Smith, O'Rourke, especially the four seamers, have ran in and really sort of give everything they possibly can, not being backed up in the field. And England now, what could easily have been a 120 run behind, are comfortably looking at 120 run lead plus a bit more, 150. And if it does get to 150, that is game over. I still think England, I still don't believe England can get beat from here. And we know Ben Stokes and Brendan McCullum don't have draws, so I mean, it's a long way back for New Zealand. Somebody's going to have to bat out of their boots. Kane Williamson, Rachin Ravindra. I mean, after having such a long time in the field, this is going to be a big ask for New Zealand to get back into this contest.
Yeah, absolutely. It's the over starting with Matt Henry bowling from the Port Hill end, and this is clipped away to fine leg from the bat of Bryden Carse. I'm just losing my bearings slightly, just bear with me. He moves to 7. Stokes about to face his first delivery from Henry's over. 79, yeah, you can't drop 7, 8. 8 catches, is that now? It is. You can't drop 8 catches and win a game of test.
I'm running out of fingers. I'm on my way to my toes. I'm going to have to take my socks and shoes off in a minute.
Forget catches win matches, because New Zealand put down catches in India and they won. They won. But you cannot drop 8 catches in an innings and win.
Totally agree.
Henry, this is laced straight through vacant mid-off. There's a chase for Williamson running round, and actually that was a fine throw from the fielder, because that looked like it had more than a couple, but it's just the one. So 468 for 8, the lead 120, and Matt Henry has a change in the field, as you'd expect, with Bryden Carse on strike. Henry going to bowl short?
Yeah, he's going around the
Looks
wicket
like
with a field to bowl and short into the rib cage.
Here he is. This is short. Carse takes it on, and Carse has smashed this. Oh, there is a crowd killer if ever I've seen one. He's got spectators hopping around on the grassy bank up there. This is the problem when you set your field like this. The batter knows what's coming, unless it's a double bluff. This is a huge hit. Sailed into the crowd. Actually, it's gone over the crowd. They've had to go and fetch it by the bushes down on the other side of those banks. Over the wicket now to Carse. It's dug in again. That's a good bouncer. Carse shapes to play, then realises he needs to get his head out the way of this one. Just ducks at the last minute. A lead of 126. Carse put down in the last over. And that's what happens. You drop a man, or you drop a player, he comes back and he hits you for 6.
The big 6 as well. I mean, this is a better angle for me for Henry. Trying to close it off into the rib cage, into the gut area of Bryden Carse.
Henry again, and Carse steps away to the leg side, and there's a question to the umpire from Matt Henry. The Carse indicates, or signals rather, after the catch has been taken by Blundell, that it's possibly come off his grill.
Do you know what? I think Carse was on his way there. He took a step left, and I thought Carse was about to walk there. Watch this again. It's a bouncer. It's going. It's clipped. Does it clip the shoulder?
I think it's hit his shoulder. Yeah.
Yeah. And then I thought, ooh, his body language looked as though he was stepping away, and no, maybe he's looking into things too much.
Henry again, short again, rides the bounce to Carse and glances this down to fine leg for another run. End of the over, and England enjoying themselves. Sun just trying to cut through the clouds here. We saw a little bit of blue sky earlier. We've got some right now, but the sun is hiding behind the clouds. We saw conditions ease yesterday as the day went on, albeit helped by those drop catches. But of course, England are going to be buoyed with a healthy first innings lead. Going to have a new ball in hand. Their bowlers have had well, when they're not smashing sixes, they've had their feet up in the dressing room. I mean, it's going to be absolutely. It's going to be joyous for
Chris
England
Wokes
when
has
they
had a
come
good
out.
rest, so and he needs to come out and hit the ground running. Does Chris Wokes, especially where the lower orders battered.
475 for 8 then. Can England get over 500? It's Cast facing, and he ducks, flex, gets out of the way of a short delivery from O'Rourke. No run.
Wokes is going to be the one that's, I think he's the one that struggled in that first inning, so England going to need a good performance from Chris Wokes. It's warmed up a little bit. There was a little bit of shape for Tim Southey when he took the second new ball. He shaped into the middle of Gus Atkinson's bat, most of it, but it was still, there was a little bit of shape there, so that will encourage Chris Wokes. Atkinson off the innings, so he'll be with a spring in his step.
Here's O'Rourke again, and on the up, Cast trying to cut this ball up and over that shortish cover fielder Tim Southey, but unsuccessful on this occasion. Taken by Blundell behind the stumps. The other thing is, of course, that England know the lengths to bowl now, don't they? They seem to struggle a little bit on that first morning. You understand that, but after 3 days or 2.5 days of either bowling or watching the opposition bowl, they're going to come out, they're going to know where to be pitching the ball. Of course, there's going to be pressure on New Zealand. As Cast York from O'Rourke. This is good stuff, actually. Dug out by Cast. Surprise Yorker. Came very close to the wicket of Cast in what must have been his first delivery. He managed to get his bat down in front of middle and off, and actually bounce balled it over first slip and away for 4. A good little battle, especially when you consider that it was a Yorker from Cast to O'Rourke that ended the New Zealand innings. So that's obviously in the youngster's mind. He's tried it twice now, but I think we'll go back to the short stuff. This is guided through vacant third slip. No real foot movement, but a good looking shot from Bryden Cast, who picks up another boundary. He moves to 18, and the lead up to 131. England 479 for 8.
Yeah, just going with the bounce, using the pace, going with the bounce, seeing as though there's width, and he's not trying to hit this down, he's trying to guide it through that gap. Wasn't quite an uppercut, it was just more of a like slip catching practice in the morning. A bit of a guide, and he knows that he's just got to get past Latham's right hand, and it'll race away for 4.
Cast then waits, moves to the leg side, and he's going to take 6. Nathan Smith on the boundary's edge for a second was getting into position at fine leg, but it soon became apparent this ball was sailing over his head. It's been fielded by a spectator. 6 more to the score. Cast moves to 24, the lead 137. England 485 for 8.
It looked as though he was getting in a position to scoop it. He's gone right and all the way across. I mean, another set of stumps and more outside off stump. His right foot's gone all the way to the back line, in line with where the stumps were, waiting for the ball to intentionally get over fine leg, and he's got it perfectly.
Here's O'Rourke, and coming forward is Cast. Looks like he's going to try and guide this again through third slip, vacant third slip, but bangs him on the gloves, and it's one back for the bowler. But fortunately for O'Rourke, 100 overs have been bowled by New Zealand, and if you bowl 100 overs to England, the only surprise is that they haven't gone past 500.
Yeah, haven't gone past 500. Cast is trying to run that ball down there. Last ball of the over, he's trying to run it down to the vacant third area. He got it on the glove, and I'm sure Ben Stokes has gone back to him, gone, "What are you doing? Trying to get off strike last ball. I'm the batter. I'm 80 not out. Trying to hog the strike sort of thing." So, no, he just got a bang on the hand.
producer Scott, I think, is alerting me to the fact that there's some news from the Border Gavaskar. I'll let you know in a second, as this is dug in by Matt Henry, and Ben Stokes aborts the ball. Lets this sail through to Blundell. Sean Abbott and Brendan Doggett have been brought into the Australian men's squad for the second test match against India. Bo Webster was brought in a couple of days ago. Josh Hazelwood has been ruled out of the match with a low-grade left side injury. That is not good news, obviously, because those injuries are not easy to shake. Short again, Stokes goes big, and he may have picked out Tim Southey. Coming in from the boundary at long on. Should have taken the single. Stokes has gone for 80. New Zealand at strike. England 9 down now. 485 for 9. And that lead, 137.
Yeah, he just couldn't quite get wrapped round it. He's trying to pull it round into the sort of wide mid-wicket area, but unfortunately he's flat batted it straight down Tim Southey's throat. And a welcome wicket for New Zealand. They're nearly there. They managed to hang on to another one. The bowlers are saying, well, if the batters can't catch them, we'll do it ourselves as bowlers. What a fantastic innings from the England captain. Mentioned earlier this morning to Manners that, talking to him on the way home last night, I think this is the first time I've seen Ben Stokes' movement is in sync as what it has been for a long time. I just wonder if that's because he's pain-free, injury-free. His movements have been excellent. His shot making was brilliant. His timing was perfect. The way he's played his innings, along with the tail, is getting England into a lead of 137. It's an excellent 80 from the England captain, and some will say from now probably a match-winning 80, because I don't see New Zealand coming back into this game from here. I really don't. 137 in front, possibly 150 in front by the time England get bowled out. That is a long, long way back against a team who really enjoy chasing fourth innings, and this wicket is not deteriorating. So if New Zealand want to stay in this contest, I think they're probably going to have to get in excess of what? 500? 450?
Wow, those fourth innings run chase. So chases Harmy. They do funny things to you. I know the pitch hasn't broken up, but I mean, look, if you offered them 250, they would absolutely bite your hand off right now, wouldn't they? Shoaib Bashir to face his first delivery, and he also goes for a big shot first ball. Connects with air. And Henry's picked up 3 wickets. He's bowled tidily enough, 3 for 78. You've got to feel for O'Rourke, 1 for 130. If ever figures don't tell a tale, it's those. But Nathan Smith as well, 3 for 141. On another day, or another 2 days, he could have picked up a 5-fer on debut. New Zealand, and this would be the concern, this is not a 500 pitch, or it shouldn't be. Henry again, pitched up, and clipped away by Shoaib Bashir, who gets off the mark with a nicely taken single to just in forward of square level, mid-wicket, shortish mid-wicket, and that brings Cass on to strike. 2 balls left of the 101st over. When was the last time England batted over 100 overs? Because of course, I think we asked this question to Gary Morgan before, what is the average number of overs that England bat in first innings? We know it's not 100. I think it was, what was it, Scott? Can you remember?
It's just over the second new ball, wasn't it?
Let's find out. Gary Morgan will let us know. No doubt, as on his toes and steering this short delivery from Matt Henry to the fielder coming in from the deep point boundary. Another run, 487 for 9. 1 ball left of the 101st. Just seeing a replay of this dismissal as a cutter from Henry, just trying to extract something from the pitch. And that's probably what did for Stokes, who tried to muscle the ball up and over, but didn't get quite enough on it. Yeah, it was 114, so it was a slower delivery. Beats Shoaib Bashir with a peach of a delivery, way too good for a number 11. And that's the end of the over here on TalkSport 2, or via the TalkSport Cricket YouTube channel, where I'm delighted to say we do have pictures again after a little incident this morning, which hasn't ruined our day. We are back, and it's great to have you with us. Lead of 139. But it is worth mentioning, Harmy, as we approach the end of our stint, New Zealand followed on the last time they played England in New Zealand. And we both know how that ended up.
Yeah, followed on a flattish pitch. New Zealand went on to win the Test match. I think dropping 7 catches, the body language of New Zealand at this moment in time, I can't see this team coming back into the contest.
I've got something for you. Have you been talking about Brydon Castle being England's best ever number 10? Sure,
yes.
And that's an attempted thrash from Brydon Castle, who just threw the kitchen, the sink, some of the piping, the cutlery, and maybe the picture of his granny that hangs just inside the door at this delivery from O'Rourke, and he's missed. And it goes through to Blundell because Rory Dollard has just messaged saying Graham Swan batted 19 times for England.
I think Brydon Castle is a better batter than Graham Swan.
O'Rourke again is in, and this is flayed to long off. There's a conversation going on in the background. Neil Manthorpe can get involved in about 4 deliveries time.
Manners has just seen a number 10 turning down singles.
The game's gone, Manners. The game has gone. Oh, I've just had a brilliant stat right at the end of my commentary stint as well. Gary Morgan, what a superstar. William O'Rourke is in again, and Brydon Castle, who essentially is just trying to smash every single delivery now. He misses his short pitch delivery. It's in and around 5th stump. Good lift and bounce from O'Rourke, as you'd imagine. I think Castle is trying to hit that to cow corner, but doesn't get anywhere near it. I asked Gary Morgan earlier today with a conversation in mind. If you haven't seen or heard the conversation, a robust conversation between myself and Jeremy Coney yesterday after the 4th of the drop chances went down. Short, or rather full. A double bluff from O'Rourke, and Brydon Castle is alert to it, drives this straight. Good bit of fielding from Kane Williamson running around from long off. He actually fields more at long on before the mid-wicket boundary rider can come round. Prevents a boundary, but another couple of runs to the score. So we had a conversation, and essentially Jeremy was saying, I'll paraphrase, but he was quite angry at the chances that had gone down. I made the point, I didn't think that any of the 4 that had gone down were straightforward, and he wasn't having any of it. O'Rourke again, and Castle is not playing like the greatest number 10 batter that England have ever possessed at the moment. Again, almost swings himself off his feet and doesn't connect. So I asked Gary Morgan for the slip catch percentage. So every chance that goes towards the slips, 1st slip, 2nd slip, 3rd slip and 4th slip, in the well, as far back as his database goes. It goes back pretty far. So I'll ask you, Harmy, of every 100 catching opportunities that go the way of 1st, 2nd or 3rd slip, what percentage are taken? Castle, big shot, big shot, lands over the head of the fielder about 10 yards in from the mid-wicket boundary. But if he'd been on the boundary, he wouldn't have stopped this. Finally connects it on 6 from the bat, and England move 5 off 500. 495 for 9, a lead of 147. Manners is due in, so I'll let him pick this up. If I was to ask you, of every 100 opportunities that goes away, 1st, 2nd or 3rd slip, what percentage
80%.
is caught?
80%? 80%, I would say.
Yeah, you're right,
you're in
79%,
there.
which means 1 in 5 is dropped.
Yeah, 80%. Is there a difference between 1st, 2nd and 3rd, or is it just...
I thought there might be, but it is almost identical.
Identical for the whole lot, yeah.
Here's Neil Manthorpe.
There's some very, very good slip catches around the world. Yeah, Scott's shown me there. 79.1% 1st, 79.8% 2nd, 79.4 3rd, 69.7 at 4th. The 4th one is probably because the bloke at 4th slip's not a normal slip fielder.
flicked away very nicely off his pads now by Shoaib Bashir, but all the way along the ground and straight to the captain Tom Latham at mid-wicket. Harmy, do you think there's a reason that John Denver and Neil Diamond have survived courtesy of sporting events?
The Sweet Caroline one, I thought it was Bumble at first started singing it.
Was it? Here is Matt Henry again. Carr swings hard across the line, doesn't make contact, into the gloves it goes.
I can remember a game where in T20 game on the TV where Bumble's singing it Sweet Caroline without the music in the crowd, and then all of a sudden it seemed to pop up at cricket, then it popped up at other sporting venues, but it's very, very popular now, isn't it?
It is. Here's Matt Henry. Forward comes Shoaib Bashir, pushing that one out towards mid-wicket, straight to the fielder Tom Latham once again. I think that was old Grandma's Feather Bed being played, old John Denver classic from 1972.
I mean, this wicket is a Grandma's Feather Bed, isn't it? I mean, Shoaib Bashir, number 11, playing comfortably here.
He's edged that. Educated edge from Shoaib Bashir. Pass slipped down to the unguarded third boundary, and he's off the mark with a 4. Not exactly what he intended, and the rueful, cheeky smile on his face. Just,
I can't understand this. I really can't. They've got number 11. You've had number 9 smasher everywhere. You've had number 10 come in now, smasher everywhere. You've got a genuine number 11 come to the crease. You've got one slip, and you've got your captains at mid-wicket. I'd much rather Shoaib Bashir hit one off the stumps through mid-wicket than nick it through second slip. That would have done my head in, that one.
it has done your head in, and you're not even involved in the game. It's still hurting you. This one is turned off his pads by Shoaib Bashir. It's actually a proper cricket shot, that. Little leg glance down towards fine leg. They decided against taking the run. So Brydon Carse is making a statement here, I think. It's not just the runs he's scored, it's the runs he's turned down and the runs that he's not allowing Bashir to have. He's saying, I am no number 10. I'm in control out here. Here's Bashir slogging one up into the air. Tim Southey's interested. He's running around from mid-off. He takes a good catch at mid-on, I should say. Very good running catch from Tim Southey. And Shoaib Bashir obviously didn't listen to the instructions from Brydon Carse, or maybe he did listen to them, but he ignored them. He decided to get in on have a bit of fun for himself. And Matt Henry has taken a very richly deserved fourth wicket to finish with 4 for 84. And England have been bowled out finally for 499, giving them a lead of 151. That, I must say, is very significant. Feels very significant, looks very significant. Won't be if Kane Williamson makes 250 by himself and everyone else chips in with 50s and 60s. But there's a long, long way to go in this Test match. Remember, we've only just gone past lunchtime on day 3, so we're not yet halfway through the game, and England have a lead of 151 and a couple of early wickets for England, and New Zealand will really, really begin to feel the pressure. The 151 won't feel like quite such a mountain if they're 80 without loss at tea. Then they'll believe they can claw their way back into this game. But lose a couple of early wickets, and that 151 will really feel like a range of mountains. Brydon Carse, unbeaten on a very good 33. Confirmation of everything that Steve Harmison has been telling us about his ability. Let's settle with one of the best modern era number 10 batsmen that England have ever had. Shoaib Bashir, the last man out, he made 5, 499. Harmy, I don't think very many of us, not me, saw a total like that on the horizon when England were 71 for 4.
No, I didn't think anybody would give them that at 71 for 4, but it just shows the resilience of this group, the power that this group's got, the ability to look forward, always look forward and not worry about anything that's just happened. An excellent innings from Ollie Pope, Ben Stokes played 2 types of innings in one. He was aggressive, he was reserved, he was calculated. He utilised his own skill sets with the Harry Brook and then with the tail. Atkinson came in and played brilliantly. It was a gem of an innings from Gus Atkinson, and Bryden Carse put the icing on the cake to get England just one short of the 500. I feel for the New Zealand bowlers, I really do. On another day, Smith, I mean, really, Nathan Smith could easily have walked off this field with 5 for 65, 5 for 70 on his Test match debut. You drop 7 catches in a contest in the first innings, and you don't deserve to win a game. They're a long way behind, 151 behind. I think that's too much for me. England come out. If they can get the ball in the right area, get the ball swinging, and bowl at some tired bodies, get Kane Williamson in when the ball is moving, then all of a sudden I think England have a chance. And watch this space, an outside chance of winning either some point today or first thing tomorrow morning.
I think you're being lenient, Harmy, with the drop catch count, or there's one that you're discounting as being too difficult, but I've got a note of 8.
Oh yes, it was 8, yeah, it was 8. And then the bowlers decided, well, if the batters can't catch them, we catch them ourselves. Southey took an easy one. That was a really good catch from Tim Southey, very much like the Phil Phillips one that he dropped that little bit earlier off Carse. But look, I'm trying to give bowlers some credit here. I thought Will O'Rourke ran in and bowled his pluck out. I thought Southey started very, very well and set the tone with Henry with a new ball. And then usual Tim Southey, it was just about the sort of new ball spell. Henry kept going, whacking in a length. Smith kept charging in. But again, you keep going back to them drop catches. You can't drop Harry Brook on 18, 41, 70, 108 and 147 and then expect to not win a cricket match. And I think that will be what will be probably remembered once this Test match finishes.
I know Brendan McCullum is an extremely talented individual, Harmy, but I never knew that he was amphibious. He's ambidextrous.
Ambidextrous, yeah.
He probably is amphibious as well. Put him underwater to see how far he can swim. But he's giving
he can duck as well. He's got his glasses on. He's got his bat in hand. He's got no gloves on. Batting, obviously left-handed, on his knees. And Rian Ahmed has just flown one there, and it's gone to his left, to his right ear, and he's had to duck and get out of the way with it. So not only is he amphibious, ambidextrous, he's actually quite nimble on his knees as well.
He's just incredible the way he gives slip catching practice with equal dexterity, right and left-handed. I think it's phenomenal. I mean, you try and imagine, for most right-handers, natural right-handers, the idea of doing what he's doing left-handed is mind-boggling. 499 England, 103 overs. So a scoring rate of a fraction under 5 and over. It's a process of elimination here. Rian Ahmed was the thrower, as Steve Harmison described. Brendan McCullum down on his knees, providing slip catching practice for Ben Duckett, Joe Root and Jacob Bethel, who's been inserted immediately on debut into the slip cordon. Doesn't get to do short leg. That goes to the 150 Test veteran Joe Root. And Chris Harris is alongside us. Harry, 151. Is that a terminal deficit for New Zealand?
It's not terminal, but it's a sizable lead. It's one that New Zealand will feel as though they gave England the opportunity to get more than perhaps they should have. You've already heard you and Harmy talking about the 8 missed opportunities. You just can't miss 8 opportunities against a quality batting lineup, and especially one that, like England, will make you pay, and they'll make you pay quickly. You're just talking about Brendan McCullum, talented rugby player as well, very good first 5 or fullback.
Hang on, let's go for a shorter list. What is he not good at?
I'm not sure, really. Owns horses.
He probably plays guitar as well. He's the kind of guy around the campfire who says, you hum it and I'll play it.
Yeah, I don't know if he is good at guitar. Pretty handy golfer as well. Yeah, no, New Zealand will rue those missed opportunities. I think a lead of 151. I think if England bowl well, and I'm pretty sure they're going to bowl better than they did in the first innings. I don't think England bowled very well with the new ball against New Zealand first up. I think they'll be better in the second innings. I think if they bowl fuller, New Zealand have been out in the field for a long time. Very important innings for me for Devon Conway. Tom Latham showing a bit of form, but Devon Conway just just looks as though he lacks a bit of confidence and his feet aren't going, and every time he gets beaten, the hands are in the air as if to say that did a lot. So I think it's a big innings for Devon Conway. And the reason the opening partnership is so key, they've got to set the platform, but also it would be nice to just give Kane Williamson a little bit of a rest, because I have a feeling his innings could be crucial for New Zealand because let's be honest, New Zealand are going to have to bat, possibly look to score around 500, which would leave England 350, which gives New Zealand a chance of winning this test match. So 500 runs is a long way away. So that 150 lead, very, very important.
Just over a year ago, New Zealand followed on, and we were spectating, and I remember actually asking you, saying, let's put your most optimistic hat on and imagine a way in which New Zealand can win this test match. And you did well. I mean, you said you started with a big 100 from Kane Williamson, which he duly delivered, and I guess that would be your starting point again.
I also think potentially runs from Conway, because he needs it, and Tom Latham, we've seen how capable he is. I think
he's got a terrific record here as well.
He loves batting here, so it would be no surprise for me to get 100, but yeah, Kane Williamson will be disappointed to get out on 93 in the first innings, so he'll feel as though there's another 100 out there for him. And I think if New Zealand can set that platform, give their middle order, get the English bowlers at least a little bit tired, get through that new ball and set a platform. As I said, I think if New Zealand can score, what they have to score is 500 to keep themselves in this test match, because I think we've seen, even if the game goes 5 days, this wicket is always going to be good for batting. It's got a consistent bounce. You don't see much variation in bounce. You're not going to see balls shoot along the ground. It might ease up with pace and lose a little bit of pace, but it's still going to be very good for batting. It's very much from a bowling point of view, a new ball is the key. So it's key for England that they strike early.
Here's another question for you. There's most captains have a small room, varying degrees of space for sentiment and reputation, and I think that Tom Latham gave Tim Southee the second new ball using up his ration of sentiment rather than he bowled medium pace and he was destroyed by Harry Brook. And here's a question for you. So we thought in this commentary box that Will O'Rourke would have been a better choice to take the second new ball. So Chris Woakes looked modest and unthreatening in the first inning, just be honest. He looked off his game. Do you think it won't happen? I'm sure Woakes could be given the new ball, but given the way he bowled in the first innings, do you think Bryden Cast might be a better option? Oh, Woakes is a new ball bowler, I guess. So
yeah, I think Cast is a great option. I was very impressed with him, what I saw in the first innings. I thought, yeah, he looked one of the best for England. But for me, Chris Woakes is a little bit like the Tim Southee situation. They see their best time to bowl is with the new ball, because they're both swing the ball away from the right-hander or into the left-hander. So they rely on swing. And if they're not going to bowl with the new ball and they're going to get it second change where there's no swing, they've even got less of a weaponry, if you like. So I think they've been picked because they're swing bowlers. And if you're a swing bowler, you've got to get that new ball. Otherwise, the argument would be, why are they on the side?
Well, yes, that is a increasingly relevant argument, isn't it? In the case of both magnificent cricketers, both terrific swing bowlers, and the question's been answered because Woakes is going to bowl the first over. But there is, Woakes has been selected quite often in the last year, certainly because of the fragility of the tail and the stability that he offers with the bat. But now with Atkinson and Carse in the team, the need for Woakes' security that he offers with the bat is no longer it's not essential. I'm not even sure it's relevant. So this is a huge innings for him.
I would put a foot in both camps from the bowling point of view with Woakes and Southee, though. What I would do, because normally both of them bowl sort of a 5 or a 6 or even a 7 over spell, but I would put them on a very short leash. If I thought they looked lightly, they're hitting their areas, they're swinging it, and they're threatening, happy for them to do that. But very quickly I'd decide, I think, after 3 overs, potentially 4, if it's not happening, I'd have them off and I'd have Carr straight in, or O'Rourke from New Zealand's point of view. So, yeah, it would be a slightly shorter leash, if that makes sense.
Makes a lot of sense. It does. Just, be ruthless. Matthew Potts is on the field for England, and we're trying to work out who's off. And the first delivery from Chris Woakes is dabbed at by Tom Latham. Doesn't make contact. Taken behind by Ollie Pope, England's wicket-keeper. Bryden Carse is off the field, so two questions answered immediately. Woakes is bowling the new ball, and Bryden Carse won't be because he's not on the field.
Yes, we don't know if that's a forced situation.
Don't know. It's it may be one of those situations where he's going like, "Where are my bowling boots? Where? Hang on, I left them here. Where are my bowling boots?" As Tom Latham tucks it away nicely off his hip out through square leg, and New Zealand are underway. The New Zealand captain tucking that off his hip for a single, one without loss.
I'd really like to see Woakes bowl a little bit fuller in this second innings. I thought he was a bit short on that first morning. Fuller because he's going to allow the ball to swing a little bit more, and it's going to force the feet movement of the New Zealanders to be very, very good. If he's back of a length, it just makes it, I think, easier as an opener where you can play from the crease a little bit more, play it late, particularly at his pace around that 130k mark. I think if he's fuller, it just gives him a better chance. He's got to bowl that length that's hitting the stumps, so he's bringing in all forms of dismissal.
England, as you would expect, and as they always do, strongly on the attack. 3 slips, a gully, 2 gullies, a deep gully, straight gully. And that one is pushed firmly by Devon Conway, but only as far as Atkinson at mid-on. Shoaib Bashir's at I think deep backward square leg, really, rather than long leg. Certainly not fine leg. He's only just behind square. England players applauding the rendition of Jerusalem, which comes at the start of every play and the start of every innings. Enjoying that, enjoying the supporters. They always do. England's 12th man, permanent 12th man, the Barmy Army. Here's Woakes again around the wicket, bowls to Conway, tucks it through square leg. And he too is off the mark with the single in identical fashion to the way that Tom Latham was off the mark. So early wickets, and that 151 is going to feel like a mountain. It's going to feel like a very long way away, and it'll weigh heavily, that deficit. But reached T 75 without loss, and
doesn't look so far away, does it?
No.
You can also conceivably see that if England bowl beautifully, New Zealand could be potentially 4 or 5 down by that mark.
Here is Woakes again outside the off stump, and it's left alone by Tom Latham. 2 without loss.
I like that position of Bashir. He's certainly not an orthodox fine leg. He's almost what you determine the modern games to backward square leg. I quite like that with Woakes coming around the wicket, bowling into the left-handers. The theory being if they do get it, just to find one down the leg side, even an orthodox fine leg, it's probably going to be 4. So that's a potential boundary-saving position as well.
Here is Woakes again, bowls to Latham, and so that put it past the edge, did it? I wondered whether he just tucked the bat inside the line there for a moment, but no, he didn't. He's played at that and missed. I'm curious. I was distracted briefly by the fact that England had a cover by the first over. They had 3 men on the offside, back point cover and mid-off. 2 without loss, 1 over gone. New Zealand beginning the second innings 151 behind. Another word from Chris Harris, and then it'll be Garth Galloway.
Well, it was a good start from Chris Woakes. There was some talk of whether he should be opening the bowling, but on 2 occasions going past the outside edge of Tom Latham, a good start. Still feel he's just a little bit shorter, would like to see him a bit fuller, but positive signs for England and Chris Woakes as he beats the outside edge with that new Kookaburra. I know how important that new ball is going to be on the surface. We've seen in all the innings so far there is plenty of assistance for the bowlers if they're in good areas, and England will be desperate with that lead of 151 to strike early.
Next over is begun by Atkinson, bowling from the Botanical Gardens end. It's a full delivery which Conway drives back past the bowler but doesn't play it with quite enough foot movement or assuredness. Conway, I know he scored runs in India on a couple of occasions, but he's still, you just have this feeling, is not playing with the confidence. He doesn't look like the Devon Conway of old, the player who scored 200 at Lords on debut. Here's Atkinson running into him now. 3 slips and 2 gullies. This is a forward defensive shot.
Yeah, he certainly looks though he's down on confidence. Normally pretty good safe hands as well, and unfortunately we saw him put one down. But that first shot we saw off Atkinson wasn't too dissimilar to the way he got out in the first innings, looking to drive a ball that's not quite there. And as we see quite often with Devon Conway, if it's not quite there, he's not happy, and the bat turns a little bit in his hands. A hand comes off the bat.
Absolutely. Our first look at Atkinson in New Zealand in this match, and we've been impressed with him. I thought he batted very well. He looks good. Here's Conway driving a ball, fortunately on the bounce to Crawley at extra cover. His feet just moving a little bit better on that occasion.
Your heart was in your mouth for a minute there. You thought he had it straight to him on the ball, didn't you?
I did. We went and had dinner last night in town, and wonderful to be on the area that we call the terrace around Cashel Street and Hereford
Thanks
Street.
for the invite, by the way.
No, Harry, it was a family occasion. You are family, I suppose, but just the intimate family last night as Atkinson bowls. And again, we see just Conway playing across his stumps and driving to mid-on, but just a hint of lift there. Bashir is fielding, but the England players, a number of them coming through on their lime scooters back from the ground to their hotel. And people obviously not really oblivious to who they were. They just look like young men riding a lime scooter back. Fantastic.
Just get that feeling we're talking about Conway's lack of confidence. You just feel as though he's just searching a little bit, trying to drive balls that aren't quite there.
Around the wicket is Atkinson outside the off stump, no shot.
I like that. Good forward movement. Happy to let that go through to the keeper. As silly as it sounds, they're the type of leaves that can just give you confidence. You're coming forward, you're going at the ball, but happy to leave it alone. I like that.
Absolutely right. And it's footwork that Conway has been missing. So just to see a good press with that front foot, even getting out across and covering the off stump, feels like an improvement. Root's gone into a short mid-off position now as Conway drives there, looking for that catch again. He picks out Bashir at mid-on, and again you hear the slips with a groan as they think he's going to hit the ball in the air. 2 without loss after 2 overs. Latham and Conway have 1 apiece. And Atkinson, in fact, there's a no ball. So the no balls always seem to come on the 5th ball of the over, just after I've called over.
Well, it's just trying to catch everyone out.
Does it very well.
Yeah, there's a lot of theatre though. I love what you said before about the slips and the keeper. Ooh and ahs as Conway drives to mid-on. There was no real threat, but it's just again adding that bit of pressure, saying, you know, we can see you don't look comfortable and we're going to make it tough for you out here.
Here's Conway outside the off stump, and there's another good leave. It bounces nicely through to Pope, keeping for England. 3 without loss it is then with that no ball. Latham and Conway remain on 1. Atkinson has none for 1. Wokes none for 2, and it'll be Wokes who removes his jersey and hands it to umpire Raza. And we have still Potts at mid-on. Cast who's come back on. So I think he was hit in the hand. He might have just been getting a little bit of treatment on that, and he's back on the field now. Potts is gone, and Cast is doing some vigorous warming up exercises. I think it would have been unusual for Potts to be signalling that he wanted to bowl. Here's Wokes around the wicket to the New Zealand captain Tom Latham, leaves outside the off stump, and again that's just one of those examples you're talking about where all the slips have their hand on their heads. They're groaning as if to say to Tom Latham, gee, that was close.
Yeah, it was a lot closer than you thought, Tom. That's why they want him to think. I think it was in good area from Wokes. It did come back. Still a good leave for Tom Latham. Wokes is going to swing it back into him, but it was still going past at about a 5th or a 4th or a 5th stump. So good judgment.
Just still, it all feels like normal Test cricket, you know, business as normal resumed with New Zealand batting. Wokes is bowling, Latham defends nicely into the offside. Just so exciting watching the England batting this morning, the way they approached it right from the first ball really, where Stokes was moving around in his crease to the New Zealand quicks, and fine innings by Brook, 171. Stokes out in the end for 80. Wokes made 1. Atkinson 48 from 36 balls, and Carr a spirited 33 from 24 deliveries. We saw 7 sixes in the England innings. And here's Latham playing down the wrong line, gets a thick outside edge, and he's caught by Brook at second slip.
Didn't look as though he did a lot wrong, Tom Latham. He did get forward and he played with a full face, and it's just looked as though on pitching just gone away from the left-hander, and it's gone at a beautiful catching height to Harry Brook. After the day he's had, would not expect him to put it down. Comfortable catch around knee height. An England strike, and unfortunately for New Zealand, Tom Latham on his way back. New Zealand 3 for 1.
Tough game, excellent delivery from Wokes. Yeah, you're right. I think you could say in both innings in a way. I mean, I think in the first innings when Latham got out to the delivery from Cass, it did nip away from him. It was pitching on leg. It was a difficult delivery. That one, he just looks like he's just pushed at it a little bit. It has hit the seam and moved away. And a good delivery by Wokes. And very good from Wokes' point of view, obviously, to see him picking up a wicket. His first in the match. He has 1 for 2.
Well, there was a lot of talk on whether he should open the bowling after his first innings performance. And I think that's answered his critics in perfect fashion from his point of view and England's.
Well, England will feel very happy indeed with their work. Good runs after lunch. And the morning session, 140 runs in 23 overs. Just fabulous, aggressive.
I love the way they go about it. They don't play for milestones. They don't play for breaks. They almost see the opportunity, if the new ball's been taken, as an opportunity to score. We saw Harry Brook play a lap shot from outside off with Tim Southey when he was on 91. Just love the whole attitude and the way they go about it. But I'm sure one of the first goals for the English side when bowling was trying to get Kane Williamson out there as quickly as possible. So goal 1 achieved.
And it's Williamson facing Wokes onto the back foot and then letting a ball fly through to the England keeper Pope. 3 slips and a gully. Root at first, Brook at second, Duck at third, and Stokes in the gully.
I like that fine leg slip they've got for him as well. It's a shot where he gets a ball on his hip, tries to get down to fine leg, and it's a real catching position. He's not there to save runs, he's there purely as a catching. And Kane Williamson gets the ball on that hip. So a fine leg slip.
So, yeah, that Stokes has moved into there, and it's Bethel in the gully. Crawley picked out at point on this occasion as Williamson plays off the back foot into the offside square of the wicket. 1 ball remaining in the 3rd over, and New Zealand under all sorts of pressure. They'll play it very differently to how an England side would play it in this position. We saw such aggression from their players, very happy. I was so impressed with Stokes. I know Brook was brilliant, but Stokes' movement around the crease and his confidence, just wonderful. Yeah, see, I think looking at that Latham dismissal, he has hung his bat out a bit in front of him. It's moved a bit, but he's gone quite hard at that delivery. That's a tough game, Test cricket, isn't it?
Well, I'm glad you touched on Stokes. So, yeah, I was impressed as well. I mean, I think when Harry Brook was out there, they were both going. Seeing a replay of that delivery. Yeah, just his hands just went out in front of him, but it was a good ball. It forced it.
He's played down the wrong line, though, really.
A little bit.
So good delivery from Wokes and brings him into the game. He has his first wicket. This is a good delivery outside the off stump. Williamson beaten. Wokes is getting movement now. We're seeing the ball moving a little bit with the arm, carrying on with the pitch. That was a lovely delivery, which was too good for New Zealand's premium batter. 3 for 1. New Zealand really struggling. They trail by 148. Wokes 2 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 2. And it's Latham, the batsman, out. Caught by Brook at second slip from Wokes' bowling for 1.
Well, I think he's got his length right as well. He's definitely fuller. And when he's fuller, he's going to get a little bit more swing. And also can give the appearance of more seam movement. But that's the area he's got to be. That was certainly full to Latham. That would have sitting halfway up, sort of middle and off.
Yeah, well, that last delivery swung a little bit and then just carried on off the pitch. It was a beauty. Conway with pressure, 3 slips in a gully, gets a shorter ball and he just paddles it round the corner with a horizontal bat. Not a shot of particular confidence. That brings Williamson on strike. Conway doubles his score, 4 for 1 New Zealand.
And I was asking what I thought of that lead of 151 for England. I thought it was sizable. But of course, all of a sudden, it looks even better now. You were hoping that if New Zealand batted well, perhaps 1 or 2 down at 150, but you could potentially, if England get it right, they could be 4 or 5 down. And then they're in real trouble.
Yeah, and you know, they will reflect, and they have to reflect on 8 drop catches. 3 by Latham, 3 by Phillips, and I know he took that absolutely brilliant catch to get rid of Pope. One of the best catches you'll ever see in the gully position, diving to his right. Atkinson bowls to Williamson, who's playing forward. But, you know, Conway and Blundell also dropping 1 apiece. I don't think you'll see, you'd hope not to see another New Zealand side dropping 8 catches in an innings. Incredibly costly.
I'd go as far to say, especially in the first innings, dropping 8 chances, and you'd expect 7 of them to be taken, that you'd argue that you don't deserve to win, or you deserve to be in the position you're in.
Well, Brook dropped 5 times. Here's Atkinson from the Botanical Gardens end, and this is just up into the hip of Williamson. He plays to mid-wicket. Bashir Fields from mid-on, and an easy run for Williamson to get his account underway with the single. 5 for 1 halfway through the 4th over.
Well, you were hoping it was just a bad day yesterday for New Zealand, and unfortunately what we saw reasonably early this morning, and Harry Brook again, probably one of the easier of the 8 chances, hit directly to Glenn Phillips, not with any real pace, at a good comfortable height, and he just shelled it.
Yeah. It was just more of the same. Here's Atkinson bustling and bowling around the wicket to the left-handed Conway. Here's a good shot from Conway, over-pitched by Atkinson and driven down the ground. A chase for Crawley, and the ball will beat him into the boundary. So that'll give confidence to Conway. He needs it, just over-pitching a little bit, and Conway coming forward and playing a check drive. Lovely shot, 9 for 1. Conway is 6.
Yeah, real confidence booster. Good forward step move, and this time both hands do stay on the bat as he punched it past mid-off, who's quite close. It could be the shot that turns things around for Conway. I like the length from Atkinson, though.
Yeah, well, he's looking for the edge, isn't he? He's pushing it up there. Better than in the first innings, and he's short this time, and Conway's onto the back foot, pulling the ball to Bashir, but again, no timing at all. Bashir is at mid-on. Duckett and Brook converging and having a discussion at second and third slip. Root is at first. Watching as Atkinson runs into bowl now, and another good delivery which sees Conway coming forward and being forced to defend again. He does so, and he does so well. The end of the over, 9 for 1. 4 overs have been bowled. Conway is 6. Williamson is 1. Atkinson 2 overs, none for 7.
Well, you touched on Bashir, and I'm sure New Zealand's first thoughts were obviously to get through this new ball, but he played a big role in the English first innings bowling-wise with 4 wickets. I'm sure he was a point of discussion leading up to the second innings for New Zealand, making sure that he doesn't have as an important a role. It wasn't through a lot of spin, but playing a huge role in that first innings was a surprise.
Yeah, it sure was. Looking forward to seeing Bashir bowling again. Just so well supported by Stokes, his captain, but a young bowler of terrific promise, plucked from obscurity really as Woakes bowls, and Williamson, you can hear saying through the sound effects microphone, telling Conway to stay in his crease. 9 for 1. Full crowd here at the Hagley Oval. We're only just over halfway through the match now, and it feels like we've seen a lot of cricket with England's wonderful batting. 499 they made. Brook 171, Stokes 80, Pope 70, Atkinson 48, Duckett 46, Cast 33 not out. Pretty good scoreboard as Woakes bowls outside the off stump. No shot from Williamson.
Yeah, Williamson would be more than happy just to let that go past all day long. Just a little bit wide of off stump, and again a little bit short. Really want him to play early in his innings. It's your best chance against this new ball.
I do think that the England bowlers have learnt from watching New Zealand. England in their first innings with the ball, getting a pitch at its best from a bowling point of view. Green, as it always is here at the Hagley Oval on the first day. Oh, this nips back off the seam. Good delivery from Woakes. Williamson lets it go. And then I think Williamson, surprised by that movement back into him,
Yeah, that's certainly the length, because he's just been a bit wary of whether to play or leave, and that has nipped back a little bit. Has threatened the off stump. Williamson's head goes back with a little bit of nervousness. You can just see it nip back. Again, the height was just going over the top of off stump, but much better area from Woakes.
You know, the England bowlers hardly moved the ball off the seam in the first innings or in the air, and here we are seeing them in the right areas, and it's a much different equation for New Zealand. Williamson onto the back foot from this ball, just short on the off stump. It's driven into the offside. Crawley fields, and 2 more runs. 11 for 1. Williamson is 3. Really good delivery from Woakes. He looks much better in this innings. England pitching the ball up more. They were just too short in the first innings, and Woakes we're seeing as a different thing to deal with from a New Zealand point of view. When he's pitching the ball up, it gives the ball just a little bit more time to move in the air, and he's been able to hit the seam a couple of occasions. Williamson faces, Woakes is over the wicket to him, and he plays nicely into the onside, but straight to Cass at wide mid-on. So 1 ball remaining in the over, and then it'll be Neil Manthorpe to pick up the commentary. Another discussion taking place between Root and Brooke Duckett, deeply ingrained in conversation. They seem like a happy side, don't they?
They've got a lot to be happy about.
They do in this match, and they do in life, really. Here's a drive from Williamson. He's going to be happy with that. Woakes pitching it up, giving the ball a chance to swing, and just over pitching a little bit. Williamson drives to the mid-off boundary for 4. The end of 5 overs, 15 for 1. Williamson, his first boundary, he's 7. Conway is 6. And Woakes 3 overs, 1 for 8. After more comments from Chris Harris, it'll be Neil Manthorpe.
Well, a lovely drive from Kane Williamson. Was by no means a half volley. Hit it on the up. Mid-off is close for that type of shot. Williamson just too good. Found the gap between the bowler and mid-off, and it raced away. Didn't try and overhit it, but just wonderful timing. And a bit like Conway in the previous over with his straight drive down the ground, and that will make them feel a little bit better about things. And as well, your question was answered about Woakes opening the bowling.
Yep, and he picked up a wicket that might be very important, not just for him personally, but in the context of the game. Atkinson, new over, round the wicket to the left-handed Devon Conway. It's left alone once more, 15 for 1. I do find, Harry, you about to leave us? Go on. Parting thought from you on, when you're 150 behind in the second innings, it focuses the mind in many ways. You've got nothing else to think about apart from the next ball. Just nothing else on your mind. Just bat. Got as much time as you want, just bat.
Yeah, they'll try not to think about it. They'll just know that these are good batting conditions. They've got an opportunity to bat. They've got plenty of time. Just go out, get yourself in, and just try and get a big one.
Absolutely. 3 slips and 2 gullies as now Conway drives and completely mistimes this. Hits the inside half of the bat, an inside edge really. Maybe even have been onto the pad to Shoaib Bashir at mid-on. So England with 3 regulation slips, Joe Root, Harry Brook, Ben Duckett, and 2 gullies. The straighter of the 2 is Jacob Bethel, and trying to work out, that's the captain, is that Ben Stokes in the finer of the 2 gullies? That's Conway comes forward again and steers it into the squarer of the 2 gullies, Jacob Bethel, all the way along the ground, and there's no run. So accustomed to seeing Ben Stokes and his wonky fingers not in the cordon these days, but unless there's a substitute fielder snuck onto the field. No, I'm sure that's Ben Stokes.
It is Stokes. Yeah, I don't think he's got much choice. Don't think there's anybody else. Casts it down at long leg. Bashir, Woakes on the drive. He's out of extra cover.
Jack Crawley. Oh, and that one goes past the outside edge. Lovely delivery from Gus Atkinson around the wicket. It might just have straightened a touch unless Conway was playing inside the line, but it's gone past the outside edge into the gloves of Ollie Pope. Yeah, it's got to be Zach Crawley by process of elimination.
He's got a dodgy finger as well, hasn't he? He missed the back end of the summer with a busted finger as well, so Duckett's back in after he wasn't in the cordon for a while with a busted thumb.
Here is Atkinson outside the off stump and left alone by Devon Conway. He's bowling with looks to the naked eye to be good pace. It's a phenomenon. I mean, it's actually low 130s consistently, 31, 33, 31, 33, 32. But for some reason, Gus Atkinson seems to get bounce and carry where it makes no sense. I mean, you know, the velocity on the ball is what should make it bounce and carry through to the keeper, but he just seems to get it, and the speed gun doesn't reflect that. Down the leg side here, well taken by Ollie Pope and Ben Duckett. Devon Conway looking to glance. It was too wide. Harmy throwing things forward, and I think you touched on this a little while ago. New Zealand 15 for 1. If England go on and win comprehensively here, and given so far how tidy, and that's an understatement, how impressive Ollie Pope has been behind the stumps, there may be a temptation, despite the arrival of Ollie Robinson all the way from Newcastle to New Zealand, to actually keep the same team.
Yeah, I'm not changing Ollie Pope now from that position. Not till Jamie Smith comes back. I don't see the point. I think he's done a very, very good job in the short time we've had so far. First innings, I thought he was very, very good. I think he's been, again, comfortable here. When he batted at number 6, looks good.
Outside the off stump here from Chris Wokes, and it's left alone. Just a thought. What if Ollie Pope is emboldened enough by the vice-captaincy and the fact that he's played 50 test matches to say to Brendon McCullum or to say to Ben Stokes, I know that I didn't do anything wrong in that test match, but I'm not comfortable and I'd rather not. He wouldn't, because he's an ultimate team man,
I don't think he
suppose.
would. I don't think he would, but I see where you're coming from. Yeah. I think then they would have a decision to make, and to be fair, the McCullum era has made good decisions.
They have. Outside the off stump here, once again, it's left alone by the right-handed Kane Williamson, the one and only Kane Williamson, who was odds on, I thought, to reach his 34th Test 100. Fell for 93 in the first innings against the run of play, most unexpected.
I don't think Ollie Pope would even contemplate. I don't even think that would go through his head. I'm sure I can think of many cricketers would have done that manners, but I think this young man, no, I think he's an ultimate team player.
Outside the off stump, left alone by Devon Conway. I was just thinking the solution to that particular quandary or conundrum would be simply for Ben Stokes and Brendon McCullum not to ask him.
Yeah, no, I don't think they even will ask him, and that's why I've always give Ollie Pope a little bit more leeway. A lot of people criticise me for sort of saying for sticking with him and to looking after him. I just think he's been doing a lot of hard jobs for England.
Here is Wokes once again, and that's pushed away behind square on the leg side. They go through, scurry through for a single. Conway really did have to scuttle in the end. There's a little backhanded flick towards the stumps from Jacob Bethel, who is a brilliant ground fielder, of course, we know that. And he certainly forced Conway to put the hurry up on. Pope's more than a stand-in. I mean, he is a stand-in, but he's not he's got a lot of flying hours, hasn't he, as a keeper? I
think as a kid, I think he had a lot of flying hours as a kid, all the way up till under 18. I think all the way up until, he said, in an interview, he said all the way up to Ben Foakes signing for Surrey. Ollie Pope kept all the way till then. So you can see he's got the movements. His feet and his hands work in the same direction, which is always a good start.
Yes. Wokes again outside the off stump, left alone by Devon Conway. He's 6. Kane Williamson has 8. 16 for 1. For those of you joining us for the first time, perhaps you may not have heard about England's rumbustious morning in which Harry Brook made the best of a 5th drop, would you believe, to make 171. And there was 80 from Captain Ben Stokes, and some really glorious hitting from Gus Atkinson and Bryden Carson at the tail end of the innings. Down the leg side now from Wokes, and right on cue, Ollie Pope. He had to dive for that. No matter how quick his feet were, that was very errant from Chris Woakes down the leg side. Conway just ignored it, didn't even bother thinking about playing a shot at that, I don't think. And Ollie Pope had to dive, did so, and as he has done throughout the Test match, took it cleanly. 48 from Gus Atkinson from just 36 balls, and 33 from Bryden Cast pushed England to a total of 499 and a lead of 151. And Chris Woakes has taken the early wicket of Tom Latham, 16 for 1.
And a good wicket for Chris Woakes. Just give him a little bit of a spring in his step. He was a little bit below par in that first innings. He started really well in this second. Didn't swing for him in that first innings. And it was on a similar day to what we've got today. It's slightly windy. Probably temperature was a little cooler on the first, warmer on the first day.
Defended now by Kane Williamson, just blocked straight back to Gus Atkinson. And as we know, it doesn't swing on cold days, Harmy.
Yeah, it doesn't swing on cold days, yeah. But you're asking me a cold day and that's 15 degrees. I mean, we struggle to get 15 degrees in the June, July months in Durham. So when I talk about cold day and it's not swinging, it's normally back end of March, early April when you're playing against the universities. On a really cold, damp, dark morning at the Riverside. 15 degrees bar, that's balmy. It's short sleeve we're on the northeast there.
Driven by Williamson through the hands of extra cover. Is that Chris Woakes there at mid-off?
Yeah, Chris Woakes. He just bounced over his hand. He dived. And as he's gone to dive, I'm probably looking after the fast bowler here. Stick with the Union. But it just looked as though it bounced over his arm.
Because he
didn't make a great effort for it, but I think it just bounced over his arm.
Yeah, the dive was more like a pine tree that had just been felled. It was not so much a dive as a gentle fall, a crash to the ground. But you're right, it was an unkind bounce. Here's Atkinson, bowls to Williamson again, plays it down defensively, and it bobbles towards the stumps, and he tries to kick it away, and he misses. He tried to kick that away from his stumps, and he missed with his kick, and he looked up heavenward thinking, I've got away with one there.
Nearly kicked the stumps. He's nearly kicked the stumps. Never mind the ball hitting the stumps. He's nearly kicked the stumps here. He's defended it back. It's hit the foot marks. It's come back towards the stumps. And oh, he has. He didn't get a first touch on it. That could have literally, any part of the ball or his foot was really, really close to that off stump there.
3 slips of gully and a leg slip now. Ben Stokes gone into leg slip. Atkinson in. Williamson pushes forward. And again, Atkinson does his own fielding. I'm not suggesting that Gus Atkinson is in any way resembles Merv Hughes, other than for the fact that the steps in his run-up are just slightly shorter than average, aren't they?
Yeah, Big Merv's was that at the start, wasn't it? He used to shuffle in, get to the point. There's 2 different types of run-ups. You have one where you start from.
Here is Atkinson again, and forward comes Williamson defending. But even in his stride, the steps are just slightly shorter than the...
Yeah, he doesn't get into any. He keeps the short steps all the way through. Now, from a bowling part of a run-up, you have a little marker the umpire gives you, and that was a no ball given by the 4th umpire off the field. You give it a marker by the umpire, you put it down. Some players will start religiously bang on that mark and run from there. Some of them will build up momentum and go through and hit that mark with a certain foot to get to the bowling.
Here's Atkinson once again, and Williamson turns this one out towards Shoaib Bashir at wide mid-on, no run.
And I get what you mean. Merv Hughes, when Big Merv ran in, he shuffled, but he would shuffle towards the mark, and then his whatever foot left, the right foot, would get to that mark, and then he would go longer strides into his gather and into his run-up, and then obviously explode through the action, where Gus keeps that shuffle all the way through and doesn't tend to really open his legs. He runs with his shoelaces more or less together. He's got brand new shoes on and he's forgot to unlace them.
Atkinson in again. Good delivery just outside the off stump, left alone by Williamson. And New Zealand remain 21 for 1. Do you remember the late, great, brilliant, actually, cricket writer Martin Johnson?
Yes.
He was the one that coined the phrase can't bat, can't bowl, can't field.
He was the one, yeah. That was in '86, wasn't it?
Do you remember how he described Merv Hughes' run-up?
No.
There's a slightly overweight lady running after a bus in high heels.
Oh, he always had a way. He did always have a way for words, didn't he? Was the great Martin Johnson. He wasn't very complimentary to too many people. I think I copped the wrath of his pen
sure you
on
did.
more than one occasion.
I'm sure you did.
Got to have written why on earth have England picked him again. He wasn't the only one that wrote that. But no, yeah.
I like the fact that with Gus Atkinson, who looks nothing, that description does not apply to him. Brydon Carse is into the attack, taking over from Chris Wokes, and he bowled really well in the first innings. Very, very pleased to see him get an early go while the ball is still really nice and hard and new. But you know what strikes me about Atkinson's run-up is that it seems really economical in terms of energy use. You know, I mean, it just looks really efficient.
100% agree.
Oh.
I do agree. It works for his action because he's got a short delivery stride. He holds himself up nice and tall. Yeah, his shuffle does work for his action.
Forward comes the left-hander Devon Conway, pushing that one straight back to Brydon Carse. And what will be interesting, while Ben Stokes has been not fully fit, and he certainly wasn't in Pakistan, and obviously for a long time he probably wasn't half fit when he was playing as a specialist batsman. But now that he's part of a four-man pace attack, in the summer he bowled when he had to. He let the front line seamers do as much work as they could and take as many of the wickets as they could. And then if he had to bowl, then he bowled. Here is Carse once again outside the off stump, left alone by Conway. Good pace, good bounce, taken shoulder height by Ollie Pope. And I wonder, Harmy, whether he now, you know, factors himself in to the bowling plans, or does he let the three go and use Shoaib Bashir and once again leave himself as, you know, plan D sort of thing, or is he factoring himself into the planning as a four-man pace attack?
No, I think he's factoring himself into the four-man pace attack, short bursts until it comes to the bouncers, and then I think he factors himself in for a longer spell.
Conway drives very nicely indeed through extra cover. There's a chase on for a couple of England fielders, and chase is won by Chris Wokes is one of them. It's Zach Crawley. Zach Crawley.
I think what he does, he factors himself in as a frontline bowler, but he is the fourth seamer, which is, can I get, you know, the two opening bowlers, one of them will bowl a really short spell like Wokes is here. So you imagine Wokes comes off, Carse comes on, Atkinson bowling another 3 or 4. Wokes goes to Atkinson's end.
Here is Brydon Carse again. That's short, pulled and caught. What a catch! Gus Atkinson at mid-on has taken an absolute blinder. It was dipping and dropping in front of him. He had to dive forward. He got the backs of his hands on the ground. He's taken an absolute screamer. Not that it was travelling quickly, quite the opposite. It was dipping and dropping on him. Brilliant, brilliant catch. The mistimed pull from Devon Conway. The third umpire can't believe his eyes as well. He's going to have a look and check this, but what a catch.
What a catch, yes. Atkinson's caught Conway twice in exactly the same way. First innings he was bowling that. This time he's catching him just straight mid-wicket. It was an excellent attempt to go forward. Got himself in a position to has he getting his hands under the ball? I think he has, you know. It's gone in from the right hand into the left hand. Has it stayed in his hands, though? I'm not so sure. I want to see this again, but I would like to see this again blown up. It's gone in from the right hand into the left hand, and is the ball hitting the floor as he's landed? Both hands are down.
Keep going all the way through.
Oh, this is such a tough call, I think, Manners.
For the big screen.
I know Adrian Holstock, the third umpire, and he was a bowler, not in a dissimilar mould to Gus Atkinson.
He's giving it out then. And he's given him out, and it was a great attempt diving forward. I don't think it was the fact that he had dropped or anything. It was about whether on the way up, as in the ball's come towards Atkinson, it's hit the right hand into the left hand, and as he's now hitting the ground, making contact with the ground, is the ball going along the floor, or has Gus Atkinson got something under it? And Adrian Holstock says he's got something under it. I agree with him. I've seen it again For the second time, I think he's getting his hand underneath the ball, and it's a phenomenal catch. And now New Zealand are 23 for 2, 128 runs behind Manners. They're in a little bit of trouble.
I have to say, I thought that catch was as clean as a disinfected surgeon's scalpel.
I like it.
What was wrong with that? I mean, I know what you mean. It's gone straight into the hands. Did the ball touch the ground when he, you know, as he went to ground? But no, both openers are gone, all your cricketing sensibilities were screaming out, that's a catch, that's out. Just as you said when you were on air, when Tom Latham took a catch at second slip, when he finally held one to get rid of Chris Wokes. That was low. I thought that was much more questionable than Atkinson's catch there. But you were giving it out because, you know, you said straight away, that's straight in.
The only thing I was questioning that was because you couldn't really see the angle from side on. It looked as though his left hand was just a little bit above his right hand, and that was the one. The right hand was the one that was on the floor. So if the right hand's on the floor and the left hand's just a little bit above it, if the ball is nestled in between the two, then obviously the ground is very, very close and in play.
I know exactly what you mean. Cast in again outside the off stump to the new batsman Rachin Ravindra. New Zealand are still trailing by 128, and it's that scenario that we were speculating about. With a deficit of 151, you reach T at 75 without loss, and you're thinking we're well on our way here. We've got the safety ropes, we're climbing the mountain, we've got the crampons, all is well, we've got provisions, we've got rations, but you reach T at 50 for 3, and you're thinking we're never going to get to the top of this mountain. So England have made the couple of early breakthroughs that they would have wanted, having earned themselves that lead of 151. Tom Latham's gone for a single. Devon Conway has gone for 8. More from Steve Harmison, and then it'll be John Norman for the next 20 minutes.
Dream start for England, not only in this innings, but this in today. The whole day has been an absolute dream for England. Tails wagged, bowlers have come out, ball swung in a good area, 2 wickets early.
And New Zealand have lost both openers. Kane Williamson, though, with a terrific second innings record, climbs into this short delivery from Atkinson, which looked as easy-paced a delivery as I've seen from Atkinson in this Test match, and has helped himself to 4, just forward a square on the leg side. Went aerial, but that was intended. No fielder there. 27 for 2, and New Zealand have got their best 2 batters at the crease, you could say. Atkinson in again, and Williamson, who was hurried up a touch in the last over, nearly deflected the ball back onto his own stumps forward, and just for a second wasn't sure where the ball had popped out to. I was just looking at Martin Johnson, if he'd written anything about you back in the day, Steve Harmison.
Guarantee you would have.
He described your ball, first ball of that series, as unplayable.
It was unplayable. It was unplayable for everybody apart from Andrew Flintoff.
He said not even Devon Malcolm with his contact lenses out would have managed a more unplayable delivery than that, as this is left alone by Williamson.
No, it was definitely unplayable. It was, you could arguably say it was unpitchable because it didn't pitch on the wicket that we were supposed to be pitched on, but the only person that played it well was Andrew Flintoff.
I was in with the Barmy Army. I videoed it. I've still got a video of it, actually. And I had my camera out. You can imagine it, like, kind of videoing this momentous moment, first ball of the Ashes. And all I remember is I was videoing you as you ran in away from me. I was like in row A, by the way. Atkinson again. This is played to point, and Rachin Ravindra comes through quickly. Single, 28 for 2. So I'm sitting there. I'm like, this is, my first overseas Ashes. Get the camera out for Steve Harmison's first ball, and I'm recording it, and you're running in, and the ball's delivered, and then I never forget, I just kind of like looked above the camera. I was like, where did that go?
Yeah, the ball ended up at the end of my fingers. No, yeah, believe it or not, I've seen that video before. I wouldn't say it was a video, it was a horror show, but it happened. These things happen.
Yep. I thought of you when I was in Rio 8 years later. Christ the Redeemer. You came to mind. I looked up at the statue that sits atop Rio de Janeiro. Atkinson again, this time went outside off stump. Travels through to Ollie Pope. That is, the England team have got their backs to us, Harmy. There's a lot of slip fielders there, aren't there?
Yeah, there are. I mean, Ben Stokes in the first innings had a lot of players in attacking, catching positions, a lot of players in sort of attacking positions, and even when he went to the bouncer theory, you know, the players were in the deep, positioned properly in catching areas, not just thrown out on the boundary.
Atkinson again, a forward is Ravindra. Takes his hand off the bat. Ball hitting the bat higher. Possibly on the splice, but either way, end of the over. 28 for 2 if you're joining us here on TalkSport 2. Get your silent shout-outs to us. It's that stage of the morning when you might be listening with the other half asleep in bed. If you want us to give them a silent shout-out, get in contact via Twitter, cricket_TS, or on the TalkSport Cricket YouTube channel, where the chat facility has been a buzz with back and forth with our producer Scott Taylor, who's becoming an internet sensation via YouTube. We have got pictures back. A little bit of a situation greeted us this morning here at Hagley Oval, but we've dealt with it, and we have quite a picture as well. Beautiful conditions now. A ball 10 overs old, so still extracting movement. There's a touch of it in the air from the pitch. Slip cordon waiting, 4 of them. And 3 of them with 2 gullies and a backward point as Kane Williamson just tucks this ball off his hip for a single. He moves to 18. Ravindra yet to get off the mark. And it just feels, and has done for quite some time, like those catches yesterday. It's taken the pressure out of this game. New Zealand still need another 123 to make England bat again. And we're kind of moving into that, you know, individual successes and scoring runs and, you know, taking it to the second test match with batters in form kind of territory. As Bryden Carse bounds in, and Ravindra props forward and pushes this ball through the covers for a single to get off the mark.
Yeah, one of the big things that, going from past experience, that you feel is when somebody scores runs, or when an area of the unit scores runs. And the worst one, obviously not the worst one, because the worst one could be the top 6. But all of a sudden, if the bottom 6 score runs, and you get constantly getting them positions where 8, 9, 10, 11, and you struggle to knock the tail over, and somebody's a thorn in their side, it's a great start for England on that front.
Cast again, a touch fuller, but still on good length. And Williamson, so proficient, guiding the ball through third, but with 6 fielders to get the ball through, it's going to be very, very difficult to exploit one of his favourite scoring areas. Not too many fielders in front of the bat. You've got Chris Woakes at mid-off, and who is that? He's just bending over. Is it
Woakes? No,
it's Woakes. It's Chris Woakes at mid-on, and he's Atkinson, of course, pulled off that great catch in the last over at mid-off as Williamson propping forward and playing defensively with a straight bat. One of the things that marks Williamson out is when he's just in the zone, right? It doesn't really matter what the scorecard's saying. Williamson's batting, and he is 100%. All he's thinking about is batting.
Roots like that, Smiths
Absolutely.
like that, yeah, the reason why they're great.
Carse in, and this is played beautifully by Kane Williamson along the ground, square of the wicket. There's a chase on at deep point, and that's a good little bit of work as well. What looked like a certain boundary. A run has been saved by a diving Zach Crawley, who used all of his giant frame to chase the ball down and then dive and reach right-handed and claw the ball back, drag it back. And Jacob Bethel, following up, completed the throw in from the deep. 33 for 2. Neil Manthorpe's just changed the bin, emptied the bin. Good lad. It's the kind of team that we operate here at Talk Sport. He did moan at me for putting half a cup of tea in there earlier today. Last ball of the over, and this is angling in on the pad, off stump of Rachin Ravindra, who's forward. I mean, whether you want England to win or not, and there are thousands of England fans who have turned up to this test match, flown a long, long way. But whilst, of course, you want to see your team win, one of the aspects to cricket that I enjoy more than any other is the ability to appreciate individual success from the opposition. You want to come out to New Zealand, want to be able to say you've seen Kane Williamson bat. That's one of the stories you want to tell when you return home. And of course, he did bat in first innings and he top scored. We were surprised when he was dismissed. Sam Ferris says, listening in bed while the other half sleeps in between the wife and my 2 little girls. Hard to contain the noise of England playing well. There's a silent shout out, Sam, to your wife and your 2 little girls. Asleep back in England whilst you're awake listening to cricket. We've all done it. Oh, just another half an hour. Just one more session. Then I'll go to sleep. But no, then you find yourself, it's 2, 3 o'clock in the morning and you're at work at 9. But still you listen. As Woakes, who is replacing... Who was it? Was it Atkinson at the Botanical Garden end? I think it was. Either way, he's aborted midway point of his delivery stride. And so just returning back to the top of his mark. I mean, these are gorgeous conditions to be batting in, you'd imagine, if not for the match situation for New Zealand. Williamson, 21 not out. He's got 3 slips, a gully and a backward point. As Woakes is in, 1 success already today, his first of the match, left alone by Williamson. Really good delivery. Touch fuller than what we saw in first innings. Movement, not extravagant, but enough. And Latham coming forward, trying to defend the ball. It took the outside edge. And it was a good low catch from Harry Brook at second slip. 2 chances offered to England and 2 chances accepted by England. Brilliant catch from Atkinson at mid-on. And here is Woakes again. That was a no ball actually. So he's bowling this one and it's left alone. Cricket's not your thing, you're probably not listening, but just because you enjoy cricket doesn't mean that you don't also enjoy football. We've got bags of it coming up today on TalkSport 2. Watford against QPR is the early game in the Championship. Faye Carruthers is presenting that one. Commentary from Joe Shannon and the former Leeds manager Neil Redfern. And then Game Day Live following that with Adrian Durham and the team. Williamson chopping this ball just in front of point, and he'll come through for a single. Frankie Mackay has rejoined us in the commentary box. Greetings to you, Frankie. It is looking a bit, despite this picture perfect scene, it's looking a little bit bleak for New Zealand, but they do have, I would say, their best 2 batters at the crease, and Rachin Ravindra, for one, will want to make up for his dismissal in first innings, that's for sure.
Yeah, bleak is the way to describe it a little bit if you're a New Zealand fan. Obviously not. If you're supporting England, then you're probably feeling quite merry at the moment. But the good thing for New Zealand is the sun has come out. We've gone back to blue skies, just a light breeze, and that is when batting is at its easiest at Hagley Oval. I think as soon as you get that cloud cover, and we were under lights, I mean, this morning, when you have those kind of conditions, it can get a little bit tricky. It just poses a few more problems. But I think when the sun comes out, blue skies, just continues to bake the surface a little more. You feel that these 2 could just bed in for a long time.
Here is Woakes again, and Rachin Ravindra keen to get on with things, is forward, pushing the ball to point again, no run. Yeah, we saw this yesterday, didn't we? Certainly, as the day progressed and the sun came out, the conditions eased overhead, ball got a little bit older as well, and that is a problem for New Zealand because it's still a newish ball, just 12 overs old. Batting did become easier. But saying that, there were still chances, but those chances weren't taken. We don't need to revisit old ground. As Woakes is in again, and this is steered to one of the 2 gully fielders. Jacob Bethel positioned to the left of Ben Stokes, and it's fielded, no run. 35 for 2. Your thoughts on Devon Conway? Interested to get that, because does seem to have been struggling for a while. Seems like opposition bowlers have worked out an angle of attack, which this is what it's about with Test cricket, isn't it? They identify a weakness and it's down to the batter to try and overcome it, and then seems to be struggling a touch. Not struggling though is Rachin Ravindra. A good forcing shot through the offside. Chase on through extra cover, and the ball will win on this occasion. 4 runs from the bat of Ravindra. Good looking shot there with New Zealand, whose deficit is still in excess of 100. That moved to 39 for 2.
Yeah, it's a really tough one when you start talking about Devon Conway, and the fact is you want to say burst onto the scene with that double 100, but he didn't really burst onto the scene, because we'd been seeing him here in New Zealand play domestic cricket for years in that qualification period to be able to play for New Zealand, and he just looked like he was made for Test cricket, made for international cricket.
Wokes again, and Ravindra forward, pushing this to mid-off. It's Atkinson who runs in though, prevents a single. Yeah, he was 26 when he moved to New Zealand, had to serve out a qualification period. So yeah, he was ready, wasn't he, when he started playing Test cricket, but opposition teams work you out very, very quickly.
Yeah, that's the hard thing, I think, is also there's a lot of coaches, a lot of players talk about that everyone seemingly in their early 30s, regardless of how good or how poor you are, has that little blip where all of a sudden batting looks to be extremely hard, and the good players, the best players, get through that. They come out the other side of it and they have that real flourish to the end of their career. But other people, it spells the end of their career, and I guess that is the concern at the moment for Devon Conway. He's in that little over 30s dip.
And he's not the only one in this New Zealand side, is he? Is a little bit of tip and run from Williamson, pushes this into short cover. The fielders converge, but single taken. 40 for 2. Daryl Mitchell and Tom Blundell. So that's 3 of New Zealand's top 7 have not scored consistently big numbers for the best part of a year and a half. And when you have 3 batters in your top 7 doing that, you know, you got trouble.
Cricket gets hard. Cricket gets very hard.
And they are all in that just past 30 bracket as well. And they all came to Test cricket late. This is a short delivery, and it kept on rising. Ravindra thought that he could cut this ball, but it got big on him. Went through with the shot, and the slip corner just having a little chat about whether there was a possibility of an outside edge there, but I don't think they're going to go upstairs. Certainly there wasn't an appeal from the bowler, but Ravindra having a discussion with them. And Joe Root, I think it was, who was just asking the question. Just seeing a little replay. Ravindra, of course, who escaped an outside edge when Stokes was bowling the first innings, but nothing given there as this is played to point. No run. And of course, I'm not sure if it muddies the water, but you do have Will Young sitting on the outer. He's fresh from success. I mean, it's not like he's got 5-6 Test centuries. He hasn't actually gone past 100 in Test cricket, but you know, he does. He's an experienced hand, familiar with this England team, of course. He's played some domestic cricket and seems in form. Here's Kars in again, and this is a good battle between Kars and Ravindra. As he wants, tries to get on the front foot, opens the face a touch, guides the ball into the ground just in front of backward point. No run.
Well, it's the tricky thing, isn't it? Because I think you actually see the strength in a team when you have some older debutants and they come into international cricket and they really are ready, because they've learned their craft, they've learned the game, they've churned out thousands and thousands of runs, and they're pretty close to, they're not quite, but pretty close to the finished product, ready to go. But it means they get old quick.
Here is Kars again. He's bowling very straight. He's bowling on good length, but because of the height, it's good bounce as well. And Ravindra isn't troubled by this delivery, but you can just see he wants to just get on with things. He's getting, he may not be getting frustrated at all. He just wants to bat, but he is a batter that likes to score freely. It's not about just about crease occupation with him. That's why he's such an attractive batter to watch. He's the kind of batter that, you know, you'll just put back that pint. You just say, oh no, I'm just going to watch this for 20 minutes or listen. I want to watch Ravindra bat. And again, it's drawn forward, plays straight. Good connection. It's fielded at mid-off. No run, 13 overs in. New Zealand 40 for 2. Losing both openers cheaply. Latham for 1, caught well by Harry Brook at second slip from the bowling of Chris Woakes. And Devon Conway, a brilliant catch from Atkinson. No doubt about it. Mid-on, ball dying on him. He did really well to swoop low and take a catch that saw Conway on his way for 8. Yeah, I mean, this is the thing. Mitchell and Conway are both 33. Blundell's 34. And all three of them are essentially hitting exactly the same buffer that you're talking about at the same time. I mean, Mitchell hasn't scored a century. You've got to go back to the Christchurch test of 2023 against Sri Lanka. Blundell, 15 single-figure scores in his last 23 innings before this test match. And then Conway, but Conway did score two, I would say, two, you know, important innings against India in first innings in those first 2 test matches. And a couple of 50s against Sri Lanka as well. So it's there for him. But of course, when you're an opening bat, you want more. You want those 3 figures. Cass again, and he has beaten Ravindra with an absolute beauty. And he's almost asking, that ball was too good and went too close to the bat. Surely there's an edge. But the slip cordon haven't gone up, nor has Ollie Pope. And the last delivery that I commentated was actually another no ball, so that's why that ball was delivered. 13 overs have been done and dusted, 41 for 2. And after a word from Frankie McKibbey, Daniel McCarty.
Yeah, it is the concern for those players, that loss of form, that little rut that they found themselves in. And I guess for Devon Conway, it's trying to keep the faith that you know how good that he is as a player. He's stylish, he's classy, he's got the ability to score quickly, also make big scores, and he is such a confidence player. He is the kind of player that once he gets in form tends to hold it, and it just feels like he goes out and scores runs every time he plays, but also then becomes the opposite. He's a man that when he gets out of form loses that confidence, the hands go searching for the ball, and all of a sudden it looks like runs are a long way away from happening.
Hello, Frankie. 41 for the loss of 2. New Zealand is Woakes bowling from the Botanical Gardens end. False stroke here from Williamson, looking to drive away from his body. Inside edge. Takes it down towards long leg for a single. 42 for the loss of 2. New Zealand trailing by 109 runs. England all out earlier today for 499. Brook 171. Stokes made 80, and some very hand-wringing vast contributions from Atkinson with 48 off 36 and Cass 33 off 24. New Zealand's lost Latham for 1, Conway for 8, wickets falling at 3 and 23. Not sure if you've ever heard this turn of phrase. Catches win matches? Is that? Have you ever heard that over the years? I think I've just come up with something. It's been the story. Woakes around the wicket, bowling to Ravindra. It leans forward, pushes to point. There won't be a run, because England have caught well, both Brook and Atkinson, smart catches, especially Atkinson's.
I would actually love to know, in a real geeky way, some of those sayings, you know, catches win matches. How many times in my life has a coach said that to you? Catches win matches. Yeah, well, obviously, yes. Thank you, coach. That's
runs.
That's
runs
very helpful.
Matches.
Yeah.
Got to get 20 wickets.
Yeah, all those
Even though
little,
you technically don't have to.
little cliches. How often do you hear them in the span of a career?
Woakes bowling to Ravindra, pushing this time to cover off the front foot. New Zealand's a good fielding side. It's a cliche. I've heard a lot. It's a good one from John. Punching above our weight. I assume that's present company excluded, John. I punch well under my weight. 42 for 2. Woakes into his 6th over. Here's 1 for 16. He needs wickets away from home. That's another talking point. He has Ravindra leaving outside of off stump. But to the point you and John have just been discussing, New Zealand's top order issues. Well, they have five, in my opinion, they've got 5 players in the spotlight in the top 7, based on their performances this year. That's 5 out of 7. The ones who aren't in the spotlight are
These
facing
two.
the music right now. Another cliche. There you go. Williamson averaging 61 this year. Ravindra on strike, the left-hander. Drives nicely, straightish to the onside between mid-on and the bowler. Long chase, it's pulling up. And it will be 3 runs to Rachin Ravindra. He moves to 8. It's 45 for the loss of 2. He's averaging basically 50 this year. A couple of hundreds. And they're the only 2 players to go beyond 3 figures. But you just look at the calendar year averages. The next best of those playing in this test, I'll skip over Will Young. Phillips averaging 33, Mitchell 27, Latham's in a bit of a malaise, probably even beyond this year, averaging 25. Conway's averaging 23.5. Blundell 16. You're not going to win too many games with that many players aren't contributing. Wokes wider of the crease, bowling to Williamson with very soft hands. He drops the ball just to his right on the offside. The end of the over. Wokes 6 overs, 1 made and 1 for 19. The deficit is 106, 45 for 2. You're listening to TalkSport 2 and via the TalkSport Cricket YouTube channel.
Do you think there's anything we can put it down to? Do you think there's some things that stick out that you think, well, there's some reasons why all of a sudden there are those 5 players who are underperforming, slightly out of form, slightly out of touch? Is it just bad luck? That you're always, anytime 11 people go on a cricket field, someone's playing badly. Joys of the sport.
They've just played 5 test matches in conditions that can be quite troubling. A couple of those pitches they played in India, there seemed a chance every second or third ball on it. New over, beautifully tucked away by Ravindra into the pads, cast from over the wicket. Long chase at this big venue for Bashir around from the backward square. New Zealand think about coming back for a third. Ravindra moves into double figures, 47 for the loss of 2.
And then you start getting to that discussion point around, okay, well, if we're starting to talk selection around these positions in a team, then you start having to go, well, who's next? Will Young becomes the obvious next cab off the rank.
Cars from over the wicket looking to angle across for Ravindra on his toes. He pushes into the offside, no run.
But we'd seen him at the top of the order. We've seen him in that opening role, and that wasn't a success, really. To Will Young's credit, he is a middle order player who was popped in at the top because that's where a spot was. Did an okay job, but we're not after okay as a New Zealand side. And if you want the best out of Will Young, he is a middle order player, I think.
Well, over on Sport Nation, the messages we're getting, Devon Conway's most in the gun right now, it would seem. Here's cast again, short, pulled away powerfully through mid-wicket. Actually, not as well as I thought. He was in position so quickly, maybe hitting high on the bat. Got 2. Bashir again, racking up some miles this over. Ball return, just 2, 49 for the loss of 2. But in 21 test innings as a test opener, Will Young's averaging 22. I don't know why people are burning down the house to try and... because he is a 3 or a 4. You could almost argue, is it a Daryl Mitchell he's more up against him? Ravindra drops down 1. Williamson might even drop down 1. Although I guess Kane bats where Kane wants to bat now. Cass steaming in again. Comfortably played off the front foot to a rising ball wide of off stump, chopping it away through cover, taking New Zealand to 50 for the loss of 2. There's some sort of excitement out of our window. I don't know what's going on there. Furious debate. Maybe they're talking about the top order. Williamson 24, Ravindra moves to 13. Right, apparently it's a load of gentlemen dressed as minions, making even less sense than the minions.
I think for a while as well, that Rachin Ravindra was thought of as probably the next test opener. I think there was the theory that he'd come in, he'd spend a bit of time in the middle, and he'd be the man to go to the top. Spent a lot of his first-class career at the top of the order. But why would you move him now?
Cars bowling to Williamson, leaves alone outside of off. started as a number 7 in India. Moved up the order, but well, he's averaging 50 this year. You don't want to miss. So 3 and 4 are not an issue. 1, 2, 5, 6, 7. One argument, you could bring in Will Young just to bolster your batting, but who drops out then? Because then you affect the balance of your side. That's the beauty. You've got to think of the 11, Frankie, don't you? 3 slips, 2 gullies, and a catching point, because Crawley, who's stationary at point, fields as Williamson leans forward, pushing Cast to the offside. Cast now 4 overs, no maidens, 1 for 14. 50 for the loss of 2, New Zealand, trailing by 101 runs in bright sunshine. Glorious day in Christchurch now that high cloud has burnt off. Not overly warm, still a lot of jerseys being worn by the players. What are we, about 18 degrees? Light southeaster today.
Now, a reminder, Christchurch is home, so I'm allowed to say this, but this is the wind that spoils a Christchurch day. This is you look up and you think, it's beautiful, there's some real heat in the sun, this is lovely. If you can find a corner out of the wind, it is beautiful, but as soon as that easterly cuts through you, it's actually not that pleasant at all. Only I can say it, you can't. I can say it as the local. No comments from you about wind and ruining days.
For those who aren't aware, I'm from Wellington. People around the world watching via the TalkSport Cricket YouTube channel might be aware of Wellington and its wind issues. Bouncer, slow ball bouncer, I think, from Atkinson through the hook stroke is Ravindra. Interesting choice of first delivery, completely surprising Ravindra. So we're seeing a change of approach. Let's paint the picture of the field, Frankie. That's the most important thing, because it's quite a giveaway as to how they're going to attack Ravindra. We've got man on the 45, 3/4 the way back, behind the wicket on the onside. Man under the helmet. Now he's coming out as Joe Root from under the helmet. Deep square, maybe just forward of. Forward square leg. Maybe a few metres behind the umpire. And mid-wicket, whitish mid-on. Cover, backward point. Fly slip, about a 4th slip line. Chopping a ball away around ribcage height from just outside of off stump as Ravindra. There will be no run. Is this a fraction early? The ball's only 15 overs old. Still trail by 100 runs. And I quite like the... Try to wait Ravindra outside of off stump. I remember Australia here at this venue. Full and wide, full and wide. Dab nicely into the offside. Round, chest height once more. Soft hands, got over the top of the ball, kills the pace, can steal a single. 51 for the loss of 2, because he is. Player likes to score freely. I think we've got a fancy dress prize to be handed out at tea. I don't know how far this cord goes, but they're all hovering and loitering outside of our window. Katie's having a look. I think we've got minions. What else have we got? Lobsters? No, they've just been burnt. And there's some knights. And a fireman. Some bees. And beekeeper. Well, that's helpful with the bees. We don't want the bees to go rogue. We like our honey in New Zealand. We do good honey. Atkinson, a bouncer. That's a disdain, Williamson. Gee, he's just got such amazing eye and eye. He saw that, thought about playing it a couple of times and then just decided, no, thank you very much. Too much risk, because with his field being a right-hander, he's got a deep square leg. Very fine leg on the boundary, and duck it on the 45 degree, about, what's that, 10, 15 metres in off the rope. Square leg, mid-wicket, whitish mid-on. Another slow ball, wide of off stump. Bouncing as it goes through to Pope for the 3rd time this over. There's also a fly slip, much finer for the right-hander. gully, mid-off. No, sorry, that's cover. Going around to cover his Bashir. Umpire Raza on the offside of the wicket as a result. Late in the session, Williamson on his toes, defending the ball outside of off stump. Bashir quickly in. Maybe it is just a look as we approach tee. Only pull stroke I can remember Williamson playing was one of pure class and authority right out of the middle of the bat. I think this is more of an idea I'd like to see. Shoaib Bashir's into the attack. 4 wickets in the first innings. He'll get bounced on the surface, Frankie. And also he's bowling from the Port Hills end. You've probably studied the surface. I did notice a lot more pronounced footmarks. In the end he'll be bowling to, which will be outside the off stump to Rachin Ravindra. We'll start around the wicket. And they would have only just been gouged out a little bit more as we're late in the second session. Then we've got, I assume that's someone attempting to be Ginger Spice ×2. You know what, Ginger's got a great beard these days. Dress up day, by the way. A couple of jockeys in front of me. It's all happening. Frankie Mackay's dressed up as herself.
Well, someone did say to me yesterday, they actually said, are you going to dress up tomorrow? And I said, well, every day I come to the cricket, I'm actually dressed up. This is not my normal attire.
You don't rock the blazer.
No. So I said, actually, that's quite rude. Every day I come to cricket, I'm dressed up. So I will be in keeping with the dress-up theme. Thank you.
Here we go. Off spin into the attack. Very straight first ball. Ravindra defending with a straight back to the bowler. Slip, short leg, catching cover. Also shortish mid-wicket. Those are the stationary fielders. Long off his back, deep square. Not the most in-out field to start. Bashir bowls fuller into leg stump, turning against the spin. If there is any spin, we're slightly askew. Sort of in line with mid-on, a straightish mid-on. So I have to check the replay screen if there is any sign of spin. 51 for the loss of 2. Bashir, this very tall off-spinner, drifts into the legs of Ravindra and he powerfully sweeps him away out of the fence for 4. 55 for 2. Rachin Ravindra's second 4. He's 18.
Yeah, well, he won't want to let Bashir settle. That'll be the thing noticeable for Rachin Ravindra, whether it's using the feet, depth of the crease. He will not want to see him settle into a line and length and just be able to whirl away.
Bashir from the Port Hills end. Breeze helping the ball drift back into the front pad of Ravindra, defending to root it short leg, no run. He's such an assertive player, especially against spin. We saw that in the first innings and it might have actually led to his downfall, hitting a low full toss straight to mid-wicket off this bowler. Short wide, cut away, backward of point, long chase. More runs for Ravindra, should come back for a third. No, Williamson stumbled as he turned. Of course, he's coming back from leg injuries. If there's any hint of pain, Williamson probably needs to be sensible. 2 more to Ravindra. He's 20, 57 for the loss of 2. But we saw against the likes of Ravi Jadeja, Ashwin, Washington Sundar, Yadav. Ravindra on his toes, working it very square through the onside. Got 1, come back for 2. Moves to 22. That's 59 for the loss of 2. He likes to take the spinners on, but not in a crazy fashion, not in the air often. But he wants the scoring rate, he wants to dictate terms, and he can take a ball just outside of off stump and often hit it in a variety of areas, and he's hard to set fields to if you're a slower bowler.
Well, that is the thing I think that really sticks out with Rachin Ravindra, is that busyness, that ability to not be reckless. He's not trying to hit 4s and 6s all the time, but it's the ability to manipulate spinners around. Sometimes, yes, using aggressive shots to do it, but to get the fields that he wants and to really try and apply a little bit of pressure back on the bowling. The one thing that does stick out, though, is actually off-spin Tim's quite a good matchup. averages 21.75 so far. So it is perhaps a little chink in the armour.
First ball of the new over. We'll see Atkinson dropping short, and it's pulled away towards the boundary for a single as we welcome in listeners from TalkSport with a scenario here at Hagley Oval in Christchurch. A good one for England. Earlier today they reached 499, giving them a commanding first innings lead of 155. Brook made 171, Stokes 80, Atkinson 48, Forceful 48 off 36 balls. Carr's got in on the action too, 33 off 24. Henry took 4 for 84. Smith on debut took 3 for 141. Ravindra now on strike. Atkinson dropping short around hip height. Worked backward a square to duck it in the deep for another single. 61 for the loss of 2. Williamson's 25. Ravindra is on 23. They've put on 38 because New Zealand lost 2 early wickets. That of Tom Latham, who was caught nicely low at second slip by Harry Brook off the bowling of Wokes, and the score was at 3. New Zealand captain Latham gone for 1, and then Devon Conway, whose stop-start year continues, trying to pull, hit high on the bat, close to mid-on, and a very good catch by this man Atkinson, who now has the ball, bowling short to Williamson, who pulls the ball away, somewhat off a top edge, so it goes quite fine under the heavily packed inside boundary for a single. Williamson to 26. Wokes and cast the wicket. So as we approach tea, Frankie, at the end of this over, the crowd will acknowledge another milestone. He won't acknowledge the crowd because that's just not Kane Williamson's style. 9,000 test runs. Must admit, Frankie, growing up, I never expected a New Zealander to get anywhere near that number.
That's phenomenal, isn't it? And just keeps churning them out.
Atkinson now bowling short. Well bowled, great accuracy. Was around throat height, very difficult to play the horizontal bat stroke to that. So Rachin Ravindra drops to a knee, sways out of the way, and there's 2 balls remaining in the session.
It's a lot, isn't it? 9,000 runs. It is just a phenomenal career, and remember for so long there's so much discussion of was anyone going to go past Martin Crowe's tally of centuries.
He's nearly doubled that. Atkinson full of this time into the pads, straying, worked too squarely, good fielding, tumbling away left hand side, preventing a run. The English captain leading the way, 62 for 2 it remains. New Zealand still trailing by 89 runs. 9,000 runs. Average of about 58. 55 rather. One of those runs coming in tricky seaming conditions. New Zealand. He loves batting at home. Is at the non-striker's end. Atkinson goes around the wicket this time to Rachin Ravindra, gets an inside edge, didn't know where it was. He was popping forward for a split second. He thought, is that going towards the stumps? Luckily for him, it did not. That will be the final act of a middle session. You would say another one. That will go in the favour of England. They quickly rattled off 40 runs in 6 overs after lunch, taking their score from 459 for 8 to be all out for 499. I'm sure that's what Brendan McCullum had in his mind, that in the 16, 17 overs we might have leading up to tea, 2 would be nice, and they've done exactly that.
Yep, that's exactly right. Those are those little micro targets you set yourselves. You have the discussion of, you know, it's not going to be a long stint out there, so steel yourselves. Let's have a big push. You know, it's going to be a couple of short spells for your seamers at best. That was what you'd be willing on. Can we pick up 2? Can we get 2 here? 3 would be brilliant, but can we get 2? And they've done it. They've got that in. It's been a good partnership since between Williamson and Ravindra. A feeling of, we've seen lots of it as New Zealand fans, and it feels like they just get into sync, into step every time they get out in the middle together. But you have to say, definitely session England and advantage England.
Without question. New Zealand still trailed by 89 runs, 8 wickets in their second innings still available. But this is the partnership. England can go away, rest, plan because they know these two are the heart and soul of the New Zealand order. We've talked about it a lot. 5 out of the top 7 have had lean years as far as production. Not Williamson, not Ravindra. Williamson will resume on 26, Ravindra on 23, 62 for 2. Quick look at the England bowling figures. Wokes 1 for 19 of 6. Atkinson 7 overs, no maidens, none for 21. Cass 4 overs, 1 for 14, and Bashir bowled the 1 over just prior to tea, and he conceded 8 runs.
Ben Stokes is in for his first bowl after tea, first over after tea, and Kane Williamson duly defends that up to Chris Wokes at mid-on.
Typical England, though. Four blokes
hitting
in
each other.
4 blokes in red and white coming into a field hitting each other with a plastic stump.
A lot of fun, I must say, and great entertainment for the
the Spice Girls having a better beard than me.
Was, as I said, delightfully silly. Here's Stokes. Short. Williamson goes for the hook shot, pull shot, somewhere between the two actually, and he's missed it, and it's hit him somewhere. And Williamson and Stokes, two greats of the game, sharing a moment there. And yes, Stokes is trying to inflict as much damage and remove the former New Zealand captain as possible, but I think it's hit him on the grill, hasn't it? It's hit him on the helmet, and Stokes just briefly checking in with him and giving him a pat on the back, saying, "You're right."
Yeah, it hit him on the sort of peak. I think it's bust the helmet. It's hit the peak of the helmet, right on the front corner of the helmet. New Zealand batter's helmet. It did look a hefty blow. It really was a hefty blow. It beat him for pace. I mean, it's kissed off the surface beautifully and just bounced a little bit. I think Kane Williamson he's looking down at the surface, and I think he's looking at and how quickly it came off. He looked in total control of where he was trying to sort of the shot he was trying to play. Then all of a sudden he was hurried, it was rattled, and it's gone straight into the helmet, and I think a new helmet is required. It's been sent for, and a nice touch from Ben Stokes. Went up, just inquired about the former New Zealand captain, give him a pat on the back, and the physio quickly run out. Concussion protocol is in place, and New Zealand great who's just gone past 9,000 runs. No other New Zealand player has gone. He's the only player to go past 9,000 Test match runs. It tells you what a great player Kane Williamson is. The England captain did give him the hurry up there.
He did. I remember Harmy talking some years ago now. I'm sort of answering my own question about the eyes, the evidence of your naked eye, and why sometimes the speed gun doesn't always reflect what you think you've seen. And there are some particularly quick deliveries, and you look for the speed for confirmation, and it won't be no quicker than the average speed that bowler is operating at. But I spoke to the operators of Hawkeye several years ago, and they said that the speed of each delivery is measured out of the hand rather than off the pitch, and that is a big variation. The ball doesn't decelerate at a regular. There's Stokes in once again. Williamson he's been checked, he's been concussion protocol, and he's got a new lid on, and the next delivery is clipped out on the onside. But as we were saying yesterday, cricket pitch is an organic thing, and it doesn't behave like AstroTurf. It's not predictable, and the ball decelerates at varying paces. In other words, the pitch absorbs varying amounts of energy from the ball, and that's why if it hits a particularly hard part of the pitch, it might bounce, or we're talking fractions, aren't we? It's just a little bit harder than elsewhere. Here is Stokes once again, and it's clipped away by Williamson for a single towards square leg, and they go through for one more. Williamson on to 27, Rachin Ravindra on to 23.
What we might be seeing, Manners, we might be seeing the first signs of any indentations from that sort of first day or first couple of days where the grass was a little bit longer and it's now burnt off. But where there's little areas where if you do get an indentation, you do hit the up part of the indentation, it does bounce a little bit more, a little bit higher than you expect, because not only did Kane Williamson get beat for pace there. I think he misjudged the height of that, because it looked as though he was looking to play that around about sort of breast height. Trying to swivel and play it at breast height, where he'd be trying to keep it down, and he's played the pull shot comfortably loads and loads of times in these last 2 days, where that one hit him flush on the helmet standing up.
Here's Stokes once more to the left-handed Ravindra around the wicket, bangs it in short, tucked away nicely off about waist height for a single through square leg. Yeah, we're talking fractions here. I mean, particularly on a pitch like this, where if there are any indentations there, they're almost invisible to the naked eye. I mean, you've been out there, you've been looking at the pitch each morning, and you said you can't really, you can't. They're not obvious. There aren't any sort of pitch marks or pock marks, bruising on the pitch. But if you imagine an indentation, if a ball lands on the front of that indentation, it'll keep a bit lower. If it lands on the back, it might bounce a bit more. We're talking about inches here, but that's all it takes, really, to when the ball's bowled at 140 kilometres an hour, 135 kilometres an hour, it varies, and the bounce varies by 3 or 4 inches. That's all it takes to lead to a batsman's dismissal. The last ball of the over is played defensively. Williamson 27, Ravindra 24, New Zealand 64 for 2.
Yeah, and as a bowler, they're the things that you hope from a natural disintegration point of view of a pitch in a test match to go over sort of 5 days. You mentioned it being, cricket pitches are not AstroTurf. They do wear, the surface does wear once the roll has been on it, the sun's been on it. Players have been running up and down it, and normally you get a huge amount of cracks open up. There's no cracks opening up on this surface. It's well held together with a really, really nice coverage of grass, but that grass coverage is starting to burn off. There's a minute by minute, hour by hour, and little sections of it where the ball's constantly hitting it. If it does leave a little mark on it, it can be dangerous. Comes days 3 and 4.
Short and pulled by Ravindra out towards deep square leg. There's a man gathering himself underneath it. He takes the catch. That's a brilliant catch from Jacob Bethel. Rachin Ravindra accepting the challenge from Bryden Carse. He's on the hook. He couldn't keep it down. And Jacob Bethel, the safest pair of hands, maybe. He's only 21 years old, but his reputation precedes him. And he's put out there for a reason. He gathered himself. He first had to shield his eyes from the sun to make sure that he was picking up the flight and judging it. And judge it he did. And Rachin Ravindra has gone, and New Zealand are 64 for 3.
Oh my word, what have you done, Rachin Ravindra? He hangs himself, he hangs his head as he's standing there. He's thinking what I did in the first innings was bad, but wow, that's worse. I'm sorry, clipping the ball off a spinner full toss to mid-wicket, nice, easy, comfortable catch in his first innings is one thing. But when you've been set up and the field is set for the short ball is a complete other thing, just to basically hit it, middle of the bat, straight down somebody's throat. The only thing that Jacob Bethel had to do there from a movement point of view was block the sun from his eyes. He did not have to move left, right, forward or back. He hit it straight to him. Good fielding positions from England on that, getting the angles right. But Rachin Ravindra, when you see that again, you will not be very happy.
Oh, that's horrible. It was just horrible. I mean, take it on. Sure, you've got to score runs. There's no point standing still. But pick the right one, as Kane Williamson has done, and don't hit it in the air. These are the longest square boundaries that I'm aware of in international cricket. I think you oversimplified that catch from Jacob Bethel. I think it was a little trickier than you made out.
Yeah, I think he took a step forward, step back, because of obviously for the sun. I don't think he's moving towards the ball or back from the ball. I just think he's trying to move himself and position his body so the sun's not in his eyes. It was a straightforward catch, which is made difficult by the sun, but he took it, very, very well.
Bryden Carse second delivery to the new batsman Daryl Mitchell, and it's a really good back of the length rising delivery outside the off stump, which Mitchell's almost gloved with. I mean, it's interesting. I mean, he rather than reverting straight back to the conventional for the new batsman, which I thought Ben Stokes might have done with Brydon Cast, a brand new batsman, and it's the same field. It's the short ball theory field with for Daryl Mitchell, and this is really a direct challenge to Daryl Mitchell's ego. This is an ego field. It's like, can you stop yourself? Can you resist it? As Mitchell comes forward and plays it straight back down the wicket. So no slips. A little earlier, before tea, England had 3 slips and 3 gullies, and then within the space of an over, they had none of either. Just a stark a change in contrasting styles and plans as you could possibly get. And now Daryl Mitchell faced one ball. There's a fly slip, a very fine leg, a man at 45, 10 yards in from the rope. Bouncer Mitchell does leave it alone. Deep square leg, mid wicket, mid on, and a short leg. It's just, it's like listening to an audiobook for the first time. It's like, what?
I don't think it really matters who's come in. Ben Stokes is going this way, full stop. I think he's identified. I think he really has identified that when the ball gets a little bit softer and the ball stops moving, we are going to go and bang it in. Because we're not getting anything else out of it. This is how we are attacking.
Here's Cast again to Mitchell, who pushes defensively out on the onside. But it is also, Harmy, it is this field is also, please tell me I'm right, something to do with the personality of the batsman.
Oh yeah, you didn't know that Daryl Mitchell's a happy hooker. They know that he couldn't resist taking it on in the first innings, but I don't think it mattered whether it was Daryl Mitchell, Tom Blundell or Glenn Phillips that walked out to bat here. I think England have realised on this surface, when the ball's getting a bit softer, the best way to bowl on it is halfway down with a field accordingly.
Well, not for everyone, but for Brydon Cast, most definitely. As he finishes the over with a harmless bouncer, which is too short, and clears the batsman's head and is taken behind by Ollie Pope. I mean, it was interesting earlier before tea watching Gus Atkinson being asked to do that role, and you have to be adaptable, don't you? I mean, you know, you were born to be the enforcer,
yeah.
But Gus Atkinson, you know, I don't think it comes quite as naturally to him.
I don't think it does. I think you're right. I think from a bowler's point of view, it's something that becomes natural levers, release point, follow through, everything that goes with it. You know, Gus Atkinson's action and his delivery stride is more suited to bowling a ball of a 6 metre and forward length, where something like my action, Brydon Cast's action, Will O'Rourke's action, something like that would be to bowl at 6 metres and shorter length. But you have to be adaptable. You're 100% right.
Here is Ben Stokes continuing. He looks to the Yorker now. It's a kind of a double bluff, really, in some ways, and it's tripped away nicely by Williamson. It wasn't quite a Yorker. It's a very good diving stop, tumbling stop from Brydon Cast at mid-on. I thought that ball had beaten him, but as we've said so many times, he's an athlete and he's quick. He's big and strong, but he's also lithe and athletic. And I thought that was a very good stop, 65 for 3. I just want to go back briefly to cracks in the pitch when there are a few like limited areas of unpredictability. A crack 8 inches outside the off, wherever it is on the pitch, provided it's within the sort of conventional playing area. Here's Stokes once more outside the off stump, left alone by Daryl Mitchell. And you know that you need to hit that crack, or maybe it's back of it, maybe it's a little bit of an area of wear and tear on a length of just outside off stump, and you need to hit it, and you're bowling at that. What I've always found remarkable is that, I mean, you used to bowl at 90 miles an hour. You run in bowl 150 kilometres an hour. It must be by definition harder to consistently hit an area, or if you're aiming for a crack and hoping for some unpredictable bounce. And here's Stokes once again. Mitchell turns it off his thigh pad behind square on the leg side. But who were the best that you played with or against that could just metronomically hit those troublesome areas?
I mean, probably Sean Pollock, Glenn McGrath, Ambrose Walsh. They were good at it. I mean, sometimes, man, you can chuck a beach towel and that still wouldn't hit it. So, I mean, never mind. You know, they talk about McGrath and chuck a 50p piece on a length and he would hit it 4 out of 6, 5 out of 6. So they were the bowlers that would hit it. The fun of the fair was when the faster ones, the likes of Donald and Brett Lee, Shoaib Akhtar.
Here's Stokes again, and that is short and wide. That was genuine gift for a guy like Kane Williamson, and he accepts it, unwraps it neatly, puts the wrapping paper to one side, and takes 4 runs.
Yeah, with elegance and ease, wasn't it? Stokes just got a little bit too close to the stumps there, and he had to jump out, and he's just dragged it a little bit wider and comfortably accepted gift from Kane Williamson. But I mean, the crack was there, but when you talk about them bowlers, them faster bowlers, they didn't have to hit the crack. It was already in the batter's mind.
Stokes into Williamson, turns it off his pads as Stokes overcompensates with a straighter one, and it's another single. Williamson now just accumulating. He's moved into his little apartment. He's arranged the furniture in a way that suits him. He's made sure that he's got the ingredients he needs in the fridge, and he's prepared to do a couple of days of COVID lockdown.
He is, yeah, and he's not really bothered about the disco or the party that's going on next door, is he? He's in the bubble, he's in his zone. He couldn't care what's going on in the game. You know, he knows if our bat, we've got a chance of being in this game.
Here comes Ben Stokes, and is pushed away by Mitchell, defensively out on the onside. The most in the zone batsman I ever saw had to be Jacques Kallis. He so much so that in the early stages of his career, he embedded himself so much in his bubble that he developed a reputation for running out his partners, because he wasn't listening, wasn't paying attention. He was so focused. And there have been other batsmen in a similar vein, but with Williamson, you sense that he retains his awareness, but you also just know that.
Yeah, it's a great point, great sort of analogy of looking at players who do get into bubbles. Probably Kane is the closest thing to Jacques on that front. You know, going through. They don't go through many gears. They've got 1 or 2 and they stick by them.
Second mostly. Short, pulled away by Williamson, but doesn't pick up a run because he's hit it straight to Chris Wokes.
John Norman is eating again.
What's he brought back now? A chicken burger, by the looks of it. I think that John buys food at cricket grounds more out of curiosity. He says, "Oh, I've got to have some dumplings," which he had this morning for breakfast. And he's emerged with a chicken burger now, just after lunch. Short pulled by Williamson, but I thought he actually looked like he was hitting that from down up. It looked like he was trying to hit it for 6, but it's gone for a single.
I think that's got a bit of glove. I think the glove saved him here. I want to see this again. I think if this hits a full face of the bat, it goes straight to Zach Crawley, who's actually now signing autographs to kids. As it just run up the face of the bat, clipped off the glove and took the sting out of it. I think Kane Williamson's, fortunate there. I really do think it's fortunate. If he gets a good piece in it, it might go for 6. But the size of this ground, Zach Crawley's 6'5" as well, on the boundary. I think that little bit of gloves maybe he's just saved him.
Carse in bouncer to Daryl Mitchell, ducks underneath it, taken by Ollie Pope.
Good aggression from England. Really good aggression from England. Now I like this even better now because Joe Root's going to go in it at short leg. Daryl Mitchell being caught. He's got the label as a happy hooker. Got caught playing the hook shot in the first innings. And he's now either ducking it, swaying it, standing up, not wanting to play it. And Ben Stokes has made the right call here. He's put a short leg in. Took Joe Root from catching mid-wicket into short leg. So Daryl Mitchell, if he does stand up and play it, he's going to have to play it either inside or down towards third.
Carse in again to Mitchell, stands upright and plays it defensively out on the offside. Just explain to Harmy, to the listeners and indeed to our viewers on the TalkSport Cricket YouTube channel. What role putting a short leg in, what it plays? Because there's a deep square leg, a deep 45, and a fine leg. So and a square leg. So there's 4 men for the aggressive response to the hook shot, and the defensive response to the hook shot. There's a short leg in. So as a batsman, you don't quite know what to do, because you have to be very careful defending and attacking. And that is a very good short ball from Bryden Carson. Daryl Mitchell goes up onto his toes, and I think that also hit him on the gloves. Deflects down to Zach Crawley at fine leg.
That's exactly right. You're looking at the attacking part of it. So he's got 3 men in the deep catching. Ben Stokes is catching at square leg. So you're going to go down the bouncer route, which England have signalled many times throughout Ben Stokes' tenureship as captain. And as a batter, then you've got 2 choices. Do I duck, swear, stand up and play and try and get inside of it? Do I take it on and feel comfortable that even though there's fielders in the deep, I can still pierce the field or go over the field? But having short leg in there, what it does is it drags you right across the stumps. It squares you up, if anything, because you've got to try and...
Carse is going around the wicket now, and this one is chopped away by Williamson behind square on the offside. Just for a moment there was some excitement that that ball might have carried to Gus Atkinson. I think it was played down straight down into the ground and bounced towards Atkinson at backward point.
I think this has bounced just short of him.
Oh, really? Quite a lot short of him.
Has it bounced twice?
Yeah. But there was some excitement. So 22 overs gone, 73 for 3. Another word from Harmy, and then it'll be Norman freshly reinforced with a couple of bites of his chicken burger.
Yeah, it's been good from England, really has been good from England. Talking about the short leg in there from a defensive point of view, the batter has to then take evasive action in a different way. Stand up, square up and try and run it down to fine leg, or try and steer leg side of it and try and stand up and play it onto the offside. He does not want to go on too much on the inside and get sort of caught, get tangled up and get the ball loop up in the air if the ball does get high on him. So that's why short leg's in there. Chris Woakes is going to replace Ben Stokes. It's an excellent spell from Bryden Carse, both to Kim Williamson and being more aggressive towards Daryl Mitchell.
And it's Woakes now. A very short delivery. There's no chance that any batter, Mitchell or Williamson, or anyone on either side, could have played at that. It'll look to the umpire, square leg. No wide signalled. I'd say touch fortunate.
A wide.
Yeah. I mean, we've seen quite a few wides given, so I'm not really sure why that one wasn't.
Illusioner from Chris Woakes. I don't think he's in the bouncer territory category for Ben Stokes. I think that was just a loosener to get his back going.
Woakes again, wide of the crease, and Mitchell happy just to shoulder arms, let this one go through. There is a Junk Rig Sailor says that burger looks good. He's watching me eat, because that's what people do. It's a Truman Show essentially, isn't it? Via the TalkSport Cricket YouTube channel. Do you know what? It was and is good. And the little potato wedges. I'm not a massive wedges fan.
But you've getting some on this trip, haven't you? There's been a few
tell you
good
what,
ones, haven't you?
Those wedges, they're up there. Left alone again by Daryl Mitchell on length.
Yeah, it's from the hotel last night. It's like, I mean, they used a full bag of potatoes. I mean, I left more than I ate. I eat a lot, and Manners is, I mean, YouTube can see Manners is just hoovering up them
little scraps.
Wedges, yeah.
He's not averse to being a bit of a magpie, is he? What do you think, Manners? Thumbs up to the camera?
He's saving that little bit of mayonnaise on the top of his lip for a bit later on.
It's been there since yesterday tea. Yeah, great wedges. Burger as well. I didn't have quite enough time. I arrived back at the comms box. I was sweating slightly because I was due on at 20 past. I arrived back at 19 past. So God bless whoever bowled that last over for taking their sweet time. As Mitchell was forward and connects this time. Some fancy footwork from Chris Woakes. Always makes me smile a little when there's so many rules or laws that surround what you can and cannot do to a ball, cricket ball. You know, can't apply, I don't know, saliva no foreign. Can't put anything like lip balm or sun cream, sandpaper. But if you want to play keepy uppy,
if you want to stand on it, or keep
just go for it. It doesn't matter. Wokes again down the leg side, and has that been dropped by Ollie Pope diving to his left?
I don't think so.
Possibly not. No, it was actually a pretty good stop, truth be told. But there is a leg slip in place, as it has been for Williamson as well. No, that's clearly not coming off the bat, and Pope did well to prevent that from sailing away to fine leg to the boundary. 73 for 3 then, New Zealand in second innings. Daniel McCarty has come rushing in with Chris Harris. There is a phone here, Dan. On the leg side again, clipped away and runs from the bat, because whilst there's a leg slip, there's no fine leg. So the fielder, Bashir I think it is, who's backward of square by the boundary, that deep square leg, doesn't even attempt to try and cut this off. So Mitchell moves to 6, the score 77 for 3. New Zealand trail by 74. You know, whilst waiting in the queue for my chicken, I was just thinking, you know, Williamson and Ravindra had seen New Zealand to tea, and I was just asking myself this question: can these two bat a session? And the answer is, of course they can. Can these two put on 100? The answer is yes, they can. If they do that, then actually they're back in this game. And then the crowd roared, and I knew that one of them was out.
Yeah, and it was a poor shot from Ravindra, poor judgment from him. I think he's gone on instinct. Short ball, he's thinking, right, I can hit that. He's hit it, and I don't think he's realised the consequences of having the man in the deep. Feel the size of it. It is.
Here comes Bryden Cass, who's going to bowl from the Botanical Gardens end, and he's on his knees, gingerly just getting back up to his feet, turning round. He's just fallen in his follow-through. Short ball that was left alone by Williamson.
I think Ravindra will look at both dismissals in this Test match and really take stock of the looseness of, I think, arguably his mindset. You know, not coming down, being lackadaisical when Bashir bowled him a full toss and he could have hit it literally anywhere. And it's the same there. The short ball could have hit it anywhere.
Here is Cass again. This is really short and called a wide this time. Yeah, I mean, I agree. I mean, what was it? I was in the queue, but was it his first ball after the tea break? It was the first ball of the over. I don't know if he'd faced any of the... Yes, he'd faced one delivery since the tea break.
Yeah.
And then he takes on Bryden Cass. It's not a small boundary.
And that's the thing that would really annoy me from a management point of view. It just so instinct he's hit it, not realising what the consequences of the size of the boundary into the wind.
Up on his toes and pushing a ball on good length from Cass to extra cover where it's fielded, no run. I mean, we have seen the short ball ploy, you know, on show throughout the entirety of this Test match, and one of the reasons is that you've got 70 yards one way and 70 yards the other, square of the wicket. Now, most of the sixes have actually gone, they've either been top edged, there was one hit straight down the ground by Phillips, and then most of them have gone over kind of between fine leg and just backward, well, yeah, fine leg and long leg, really. You haven't hit too many. Gus Atkinson rifled one, but he flat batted it to deep square leg. But apart from that, I mean, Brooks should have been caught attempting something similar. You know, I mean, I don't know. I'd be disappointed for sure with that. Williamson, a lot resting on his shoulders, as this is also called wide. Another short delivery. Can't remember a Test match in recent memory where more wides have been called for the shortness of the delivery, the ball sailing over the batter's head.
Yeah, yeah, wides and no balls are massive have been massive in this Test match. I mean, both teams have been guilty of both.
It's going to happen, right? I mean, if that's the plan, then you're going to get it wrong on occasion for sure. But even Chris Wokes has done it. Here is Cass. This is Fuller, and draws at Williamson forward, defends. The other disappointing thing is that we know, all the batters know, it's not like you're playing in India, where actually, because the spinners are going to come on, the ball's going to start losing its shape, the pitch is playing tricks. Actually, it gets more difficult to bat as the ball gets older. Just get through that 20 overs, just get through them. This is a session where if you play, let the bowlers, if you play sensibly, then there's runs out there. On the pull is Williamson, but in control of the shot. It's when the ball is dug in to Williamson, it seems like he's got a lot of time.
Class player.
He is a proper. You don't often say he languidly pulls the delivery, but when Williamson does it, that's what comes to mind. 1 run added to the score, 80 for 3 New Zealand, trailing still by 71.
Yeah, he's a class player, but what you're describing there, John, when the ball gets softer, when it gets older, 20-odd overs, this is the beauty about the Stokes teams. Ben goes, right, this is now the plan. And the plan now is attacking. So they're constantly attacking. England are constantly attacking. This is where I think New Zealand got it horribly wrong. They got caught between a rock and a hard place. Do a ball short, do a ball full. And you looked at the field at New Zealand, and I'm like, I've got really no idea what plan they're trying to go at. 5-4 leg side field with men out in the deep who are actually on the boundary.
Here is Cass, and this is just definitely guided down to backward point from the bat of Daryl Mitchell. So a little bit of a double bluff there.
Where I know that when Stokes' team's bowling and he's got his quick bowler on, we know 4 balls, 5 balls out of 6 are going to go round head high. Might be a wide, and Ben will be like, I'm not bothered about being wides. Don't be that sort of back of a length where you can get easily pulled. But the plan is in place, and you know what's going to happen. I didn't sense that from New Zealand. It was a little bit of hope rather than a concrete plan.
Which is a problem, especially when you've got 2 new bowlers, because they're not going to know, are they? Tucked away to the leg side from Mitchell. Another run added, 81 for 3. End of the over. New Zealand still trail by 70. They've lost 3 wickets in the second innings. Latham caught at second slip from Wokes for 1. Conway, brilliant crab from Atkinson at mid-on for 8. And Ravindra, second over after the tea break, after New Zealand had put on 41 for the 3rd wicket, holding out, going for the big shot. So much time left in the game, and he will rue that dismissal, much as he rued his first innings dismissal. New Zealand were in a pretty handy position when Ravindra was at the crease in first innings. 130 for 2, they were 199 for 3, and Daryl Mitchell was out, again going for a big shot. Top edge caught at deep 3rd. And it's Mitchell facing now. 6 not out, and gets onto the front foot and just clips this ball, pushes it rather, to point. Chris Harris alongside me. Good day, Chris.
Afternoon, John. Just helps if I turn my mic on. You're just in the back there listening to your and Harmy's description of Ravindra's dismissal. Yeah, it was the same in Sport Nation box. Just thought it was too early. He'd played a couple of shots off Atkinson leading up to tee, but this is Cast, a little bit more pace, a little bit more bounce, taking on a big boundary. First ball you face of him, just too much of a risk.
Actually, that Mitchell dismissal came very closely, very soon at the start of the evening session on day 1, so they're not learning. Short delivery and left alone by Mitchell, no run.
Yeah, well, I think Cast is definitely the better of the English bowlers to use that ploy. He's just got that extra little bit of pace and bounce, and he got that really high, and you just felt as though Ravindra didn't mind him taking it on, but just thought it was too early. Give yourself a chance, get yourself back in. As you said, as the ball loses that, it gets a little bit older, it just comes a little bit easier.
We've got an umbrella field behind the batter. Mitchell forward, pushing to mid-off, no run. 3 slips and 2 leg slips, or a leg slip and a leg gully.
Well, I just like the fact that Ben Stokes never lets the game drift for too long.
He never lets the game drift.
There's always a ploy, and as a batter, if you're out there, you're thinking, well, what are they thinking now? All of a sudden, they've gone away from the short ploy at this end with Wokes, who probably not going to do it too often. And you've got 2 leg gullies and a couple of slips, or 3 slips, and you're thinking, right, he's just looking to bowl wicket to wicket.
Wokes again. Back of a length again. And Mitchell plays with a straight bat. Back to the bowler. Mitchell is the kind of guy that, you know, we were talking about batters who are in the zone, like Williamson. Doesn't seem to matter what the scoreboard's saying or doing. Williamson is going through his processes, and we're in Williamson's world, right? Mitchell isn't quite like that, but he certainly goes out there with his method. That method rarely changes. This is uncomfortably played by Mitchell. This is a lifting, sharp delivery on the body, just under the armpit. Mitchell gets his bat just about on top of the ball via a little bit of glove. Takes a single to short mid-wicket. 82 for 3.
Yeah, I think he's a little bit like Williamson. As you said, Williamson just looks very calm and collected out there, and nothing stresses him too much. And I'm sure Mitchell, New Zealand won't be thinking too much about how much they're trailing England by or what they need to score, but these two particularly will be just looking, taking each ball as it comes. Each ball's a mini battle, just get through that and move on. Both of them know how good these conditions are, and if they can get themselves in, some wonderful opportunities to score some good test runs, and that'll hold their side in good stead.
Driven by Williamson, fielded in his follow-through by Wokes, pitched up a touch, and that's at the end of over number 25. England going well past New Zealand's first innings score, bowled out for 499, a lead of 151. New Zealand have knocked 82 of those off. They've lost 3 wickets, 3 big wickets. Do you think they do? I ask this question knowing it's not going to happen, Chris. Glenn Phillips to come in next? Wouldn't that make sense?
Yeah.
Try and apply a little bit of pressure back on England. Try and get that, because you know, look, they trail by 70 or 69. You know what it's like. Honestly. I mean, if New Zealand were to get past England's score, just 3 down, every run scored. I'm not saying that this is an England team that's going to, you know, get stressed, but to have someone like Phillips come in next, I don't know, it kind of makes sense.
Well, I think you're right. I think we've talked about it a lot. We think that Phillips should bat 6, Blundell 7. For a number of reasons. One, Phillips scores quickly, and in recent times, quite often he's been left at the end of an innings.
As he was here.
As he was
first
here.
innings, or yesterday. 58 not out.
It's happened a couple of times over in the Asian tour as well.
It makes more sense to me to have Blundell coming in at 7, because then he can bat for the other guy.
Absolutely. But you're right, it won't happen.
Left alone by Williamson. Mitchell, rather. No run. 82 for 3 at the start of the 26. It's Atkinson bowling from the Botanical Gardens end. He hasn't picked up a wicket, but boy, that was a catch at mid-on to dismiss Devon Conway.
Yeah, it was a brilliant catch. And that, dare I say it, it's been harped on a lot, but that's been the difference. I think England's fielding, they've absolutely set the standard in this test match, particularly in this innings. There's been some brilliant ground fielding, some very, very good catching, highlighted by Gus Atkinson's catch. He'd been bowling as well at mid-on, went low, just off the grass.
Here is Atkinson again. That was a fast ball. Length delivery, straight, forcing Mitchell to play. But no run. 82 for 3. So yeah, going back to our discussion about Glenn Phillips, it would make sense to me. You've got to try something different. Say one of these two was to fall, just bring him in. Just bring him in and try and put pressure back. Otherwise, you're just going to send in Blundell, and you're just allowing England to bowl, to dictate.
Makes sense to a lot of people.
Here is Mitchell again, forward. That's a good-looking drive. Mitchell is just going to stay behind the crease. He's going to scratch out his guard at middle and off. Williamson comes down the track. The ball was going to be reaching the boundary the moment it had left the bat.
Wonderful shot, wasn't it? Beautiful high elbow. He knew it was 4 as soon as he hit it, and it was past mid-off. He's had to work pretty hard, Daryl Mitchell. But dare I say it, starting to look a little bit more comfortable. And I think just the slightly slower of pace of Atkinson as well.
Atkinson bowling early 130s, left alone this time. Touch wider from Atkinson. He can touch 140 kilometres an hour gusts. In fact, when he was in and around the side at the first, he was talked about as a 92 mile an hour bowler, which raised an eyebrow or two from those who'd seen him bowl for Surrey. Wasn't quite sure that was going to be a consistent part of his game, but he is nippy, repeatable action, and he just gets that enough movement, not extravagant,
Don't
but
get me wrong.
enough.
He's certainly quick enough.
Oh, he's quick and he's accurate and he makes batters play. As Mitchell is forward and pushing the ball to Shoaib Bashir at short mid-wicket. 86 for 3, 1 ball left of the 26.
But what England have shown, if you hold your catches, what a difference it can make and how easier it is to put pressure on the opposition. And a couple of terrific catches. That one out in the deep by Brethel as well. Into the sun, it was high. First test match.
It was always going to be that way, wasn't it? Always going to be.
Well, you said it. You said you watch England, they'll hold on to everything.
So far in the second innings they have. End of the over, defended again up to mid-off. 4 runs coming from it. New Zealand trail by 65 here on TalkSport 2 or via the TalkSport Cricket YouTube channel. They're 86 for 3, and after a word from Chris Harris, it will be Daniel McCarty.
Well, we said it in the last partnership between Williamson and Ravindra, how crucial this partnership is, and this certainly is. Blundell's down to come in next, and then Phillips. But you feel as though Williamson and Mitchell have to set a bit of a platform. With New Zealand still trailing by some margin, still a lot of work to be done. And even by tonight, if they get through tonight, sure, they're still going to be behind the England total. Good afternoon, Daniel.
Hello, Harry. It's been a long time since I've seen you.
Not long enough, some would say.
86 for 3. Bashir, 1 over before tea, conceded 8 runs, all off the bat of Rachin Ravindra. Doesn't have to worry about him because he's been dismissed. The only man out so far in this, the third and final session on day number 3. He was caught Bethel, a deep square, looking into the sun, putting the hand up to block the sun. He was backtrack. He didn't look certain underneath it, but he held it. Ravindra looking to broadcast first ball, gone for 24. Williamson dancing feet, going back and playing the ball into the cover region against quality ground fielding, diving away the left, preventing further run. That is the aforementioned Bethel. 87 for the loss of 3. New Zealand still trailing by 64. Latham for 1 and Conway 8. The men out before tea. Ravindra since the resumption of play. 62 for 2 at that stage at tea. It really was a huge body blow to lose Rachin Ravindra. Mitchell into the knee, waits, reverse sweep, and he'll get it past the field, out to the fence for 4. Shot, he plays a lot to the slower bowlers. It brings him his 3rd 4. Mitchell to 15, it's 91 for the loss of 3.
Yeah, I love the intent. Couple of reasons. One, it keeps the scoreboard ticking and reducing that total, but also it puts pressure back on Bashir. Doesn't want him to settle. Does play that reverse sweep very well, but he generally plays it so it changes what the bowler's doing, so he can bowl into the areas where he really wants to hit him.
No change to the field from over the wicket. Much straighter bounce into the hip. It will be a feature of the off-spinner, using his natural height turn through square leg for a single by Mitchell to go to 16, 92 for the loss of 3. Swept a good line. It was wider of off-stump. Times get yourself in a bit of bother sweeping from straight. Less so in New Zealand, of course, where there's not much spin. So you're nowhere near what they encountered a few weeks ago in that historic series victory over India. Williamson going back, playing with a straight bat to the bowler. There's a gap at point. Slip. Backward point cover. Mid-off on the offside. She gets nice and tall in his action, bowling from high, dragging the length though down and to the onside, and worked away with plenty of bottom hand through the mid-wicket region. Crawley can't prevent. Well, getting to the outfield, and good running from Daryl Mitchell, calling Kane Williamson back, and they come back comfortably for a 3rd. So 9 runs off this over, so Bashir expensive as he just gets into his rhythm. Gets into his spell, and we know how much Ben Stokes backs his spinners. He won't be worried about conceding 9 runs off the first 5 balls of the spell. That's much better. Tighter to off stump. Good length too. Mitchell has to come forward and defend. It would have threatened that knee roll, which always finds a good target for the spinner. 95 for 3 at the end of the over. Mitchell 16. Williamson 39. The deficit 56.
Good over of batting from New Zealand, though. Love the fact that Daryl Mitchell played the reverse sweep and got 4 for it. And also really love the way Kane Williamson plays spin, but particularly today, he knows on the surface he can play on length. He knows he's got a gap through the offside with the offside up, and if Bashir gets a little bit short, happy to give himself a little bit of room outside the leg side and try and work it through the offside, wanting him to bowl straight so he can work him through mid-wicket, and his other scoring option will be, because there's a long on in place, just to hit it down the ground. So just the way he manipulates the bowler to bowl him where he wants to. Very good from these two.
Continuing from the Botanical Gardens end. Northeasterly, pushing over his left shoulder is Atkinson, bowling to Williamson, stumps to stump. Push back to the bowler.
Love the fact that it's just all short spells. We talked about Ben Stokes not wanting the game to drift. He came on for a couple of overs, thought bowled really well straight after tea. Cast bowled a couple, and then he brought Wokes on. Then Cast came back for a short spell of that short staff, and now Bashir's on. So it's just keeping everyone fresh, just keep changing it up, keep trying different things.
And again, Atkinson bowls wider of off stump, gliding the ball into the gully region with the open face is Williamson. 95 for 3. Chris Harris. The only complaint I have about this test match, I really enjoyed it. The over rates.
Horrendous.
12.3 an hour in all 3 innings. It's not great, is it? Atkinson bowling on back of a length, and Williamson, trademark fashion, punched the ball, not completely off the back foot, sort of hops back a touch, and classical stroke through the cover region. Another 3. There's been lots in this test match. Williamson to 42. It's 98 for the loss of 3.
It's just a wonderful shot, isn't it? We said it a lot when Harry Brook was batting. Just looks as though they got more time, and Kane Williamson's exactly the same. It was just back of a length from Atkinson, just outside off stump. Just stood tall on his toes and just punched it through cover, not trying to overhit it. Wonderful shot.
2 slips a gully. Actually, 3 slips really. Duckett's at a 4th or 5th slip. Mitchell gets a full delivery drive. It's great fielding by the bowler, getting down quickly to his right. You know how smart he can be off his own bowling. Only need to go back to the first innings where he took a very good catch to get rid of Devon Conway to open the test match. So Duckett's at a 4th or a 5th slip, then squarer and deeper gully. Crawley. Cover mid-off, mid-on. Deep backward square, long leg. And again, straight approach. Ball's a little bit wider of the crease. Effort ball, dropped it short. Ball didn't get up as much as we've seen. Went through about waist high as Mitchell had to move the hands at the last as it went through to the keeper.
I had a wee hesitation when you were talking about overrate, because I think you and I were on air, and Jeremy Coney was talking about the mass he'd done that evening. And said, I work out that there's going to be 27 overs, and you and I looked at each other in the first session and went, what are you basing that on?
It winds us up for us having no life, because we come up with the odd cricket stat from time to time, mainly that we've just utterly stolen from Gary, claiming as our own, and then he has the temerity to say we have no life. Back of a length this time, Mitchell defends to cover, no run. It's much easier to get in a fight with Jerry when he's not here. Isn't that right, John? Schoolmaster. Gave you the cane yesterday, didn't he? Come here. 6 of the best, lad. Have some of that. That's the end of the over. 98 for 3.
Well, my point was that he said that we thought we'd get through 27 overs in the first innings, and you and I both looked at each other and laughed, and you went, what are you basing that on? New Zealand's rate currently is 12.5 overs an hour.
And England are going to smash it, so there's going to be lots of chasing of leather. And who was right, Harry?
Well, he certainly wasn't. He was giving them 4 and over. I think you and I were both thinking they're going to get at least 5 or 6, and we're going to not get anywhere near 27 overs. And as it turned out,
it was 23.
23. And we're lucky to get through 23, and they scored 140.
140 for 3 in that session. It was all action. Some of the strokes were glorious. Like from Gus Atkinson, a number 9. Looked like he was having a net. Here's a full toss that smashed straight to mid-off. Williamson's missed out here as O'Shea continues from the Port Hills end with his off breaks.
Feels wrong to call him a number 9. I think based on that innings alone, and it's only one small sample size, he would have to normally bat ahead of Chris Woakes, I think.
Dragged down quicker through the air, played straight down to Root, who's under the helmet but just behind square at a position where he took a catch off Nathan Smith. Nathan Smith just let that roll off the face. Williamson played it down. Very aware of Root's presence. Just behind him. 98 for 3 it remains. Short, pulled away awkwardly by Williamson, hitting high on the bat. And that's a sign of what Bashir brings with his physical attributes. It looked like it was there to be slapped away, but Williamson shows no timing.
I like the fact that he's been proactive. As I said again, he'll play him on length. Prefer to go leg side with the spin, but be happy to go through offside if he can.
Quicker, straighter, on middle stump, played to the onside, no run. Is it just me or the Barmy Army quiet over the first 2 days by these standards?
Yeah, I think they sense a moment, don't they?
I don't know if they were spread around, they couldn't find each other. Williamson goes back and cuts gloriously, backward of point. Long boundary, slow outfield, we'll see it pull up. Williamson will have to be satisfied with 2. 44 to Kane Williamson. 100 is up for New Zealand, they still trail by 51 runs.
That's again playing it on length. Almost fooling Bashir as he's looking to come down the wicket, and then he gives himself a little bit of room to open up that offside. So hard to bowl to.
Just a minute, I was wandering around the streets of Christchurch last night, and a lot of the Barmy Army who looked lost last evening. Quicker through the air, wider of off stump, dab to backward point, there will be no run. A lot of 1 and 2s. Looking for the tack. The weak had been separated from the pack. They looked a little bit lost.
Lost as they weren't sure where to go or what was the best pub or...
That probably a bit of both.
Trying to
But
find the trumpeter.
Where do I go? Where can I find some deep fried food at this stage to soak up what I've imbibed on the bank? For those listening on TalkSport 2 or via the TalkSport Cricket YouTube channel, and describe what 80% of this arena. There's no shade. No shade whatsoever.
There's a couple of umbrellas.
It's a beautiful looking ground, don't get me wrong. Smack bang in the middle of Hagley Park, which is a glorious park.
There was a few red faces last night, weren't there?
There really were. Not the warmest couple of days, unlike day number 1, but that sun can bake you in New Zealand. Atkinson starting full on off stump, pushed back to the bowler by Daryl Mitchell, who's 16, Williamson on 44.
Well, if you've lived here long enough, we've all experienced it. We get those overcast days and you think the sun's not coming through, we'll be fine. They're often the worst because you don't put on protection. And then all of a sudden you go home that night and your nose is bright red and you feel sunstroked and it's an awful
Then
feeling.
you lie down on the couch and wake up disorientated about midnight. Huh, what happened there?
Please put on the sunscreen.
Slip, slop, slap, we say in these parts, don't we, Harry? Atkinson buzzing in again, his 10th over. Again, very straight. He's being demanding, not offering anything to the New Zealand pair. The only mistake he's made in the last, well, slightly over-pitched crunch drive back down the ground by Mitchell. And for 28 off 9.2 overs.
I think that's the advantage England have over New Zealand, and this is not a criticism, but because bowlers have been pretty demanding and we're not scoring particularly quickly, they can leave those catches in for longer. Don't have to defend.
2 slips in a gully. Atkinson goes leg side this time, lifting delivery. Pope moves nicely to his left. He thought he heard something. He went up. The hand stayed down on umpire Rod Tucker at the far end. As Mitchell shuffled right across to off stump. Just check the replay. I'm not even sure it flicked the thigh pad.
Well, Ben Stokes wasn't interested, was he?
Atkinson, full of length, wide of off stump, no stroke.
Lots of noise from the Barmy Army today, isn't there?
I do like the noise of a cricket venue.
The atmosphere.
Should we just shut up?
Do you think they're trying to inspire their team?
That, and I think they're just having a darn good time. Right? It can be a bit of both.
Some brown nectar.
Two balls remaining in Atkinson's over from the Botanical Gardens end. It's a good line, about six stump. No stroke from Mitchell. There's signals to Williamson at the other end. That one did bounce a little. As we have seen, 12 mils of grass at the start of this test match. Generally a venue that has provided good bounce. That length of grass, to see the a trampolining effect.
It's played well, hasn't it? There hasn't really been any inconsistent bounce at all.
No. It's a nice straight approach. He bowls full, over pitched. Smearing drive to point with the open blade by Daryl Mitchell. No run. Maiden over. Atkinson second. 10 overs, 2 maidens, no wicket for 28. No, a no ball. How many times have we had a no ball off the last ball of an over?
14 times.
Chris Harris, nothing gets past him.
The good news was it was no ball.
So it won't be a maiden. Take that back. 9.5 overs, 1 maiden, none for 29. It's 101 for 3. Atkinson looking to finish his over. Once more. Moving accuracy on off stump. Mitchell in front of his front pad, defending into the covers. What they are doing is not allowing Mitchell to play the game he wants. He wants to be assertive. He likes stealing in boundaries. And he has to respect the state of play, which New Zealand are behind by 50 runs on the scoreboard at 101 for the loss of 3.
I'm too nervous to ask you. How many overs left in the day?
29 in an hour and a half scheduled.
It's supposed to be an hour, isn't it?
Yeah.
But with the extra half an hour, I'm not going to get through
It's supposed
there.
to finish in 1 hour and 1 minute.
Not likely to get through them, are we?
Again, for the third straight day.
I think we'll
I
get
always like
closer,
to
though.
describe. You can imagine a football game at like, what do they call them, the fourth official? Puts up the sign, 8 extra minutes, and then the players just go, nah, we've had enough. We've had it. We'll just go off. 8 minutes? You may have paid an exorbitant amount of money, but no, like, we're a bit tired. He's a powerful drive, glorious stroke. He's such a diminutive man as Williamson. Really had to reach for that and then slapped it. With grace, though, for 4. He's 48, 105 for 3.
A little bit more energy in that shot, though. You knew as soon as it had beaten the man at wide mid off that there was no stopping it, even though there is a cover sweeper. He got the length that he wanted, threw his hands through it. A wonderful strike. Just 2 away now. Another Kane Williamson 50.
To add to what? 36 test match 50s, 32 test match 100s. 105 for 3. Round the wicket, Bashir changing his approach. Williamson, though, so light on his feet, able to step outside of leg stump, work the ball through, extra cover out to Bethel on the deep for a single. 106 for the loss of 3.
There's a great.
Right, everyone sit up, straight backs, chairs in.
Oh, he's here, the master.
The teacher's here. Jeremy Coney's ready to join. 106 for the loss of 3. Williamson's now 49. Back over the wicket to Mitchell, who hits uppishly wide of mid-on, who was very, very straight, which is generally Mitchell's happy place, but he's deliberately flicked the ball into some space at wideish mid-on out towards mid-wicket for 4. 110 for the loss of 3. It's a good field set, but is it deliberate, or in fact, I've checked the replay, maybe The bat's twisted in the hand. Mitchell goes to 20. The deficit's 41.
No, I think it was deliberate. I love the way these two are taking on Bashir. Like that from Mitchell as well. Does like to go in the aerial route. That's a good shot.
Almost behind the stumps is Duckett at long on. He's just to the onside, pushed by Mitchell to mid-wicket. There's no run. Now, Duckett's been asked to go a bit wider. Stokes at conventional mid-on was a little bit wider. He'll go straighter. Mid-wicket. Deep backward square. Leg gully. Short. Root under the helmet there. Slip. Backward point. Cover mid-off. Mitchell's beaten, is it, or it's been put down the way Bashir and Brooke went up at first slip. Was there a feather edge? Did you hear anything, Harry?
No, I didn't, but it's close.
Oof. Bounce that went past the outside edge, high on the bat, almost near the gloves. Well bowled, Bashir. He's in again. Mitchell reverse sweeps, very fine for 4. Again, based on line. It's wider of off stump. So it takes LBW out of play. Plenty of bats. The bat of Daryl Mitchell. 13 runs off that over. Mitchell 24, Williamson is 49. The partnership is worth 50. They've trimmed the deficit to 37 runs. As I've just pulled the headset out, sorry very much. It's not as if TalkSport's already had a difficult day with equipment. And I've gone and blown a headset completely. You can invoice Jeremy. 114 for the loss of 3, more from Chris Harris and then John North.
Well, I love the way these two have gone about playing Bashir. 4 overs, none for 32. Both been very proactive. We've seen a couple of reverse sweeps from Daryl Mitchell and one over the air. And Kane Williamson just going about the way that he does, playing Bashir on length. Anytime he's a bit short, looking to go leg side, offside. Had a wonderful cover drive in the previous over, and they put pressure right on Bashir. And we're just having a look at that second to last ball, the last over, and there was no edge from Daryl Mitchell. So Ollie Pope will breathe a sigh of relief.
Well, it just sums everything up. England only drop the ones that don't take the edge. Atkinson in, and this is a nice forcing shot from Williamson, up on his toes, pushing the ball through the fielders at points and cover, and 3 runs, another 3 runs. It's been a lot of runs, 3 runs scored, and that also brings up the 50, second 50 in the match on his return to the side for Williamson. Whether these runs will be important or just a footnote, we will find out at some point tomorrow or following this test match. But Kane Williamson, who admitted to experiencing a little bit of FOMO, watching from afar as New Zealand took all 3 tests against India, is back in the side and showing his worth. Mitchell now facing, and tries to cut this ball past short cover, no timing, and the only chance of a single there was because of the misfield. Well, I'm glad to say Jeremy Coney, after a period apart, not by design, I must say, we're back on the airwaves together on TalkSport for the first time since our robust discussion. Was it? It seems like, was it yesterday or the day before? It was yesterday, wasn't it?
Yeah, I was asked to come in for the second round of the bout. That's right, yes.
Good length delivery from Atkinson. Mitchell's not interested.
But happened in the game since, though, hasn't it?
Well, there's been 4 more drops in the game.
Yeah, well, that's just inevitable while New Zealand are in the field.
Sadly, yeah. And then, of course, England have taken all 3 that have gone their way.
Yep, they have.
That's cricket. But, you know, New Zealand are pushing now. They're probing away. 34 now, the deficit. Williamson's gone past 15. They've just got to believe. They've got to believe they can get through the next hour and 24 minutes without losing a wicket, and then they'll see where they are. As Mitchell defends on off stump.
Yeah, well, both the openers, really, Latham and Conway, couldn't get going, could they? They didn't look comfortable, and it was not really a great surprise when they headed off to have an early shower. Ravindra, well, I thought it was dumb, actually. The first delivery from Kaas, not having a look, not having any and 6 set on the onside. He then chose to go to the furthest boundary that you could possibly try and attempt to get to.
Full and driven to the left of mid-off. The chase is on, but I think the fielder Stokes may as well give up. That's a good shot from Mitchell. It was in his arc, and he's been playing straight, he's been playing defensively, but when it's there to be hit, he's done so all along the ground for 4.
Yeah, nice piece of timing, really, without really a flourish. Just a sort of check drive, but going sort of just straight of what you might call sort of extra cover area. And certainly was enough pace to beat mid-off and turned and chased, but couldn't get there. Good stroke.
121 for 3. New Zealand trail by 30 as Atkinson is in. And Mitchell's back to what he's doing whenever the ball is on the stumps, really. Just playing it from whence it came. You know, the smartest amongst us learn from the mistakes of others.
Well, it was interesting basically we had the oldest fella really with Williamson, with the youngest sort of next man to overtake perhaps Williamson's position, both at the crease. And Williamson's just slightly cut from an older cloth, put it that way. And he's got a little bit more patience. He's prepared to wait a little bit longer, to select his shots a little bit more carefully and with more prudence, and therefore he doesn't quite make the same level of mistakes. He doesn't perhaps score as quickly, no, but he gets a lot more runs, put it that way.
Absolutely, and of course, wasn't exactly the first time that a New Zealander had erred in such a manner as Bashir is in, and it's Williamson making a little room for himself. He'll cut this through vacant deep point for a single. I'll take you back to the first over, was it? Or the first ball that Daryl Mitchell faced. Bryden Cast, the bowler. First or second over after tee. Dug in short. Mitchell went for the big shot. It was caught down here.
Yes, he did.
And that's exactly what Rashim Ravindra did. Second ball after tee, first one facing Cast, and he went for the big shot. As Williamson comes forward and just pushes this to Stokes at mid-on. But, you know, it's a learning business, I suppose. You have to learn. You cannot continue to make those mistakes. It's all well and good coming in and looking $1 million player, and he is $1 million player. IPL deal will tell you that as this is driven to the right of Bashir, who does well to stop the ball in his follow-through. But yeah, you will just hope that he learns, because he's obviously got a touch
he's an
of
exciting
real
player.
quality.
Oh no, he's a very exciting player and great to watch when he does get going and keeps going. He did once or twice in India.
He did indeed. Big century in India as Mitchell pushes this to Harry Brook at mid-on, wideish mid-on, short mid-wicket really. England's over rate is absolutely appalling, isn't it? So I think we're going to be set for a long spell from Shoaib Bashir from the Port Hills end, come what may. As Mitchell just turns this around the corner, can't beat Brook again at mid-wicket. No run, 122 for 3. We've got a little present for you, Jeremy.
It's a peace offering, is it, to keep me cool? Not to get too excited, Jeremy, and you know, it's an ice cream, everybody.
Yep.
And it's one of those ones I think that'll probably end up mostly on the hand.
I was expecting it to come more towards the back end of your commentary stint, the truth be told. But you did mention to the listeners that we'd be eating ice cream following our back and forth yesterday, and here we are on air.
Very nice.
Silence doesn't really work too well on radio, but sod it. I mean, that's melted quick. Thank you, Katie.
Yeah, thank you, Katie. Very nice. I thought she was leaving because I'd just arrived in the box, that was all, but she's very kindly gone away and got us an ice cream each. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Can't believe I'm actually attempting to do this whilst commentating. And we're with TalkSport, we're eating ice cream live on air on TalkSport and TalkSport 2. Myself, John Norman, Jeremy Coney alongside me in the commentary box. We had, if you haven't checked it out, go over to the TalkSport YouTube cricket channel. shortly after the fourth drop of what turned out to be 8 in the innings. Jeremy was, well, he picked up on my choice of words when I described those opportunities that had been put down as not straightforward. And what followed will live long in the memory banks of the producers here, that's for sure, and hopefully also the listeners and viewers on the TalkSport Cricket YouTube channel.
There's nothing wrong with a bit of difference of opinion.
Well, I'll be honest with you, Jeremy, when we started this journey back in 2018, I'd spent the best part of 14 years listening to vehement, feisty and at times aggressive football chat on TalkSport, and I wanted to dispel the notion that you couldn't get, cricket was not a sport that everybody just politely agreed about. You can get just as much, you can fall out. I mean, this is the point. We can have a matter of opinion difference with our opinions. Is Williamson facing up? It's Woakes who's been brought in to bowl from the Botanical Gardens end. This was in the air for just a touch as Williamson trying to target extra cover. Stokes is in there.
Yeah, well,
it's just gone to his left. No danger though.
Having played for 13 years, you eat while I talk, and we just have to one at a time, I guess. I'm actually taking the view, I think I'm going to force mine into the cone, and I think it's probably safer. Yes. So here comes bowlers in, cut for 4, backward a point. Williamson, good stroke, all along the ground, just wide of the slip cordon. So
I think the ice cream would have disappeared out the window if he cut that straight to second slip.
That's exactly 126 for 3 now with that boundary.
I followed suit. I pushed it down the cone.
My turn. You keep going.
You go. I'll talk us through this one. 2 slips in place. Harry Brook just coming back. No, Zach Crawley actually. Kind of a deep gully. There's a forward point, and Stokes is at extra cover. Duckett, relatively deep, quite deep at mid-off, and mid-on is a touch shorter. There's a fine leg that's quite wide, and there's a deep square leg as well. And it's Chris Woakes who picked up the first wicket to fall in New Zealand's second innings, and this has been guided to the right of Joe Root at first slip. Again, it was in the air for a fraction, but 4 runs coming from the bat of Kane Williamson. He moves to 61, the score 130 for 3, and New Zealand, who were at one point 64 for 3, now trail by just 21.
Yeah, it's important partnership. In fact, New Zealand have got to the point, because they've made errors at different times in this match. Once on day 3 at the last session of the day, where they were poised at about 200 for 3, and then went ahead and lost 5 wickets in that last session, and then of course all the catches on day 2.
Woakes again, and Kane Williamson comes very close to inside edging onto his own stumps. The ball is cushioned onto his pads and then just dribbled past off stump. I mean, actually it's missed by a couple of feet, but such has been New Zealand's test. He's actually managed to nutmeg him. Well, the ball looks like it's going to be going between his legs, and then hits his front leg and then travels backwards. No danger, but just for a moment there, Williamson was concerned as Kane Williamson can get. Full again, and Williamson forward opens the face of the bat just a touch, but it's fielded at second slip.
So in both circumstances of those times, New Zealand were on the cusp of perhaps forging just a little bit ahead in the game, pulled themselves back again, that sort of handed, to England the sway in the match. And so, and England have grabbed it, of course, and they've gone ahead and forged into a position of power in the game at the moment.
Woakes again left alone this time. Yeah, I mean, England they've not made their own luck. You can't, but they've made sure they've been on. They just scored quickly, didn't they?
Oh,
they scored quickly.
They batted freely, didn't they? And I thought the length of their batting too. I thought Atkinson, no ball by the way, and Atkinson batted beautifully, really, for, I don't know, must have got between 40 and 50, somewhere in there. And then Cast came in once he went, and he also got a 30 odd. So, I mean, that's number 9 and number 10. New Zealand can't match that. I mean, so and they played aggressively and they played well, and so New Zealand couldn't stop them scoring.
Here's once again, as Jeremy said, it was a no ball. This is cut to point from the bat of Williamson. I mean, there's a lot of statistics. The craziest one is the number of drop catches, but one that stands out for me is that England scored 140 runs in the morning session. 140, which is a lot of runs, right?
It is 140 for 3.
But the fact that Ben Stokes, I don't have the exact stat in front of me, but I think he only scored 41 of them. So I think maybe he went in at 80, not out at lunch. But usually, when England score so freely, Stokes is at the forefront of that. But not this time. 131 for 3 then. 34 overs of the second innings has been bowled. New Zealand trail by 20 runs. Kane Williamson backing up the innings from day one, really. He was out just shy of 100. Bless you, Katie. He's gone past 15. Daryl Mitchell is 28 from 57. And as I say, New Zealand trail by 20. You're listening to myself, John Norman. Jeremy Coney alongside me. And we've nearly finished our ice creams as well, without any mishaps.
And because of those two little areas that I spoke where New Zealand just fell away, and gifting, if you like, not so much gifting, but they were trying, of course, but they made errors. And now they got to a point, I think, in the match that they literally cannot have another bad session. They've got to really not lose another wicket in any remaining play today, and then they've got to continue on tomorrow. If they don't set England something in excess of 300, I would say, which is, otherwise I'm afraid there's too much time left, and they've got to somehow even that up with some very good play between now and then. Whether they've got the depth in their batting to do so, we're just going to have to wait and see. But at some point you've got to stop and say there's no more left, can't do anything else if you want to be competitive in this game, and that's where they are right now. So Williamson and Mitchell have just got to accept that responsibility, enjoy it, and try and make the most. It's not that the ball is doing a great deal. This is a good surface to bat on. If you get yourself in and make good decisions, you can score runs here. So that's what New Zealand will want to do for the remainder of today.
Perfectly, beautifully put, Jeremy Coney. I have loved eating an ice cream on air with you. I doubt I'll ever do it again with anybody else. And if I do, I'll feel like I'm cheating.
I feel like crying now. I mean, for heaven's sake.
Oh, there's a helicopter to the right of us. The
Yeah,
helicopter's back. It's all going on. Neil Manthorpe about to come in.
on,
he
Manners.
is
Come on,
30
Manners.
years behind the mic. I bet Manners has never had an ice cream on air either. Let's find out very shortly here on TalkSport 2 and the TalkSport YouTube channel.
I don't think I have had an ice cream on air. In fact,
Well,
I'm sure. No, I
have you
don't.
had a lamb shank on air? I don't think you've probably eaten very often on air, would you? Really?
Yeah, a couple of times.
Surreptitiously on your own when you've had no one else to talk to?
Well, once or twice, something delicious was delivered to the commentary box, and you had an understanding with your fellow commentator, just as you had with John there, that one would talk and one would eat, and that hopefully you didn't end up talking with your mouth full. But every now and then you have a weaselly co-commentator who does the dirty on you, and you've got a mouthful of Stilton that's left over from the hospitality suite, and they say, I know how we can get rid of this. The commentators will eat anything.
No, I don't think it'll last till tomorrow. Nah.
Anyway, the drinks have been
It's all crumbly.
taken.
It's all over your shirt.
Yeah.
I
I actually was amazed. I would have put at least $5 on some of that ice cream ending up on your jeans or in your lap, because it was melting quickly, but you almost inhaled the last bit.
Well, I used the cone, the shape of the cone. I thought it's probably better if I force this, and at least that won't be running down onto my hand, into the microphone, into the wiring.
You still have to eat it pretty quickly.
You do.
Those cones are quite
You do.
absorbent.
Yeah.
Anyway, play is underway. I just had a little visit to the. Would that be the presidential suite in the Sir Richard Hadley Pavilion, or is it just the hospitality area?
Yeah, just the hospitality. Yes.
And they've got the afternoon cheese out.
Right. Oh, hence you'd mentioned.
And I was walking past, and I wondered if anybody would notice. Here is Shoaib Bashir continuing with his off spin. Back and across goes Daryl Mitchell, playing defensively off the back foot. 28 not out he is. Kane Williamson has 61. You just I mean, there's the Pinot and the Chablis,
flowing.
and the Chardonnay, it's all flowing. So you didn't think anybody would notice. Punched off the back foot out to mid wicket, no run.
Mind you did have shorts with no socks.
No, I've got shoes on, but I was wearing shorts. But I wasn't the only one with shorts on in there. But you still you should have look around, make sure no one's looking. So I don't mind a bit of cheese in the afternoon, Jeremy.
Okay.
That's flicked away behind square on the leg side, and there were some large hunks of it, and so I couldn't resist.
I noticed your pockets when you came in.
No, I just a little chunk. Some wonderfully fresh bread. It really has got the taste buds salivating. I might have to go back and get some more. 132 for 3. New Zealand just 19 behind. They're 3 down, but 2 men well established now at the crease as Bashir is in and driven by Williamson. He played one of the most delicious shots earlier. That delayed slap cover drive past wide mid-off down to the boundary in 2 Bashir overs ago. It was shot of such immense skill, waiting for the ball and reaching for it at the same time, delaying the shot, and it was quite wide of the off stump and placing it with such sumptuous timing. Next one defended. Williamson remains 61, Daryl Mitchell 29, 132 for 3, and a partnership between these two growing in stature. 68 currently Innsworth. Bashir is in once more, defended by Williamson, no run.
Yeah, 5-4 onside field, so you've got 2 catches on that onside. The man in close, that's Root under the helmet, just behind square, looking for a catch from a turn that's, the batsman doesn't get over. There's also a mid-wicket who's in a bit close for a lifted on drive or punch off the back foot that you don't get over. So those are the 2 catches there. Obviously, then there are further out. You've got men who are looking to protect boundaries and so on. So that's the kind of the field that Bashir is working with. There's not much turn at the moment. He's still getting some bounce, and especially for someone like Williams, isn't it? He's not of tall stature, I don't think you'd describe Kane Williamson, but he does use his height nicely, gets on top of the toes and gets over the ball. Tries to keep leg side of the ball so he's able to get it through the offside because there's one less man in that area on the offside. So 5-4 onside field. And now let's just see how Mitchell gets going here against Woakes.
2 staggered slips, sort of 1.5 paces further to the right than they might otherwise have been, as Mitchell plays defensively to Chris Woakes, and there's no run. Kane Williamson, a man of average height, would he be 5'9"? No more, certainly not.
Yeah.
No more than 5'10", but he has the ability to make himself look taller. He plays tall man shots. The back foot,
he does.
Cover drive.
He does, and he actually will. He'll actually leave the ground, won't he, to make sure he gets on top of the ball.
He does play airborne shots. Rides the bounce. Yeah, very, very well. Left alone by Daryl Mitchell, outside the off stump. And there's no run. I asked you a question a couple of days ago, but we
haven't answered yet. I don't know what it is now.
I know we were doing some scoreboard mining, and we found. I think it was we were talking about high scores by number 7, and you captain number 7s and high scores, and you featured on the list. Of course, made 101, and Ian Smith was alongside, and he was saying, "What was Jerry doing, batting at 7?" Did you ever find the answer to that? We assumed there was a night watchman involved. It was a test match
no, I
against
haven't
Australia.
found out that answer, but I mean, I was the captain.
Was it
I can easily hide.
punched away towards mid-wicket. As no, hide's the wrong word, but the highest score ever made, of course, at number 7 by Donald Bradman, and that's always a quiz question that catches out cricket lovers who aren't necessarily have much of an interest in the history of the game, but in the days of uncovered pitches, the pitch was wet. Don Bradman thought he'd send the bowlers in first while the pitch dried out. He came in at 7 and made 270. Big appeal for leg before wicket, and Wokes has got Kane Williamson unless he reviews, and unless it's a successful review. But it looked straight and it didn't look too high, that's for sure. And I strongly suspect that Daryl Mitchell has walked quite quickly down from the non-striker's end and just said, Kane, review, because you have to, because we can't lose you. But I don't think he's reviewed with any sense of confidence.
No, I think you're right. He has that hang-dog expression, I've got to say, of a man who knows that he's gone. Where's it pitched for a start? It's run a little bit wider and it's angled back in, and it's actually beaten the forward press and then gone through past the front pad. His back foot is behind the popping crease, and it's hitting the back leg above the knee roll, but it's slightly bent. And I'd have to say I think this is going to be hitting the top of maybe middle and off. From that angle, coming back in from outside, as I say, where he let the ball go on the crease.
Yeah, like you say, Kane Williamson is his body language is that of a condemned man. But we'll know more now. Impact umpire's call, Jeremy Coney, absolutely spot on the money, hitting, well, actually just below the top of middle and off, and Williamson has to go. So very good decision from umpire Rod Tucker. The question that he had to ask himself, the only one really, was the impact. Was it outside the off stump? But it was umpire's call, and so Williamson is on his way, and with him perhaps go New Zealand's hopes of avoiding defeat in this test match. I know that there's a long way to go, and I know that there's plenty of batting to come. They've still got Glenn Mitchell making his way to the crease now. Tom Blundell's not been in the best of form. Glenn Mitchell, but well, I think I think, and I'm not the only one who thought this, the writing was on the wall when Tom Latham was dismissed so early on his home ground, where he's made a couple of double hundreds. Latham went for one, caught at second slip, and it was Wokes also who removed him. But I think Jeremy Coney, there is a possibility of quite a short fourth day, let alone going to a fifth day now.
Oh, I think that is certainly a possibility, unless suddenly one of the, I mean, Blundell hasn't been in the greatest of form recently. Mitchell has been a bit hit and miss, who's obviously made his way to 30 at this stage, and while he's looking relatively calm at the moment, it can change very quickly with Daryl Mitchell. And then you're into Phillips and the tail. So as I was mentioning before, New Zealand just don't have the resources that England can call upon when you're getting down into the lower order. Oh, I think that could be out.
Big appeal, and he's got him. It is reviewed. It didn't sound right to me. Sounded more of a thud than a nick. And there's a big deflection. It clearly came off something. Tom Blundell reviewed immediately. And just as Kane Williamson had the man of an air condemned, Tom Blundell has the air of a man falsely convicted. And he's standing up for his rights and for justice. And he's stomped down to have a chat to Daryl Mitchell to tell him that one has come off his thigh pad. I believe him.
Okay, well, let's have a look and see, shall we? Again, that in towards the batsman. And certainly it has gone past the outside edge, has it?
It's very close.
Yes, it is.
I mean, it's come off his thigh pad. I heard the thigh pad noise, and I know a thigh pad noise. Oh, it's hit the edge before the thigh pad.
It is.
Oh my word. He's gone for a first baller. Tom Blundell's gone for a first baller. Roll it through. I want evidence that it hit the thigh pad as well. It's edge, thigh pad, gloves. Just agree with me.
What are
Ollie
you talking
Pope's
about?
gloves.
Oh, gloves. Gloves well worked in. Yes.
I mean, he
First baller.
He evidently is either Tom Blundell, that is, he didn't hear him or feel the nick, or he's delusional, or he's the ultimate optimist.
Yeah.
I mean, there was quite a big spike, wasn't it?
Was certainly. Large spike.
I think we should take this opportunity
to wrap it up
allow
now.
Garth
To
Galloway
what, yeah.
to come in, because we should have changed commentary a little while ago, but with the overs taking a long
By the
while
way,
to come to an end. You tell. I'll listen off air.
No, there was exactly as you said, as far as that's concerned. So we've cleaned that up. I don't think I've ever batted 7 in my life, but I obviously did that day. But there was a night watch. Stu Gillespie came in for Martin Crowe. Ah, well.
I have misread the commentary roster, so it will be me for the commentary for the hat-trick ball. 133 for 5. There is a real chance now that this game will be a long way towards reaching its conclusion.
One of us had to go. It had to be me.
Well, do you want to stay for the hat-trick ball and then Frankie
Well, I
Mackay
don't
can
know.
come in? 3 slips, 2 gullies, hat-trick ball. It's Glenn Phillips, who has had an absolute curate's egg of a match. 58 not out with the bat in the first innings, 3 drop catches, one catch on acid, and now he's come out to try and keep New Zealand alive. 2 wickets in 2 balls. It's Chris Woakes on a hat-trick. Daryl Mitchell looking on bewildered from the
Still 18 behind.
That's right, still 18 in arrears, and England are drawing out this moment, aren't they? Phillips on strike, here comes Woakes on a hat-trick, up to the crease now, bowls, and Phillips plays away defensively, square of the wicket on the offside, and it's fielded by Harry Brook. Well bowled, Chris Woakes, for all the speculation about his value, his place and his form.
Well done. Couple of wickets for you. Little bit short. Why did he drag it down that far?
No idea. Frankie Mackay might have the answer for us. Former New Zealand all-rounder taking Jeremy Coney's place. 133 for 5. 36 overs gone. Kane Williamson departing for 61. And Glenn Mitchell first ball. That really is a dagger to the heart of New Zealand's hopes, you would think. Those 2 wickets in the space of 2 balls, but Mitchell's still there. Glenn Phillips. Bryden Carse is back into the attack for England, running away from us from the Port Hills end, and Daryl Mitchell. Carse was, 3/4 of the way through his run-up, and Mitchell backed away. No obvious sign of any reason why. Presumably it's usually movement behind the bowler's arm in front of the sight screen. But can Daryl Mitchell and Glenn Phillips add 250? That's what they'll need, you would think. Bryden Carse is in, bowls a bouncer, and Mitchell ducks underneath it, taken by Ollie Pope. Hello, Frankie.
Hello. Not in quite such a chipper mood as I was a few overs ago. But always lovely to be here. Pleased I didn't have to witness a hat-trick, if I'm really honest.
Endure a hat-trick. I mean, you know, if New Zealand go on and lose this Test match and do so by a large margin, they, I think, have themselves to blame far more than England have themselves to give credit to. As Carse is in again, bangs it in short, pushed away out on the onside. Harry Brook was brilliant, but ultimately the statistics of his innings are 171 for 6. 8 catches dropped, and 6 of them, or 5, sorry. Harry Brook dropped 5 times, and so if you if you count those all as wickets, and the one he was finally out to, it's his 6th, the 6th chance. Banged in short, Bryden Carse, and he's left alone by Daryl Mitchell. He remains on 30, 66 balls. And the other thing, let's just go back and paint the big picture. 3 times New Zealand, when batting, looked like they were in a position to take control and really put England under pressure. But 3 really well set, dangerously well set batsmen had themselves to blame for their dismissals. Bouncer again from Bryden Carse, and it's left alone by Daryl Mitchell. So right now, with New Zealand hurting and feeling a little bruised emotionally, this may sound like a stretch, but if you do take the positives, as modern cricketers do, Frankie, they'll say, you know what, we won't drop catches at the Basin Reserve in Wellington in the second Test match. We will not throw our wickets away. We're playing good enough cricket to beat England. We know that. We made mistakes, and let's just correct them and win the second Test and go on and win the series. 133 for 5. Am I being simplistic?
No, I think that's exactly how you look at it. I think there always has to be, with the amount of cricket that's played at the moment, I don't think it's surprising that you have to look on the positives a little bit, because the games roll around so quickly. So if it's post-mortem after every game you play and you go on a little run of not playing overly well, gosh, it gets doom and gloom pretty quickly. So I think there has to be that ability to still look at some of the positives that you do achieve throughout a match.
Bryden Carse in again. Good leave from Mitchell. He takes no chances when he's leaving the ball. He raises his gloves and bat actually high above his head as he leaves that one alone. But good questioning over from Bryden Carse. 8 overs, 2 maidens, 2 for 19. 4 wickets in the first innings. Been a very good Test match for Bryden Carse. He also smashed 33 unbeaten runs from just 24 balls, 2 4s and 3 6s, batting at number 10. He's a very fine all-round cricketer. England are going to invest a good deal of faith and trust in him, and from what we've seen just in this Test match, it's a good reason for that. Frankie, I am now actually being relieved. Scott Taylor, our producer, saying, right, you're allowed to leave now. So word from you, Frankie, and then it'll be Garth Galloway.
Yeah, well, you're in a rush to get out of the seat. Possible incoming hat-trick, and couldn't get out of there quickly enough, but now finally time has come.
And here's the ball driven by Phillips into the offside, so the first ball from another Chris Woakes over. Gee, he's proven his critics wrong in this innings, Frankie. It's been a superb effort from Woakes, and he's, unlike in the first innings, we've seen him nibbling the ball around a bit off the seam.
Yeah, well, lots of discussion, hasn't there been, about what a fabulous record he has at home, and quite the opposite, in fact, when he's away from home.
And especially with the Kookaburra ball, but he's bowling well here, and that one just keeps a little bit low. Phillips is onto the back foot, then comes forward and drives to cover. Stokes is fielding there.
Yeah, just the 5th time in an away Test match that he's taken 3 wickets in an innings. And it's the 41st Test bowling innings away from home.
That's an amazing statistic for a player of Woakes' quality. Oh, I'm pleased for him, just to see him coming into the game like that. A lot of pressure on him, and wicketless in the first innings. But he looks a different bowler now, as this ball is outside the off stump. And no shot. Woakes is in his 11th over, 3 for 34. Carse has 2 for 19. And Carse has been, Bryden Carse, a recent find, 29 years of age, 9 wickets at 24 in the first 2 tests in Pakistan. And here he is, coming with 4 in the first innings and a couple in the second.
It looks a very good prospect for sure. And just looks like he's the bowler that never stops running in, that he's charging in all day.
Here is Woakes bowling, and Phillips is onto the back foot, pulling the ball to Bethel. in front to it, just behind square on the leg side. 134 for 5. Phillips is 1. He reminds me a little bit of a player, different sort of bowler, but the lion heart of someone like Matthew Hoggart, who played a lot of Test cricket for England, had a wonderful win here at Lancaster Park, but just a wholehearted trier, like Steve Harmison. Lovely conditions in Christchurch. Not so good for the New Zealand cricket team at the moment, though, as Woakes bowls, and you think we'll give Mitchell the benefit of the doubt, just pulling his bat inside the line again. Woakes is troubling these batsmen with a bit of movement.
He's definitely got the ball talking now. Just really nibbling away.
Mitchell might have pulled his bat away after it went past. Not sure, but it doesn't matter. Woakes has done the damage by picking up those wickets in the last over. Williamson, LBW, and you were just saying that's a similar manner in which he got out in the provincial game that he played before this one for Northern Districts. Here's Mitchell forward, pushing forward, but tentatively. The end of the over, 134 for 5. 17 is the difference between the two sides. Woakes 3 for 35 from 11. Just looked like a tiny lapse in concentration from Williamson, and we look at how he got out in the first innings. Again, trying to make pace on the ball, really slashing it a square of the wicket into the offside. He's made 2 mistakes.
What a curse of a game it is sometimes. You have a Harry Brook gets close to his 9 lives on his way to 171, and then you have someone play equally as fantastically well. You make those little micro mistakes, half a mistake, and it becomes the end of your day.
Yes, back to the pavilion, contemplate life. Well, it'll be interesting to see. New Zealand obviously with trailing by 17 and only 5 wickets in hand, as it's a good delivery from Cast. Phillips ducks underneath it at the last minute. You start to think about the Basin Reserve and whether or not New Zealand will make changes. They've been, I think one of their strengths, one of their weaknesses has been they're incredibly loyal to their players. But starting to look at Conway at the top of the innings and Blundell.
Yeah, it was actually a little bit of a discussion point. I was sat here last with Dan McCarty around ageing players.
Cast bowls, and this is played off a thick outside edge into the gully region by Phillips.
And once you get into that 30s, mid-30s bracket and you start to have those losses of form, it's either a little dip in your career that you manage to find a way out of and you finish your career strong, or it's the end of your career.
And the question becomes, Frankie, how long are these periods for, really? And if you look at Blundell over the last calendar year or so, he's averaging 12 with the bat.
And you wonder even perhaps whether the move to number 6 in the order hasn't necessarily been a good one, if that slide down to 7 could assist.
Yes, and maybe move Phillips up. Here he is onto the back foot, and mistiming a pull shot. It's gone straight, and it's fielded at mid-on. 136 for 5. Phillips is 3.
I think the moment you start to see Tom Blundell's glove work start to suffer in New Zealand conditions, then that's probably the moment. I think
it's getting close to it at times, I'm afraid.
And I think that's when you start thinking warning signs of is it maybe the eyes are starting to go a little bit, the reflex is starting to go a bit, as well as that loss of form.
Yeah, one of the things with this side is that as I've said, they're very loyal, as Cast bowls, and underneath it is Phillips. So 2 balls remaining in the over. It's 135 for 5. They are loyal, but then you look at, for example, Southey, who's picked up a couple of wickets in the first innings, but really is not at the top of his game, and came back with the new ball today, bowling at speeds of 122 in the first over to 124. Everyone saying, I think, in both the Sport Nation commentary box and the TalkSport one, that with 6 overs until the new ball when play started today, keep O'Rourke out of it at the start, bowl Southey and Smith, and give O'Rourke the new ball. He's bowling between around 145 Ks in this match. He's Cast bowling, good delivery, full. and Mitchell is watchful. But we don't see those sorts of things happening, and I think in a way, Southey's position, if there were a lot of other fit players, would be very vulnerable as well. What do you do with him at the Basin?
Yeah, well, that's going to be the big question, really.
Answer it for me.
I honestly think he probably stays. I honestly think he probably gets a look in. I think that'll be, if that doesn't go well, then that might spell the end.
Yeah, because if you look at a guy like Duffy, who is waiting in the wings at 33, 34 years of age, but bowling at 135, 136 k's an hour. Here's the, in fact, is Duffy as old as that? 135 for 5 hitters, the overs come to an end. Mitchell is 30, Phillips is 2. I think you could say, though, if Kyle Jamieson and Sears were both fit, then it might be a different story.
Yeah, I would tend to agree with you there. I think as well, Nathan Smith on debut, I think we've seen enough from him that suggests he should be there, barring fitness, that for Test Match 2 he should be playing on his home ground. Will O'Rourke has looked dangerous at basically any time I think he's had the ball in hand for his international career. He's looked challenging, he's looked promising. Yeah. And then it's whether result dependent, I think, this test, whether you're saying we're prepared to give Jacob Duffy a run, and then maybe Tim Southee, we're prepared to give him a send-off at his home ground.
Well, they'll be desperately keen to do that as Wokes begins the first ball of a new over, and driven by Phillips.
Whether you are prepared to say, actually, we're going to stick with him. He's played 105 test matches now. He's within sighting distance of 400 test wickets. We're actually we're just going to go. We're going to go with it. We're going to allow him to have a lovely send-off.
Yeah, I think that's what they'll do. I think they're sentimental as this ball's wide outside the off stump. I think when we look at Ross Taylor and his end of international cricket, and Scott Taylor, our producers, just said that Duffy thinks is 30. Taylor played a very poor series in India in 2021, where New Zealand drew one test and lost the second one, losing the series 1-0. And he looked completely out of sorts. And for quite a long period before then, you could see that the engine was running down. And you understand that. A very fine international player for New Zealand. Wonderful player. Outside the off stump, no shot. But, when you see them then, that side come back to New Zealand, and they gave him the first test against Bangladesh as a send-off, and then he did not play in the next one. For me, it just tells you that sentiment is taking over, and he didn't bat particularly well in that test against Bangladesh. So, I understand it, but I think it must be tough for other players. Not easy issues as Wokes bowls and onto the back foot is Phillips playing the ball back to the bowler.
Very few people get to pick their last game.
Correct.
And very few people get to pick their last game and have it be a nice result. There's a lot, even if they say this is it, this is the last one. It's not necessarily a fairy tale moment off into the sunset. So I think there's always that feeling of everyone wants the nicest possible way to go out. And I think whenever you can give that, you tend to try.
Yep, that's absolutely right. As this is driven nicely by Phillips, Wokes just over pitching a little bit, but no real power in the shot to mid-on. He just picks up another run. He's 137 for 5. Look, I agree. Everyone wants a fairy tale. I actually felt with Tim, and let's make no mistake, he has been a fantastic ambassador for New Zealand cricket. A wonderful person, hell of a player, kept fit. 385 test wickets coming into this match, but he's also been a magnificent white ball bowler for New Zealand. I just felt the time was after the Australian series when he had played his 100th game. But look, it is what it is, and I hope he does get a send-off and that he plays well in it, as this is through outside the off stump and flying through to the keeper. The issue will become, though, at the end of the over, 136 for 5. I guess the issue becomes, if you're seriously thinking they're going to lose this game, you were saying that there is, in theory, and I haven't done the calculation, I'll take your word for it, that New Zealand could still get in the World Test Championship final if they won the next 2 tests. Then, you want your best team on the park, don't you? And sentiment has to go out of it.
Yeah, very true. And so it is that question of, a known quantity. You know exactly what you're getting from Tim Southee. I think what we've had from him over the last probably 18 months of his career, that's what we're going to get. We're going to run in and get the exact same thing out of him. Good slipper as well, which is a nice add-on to have.
Well, he took a good catch the last one of the innings today. And I mean, Bashir hitting a ball and Southee having to run away at mid-on. Now, it was a catch that New Zealand, most on the format this match, would have dropped. He's a very good fielder, very good fielder.
And so it's whether you are prepared to take... saying take a punt feels a little unfair because Jacob Duffy's had a long domestic career, very established at that level.
Bashir is back into the attack from the Port Hills end, and nice drive by Phillips. He struck the ball so well to Woakes that he's decided not to take a run. Mitchell was taking off.
And you never know, there might be some little niggles or workload management that come out of this game, and one of the other quicks might need to put their feet up for a few days.
Bashir over the wicket, just hurrying up Phillips a little bit, darting into his pads. He plays the ball back on the onside. Absolutely. This is a good change from Stokes, I think, to bring Bashir back in. Phillips likes to be aggressive. Mitchell was attacking Bashir early. New Zealand have got to be resolute. This ball is short, poor ball from Bashir, and hit where? Just down to deep backward square leg. Just lost it for a moment. That's the bad ball from Bashir that we see occasionally, just dragging it down, and Stokes is protecting him, and that's okay. 137 for 5. Phillips is 4.
Agree. I like the change. I think these two both looking to be very watchful against the seamers, not take on the short ball too often, leaving well outside the off stump. Do they have that same discipline against the off spinner?
That is the test as Mitchell drives to Bashir. Another helicopter you can hear if you're listening in and hearing the thundering rotor blades of a helicopter. We're right beside Christchurch Hospital here. There's a helipad on top, state-of-the-art one, with a triage unit and all of the lovely things on top that people need when they're in times of trouble. Here's Mitchell playing to mid-wicket, and they take off and fly straight across, or almost across the field, and back out to Christchurch Airport. Bashir with one ball remaining in the over, just 1 run off it so far. This is a full delivery, floated nicely, and Bashir diving across to his right, takes the pressure off the fielder at mid-on. 137 for 5 it is. Mitchell 30, Phillips 4, and Bashir 7 overs, none for 35. Not much sign of turn.
No, there hasn't been so far, and that's a little intriguing because I think at the end of day 2 you just started to notice some going.
Phillips' turn, yeah.
And there's turn, and on a couple of occasions there's bounce with it as well, and you kind of started to think, oh, maybe spin is going to play a little bit more of a part in this match than we have traditionally seen, and that we perhaps thought at the start of the day's play, day 1. But as of yet, maybe it's just the length and the area that Bashir is bowling at the moment hasn't quite settled in to be able to extract that turn and bounce. But you would think, looking at the size of the man, that if anyone was going to be getting the ball to spit off the surface, it would be him instead of the, in comparison, rather diminutive Glenn Phillips.
Absolutely, as Woakes is bowling from the Botanical Gardens end, and Phillips is playing a nice shot into the mid-wicket area. It's Bethel who runs about 30 metres to his left and in towards the pitch. Fields and makes sure that just 1 run is taken. Mitchell is 30 to Phillips with that run is 5. It's 138 for 5. Yeah, no, I couldn't agree more. But I love the way that England play a specialist spinner. It's been a thing under McCullum and Stokes. Leach, of course, was the first pick one. And then when he got injured, Bashir they brought in really from nowhere, completely out of obscurity in first-class cricket. They saw something they liked, obviously, with him. Woakes bowls, and forward is Mitchell playing into the onside. Picks up a single. 139 for 5, Mitchell 31. And I love the way they just, Bashir's batting at 11, so he's not there for his batting. They've got a hell of a strong batting lineup, have England. But I like the way they just commit to playing a specialist spinner.
And commit to how they use them as well. I think that really stood out the last time they were here as well, with Jack Leach and the confidence shown in him. He bowled some lengthy spells. It allowed then the ability to rotate through your fast bowlers, keep them a little bit fresher too, but it was always Ben Stokes setting those in outfields, always catches in play. Yes, there was still then protection for the odd bad ball or just for playing on pretty flat surfaces for the spinner that would normally mean that players could step out and hit them down the ground and be picking up boundaries regularly. And he was prepared to play with fields often as well with the spinner. You see Ben Stokes either at a mid-wicket or short position so they can have all those conversations regularly.
Phillips faces, turning the ball to mid-wicket. Yeah, absolutely. You're absolutely right. I always felt that Jack Leach was a spinner who lacked a bit of confidence as well. And I felt under McCullum and Stokes he was given confidence, allowed to be himself, encouraged a lot, and he thrived.
Which I think, if we're really honest, I think everyone would. And that's not just on a cricket field as well. That's all through life and professions and wherever you find yourself. If you end up in a spot where someone makes you feel 10 foot tall and bulletproof.
You bet, as Phillips is onto the back foot, pulling the ball to Bethel at backward square leg on the boundary. 140 for 5, Phillips 6.
And I just think it is an art form as well where you're going to have the odd bad day, especially now. You look at the size of the bat some of these players are wielding, the amount of white ball cricket that's played. Batters are ripe for taking on the spinners. That is their instinct, their mentality is to be going almost right from ball one, taking them down.
2 balls remaining in the over. Mitchell plays back to a full delivery to Wokes. New Zealand trading by 11.
And so there's going to be some bad days. There's going to be some moments where you get hit over your head a couple of times for 6. You're going to have the odd drag down in the hope of trying to spin the ball really hard. And if you've always got that fear of, one bad over means I'm going to get whipped out of the attack, stuck back on the boundary, won't see the ball for another 25 overs, that just plays on the back of your mind as well.
Well, and I'm sure that's been a feature as Wokes' last ball of his 13th over is outside the off stump. Mitchell lets it fly through to Pope. 3 for 39 from 13 overs for Wokes. And Mitchell is 31, Phillips is 6. It's 140 for 5. I'm sure that's been a factor in Ajaz Patel's the fact that his cricket is played away from New Zealand. And you know, I can remember commentating the 2021 series with Jeremy Coney and Daniel McCarty, Richard Petrie, just sitting in a studio here in New Zealand off the TV. Never easy doing in the glamorous TAB studio in Addington here in Christchurch in the middle of the night. But watching Patel taking those 14 wickets in Mumbai, and of course he took 10 wickets in a match, and I can remember predicting with absolute confidence when New Zealand at home in 2022 were going to play Bangladesh and South Africa that Patel would not play in a test at home. And then of course they went on to play England over there. He bowled two overs in the test at Lord's, and that was it. And you know, you have to persist with spin bowlers, and as you say, anyone you want to be part of the fabric for a long period of time, they've got to be given an opportunity and confidence. Here's Bashir, speaking of such, and he's bowling from the Port Hills end. Lovely shot this time by Phillips. He's given us a ball which is just a little bit short, and he makes room for himself by moving to leg and cutting to point. 4 more for Phillips, in fact his first boundary. He's 10, and New Zealand 144 for 5. They'll feel a bit better when they get past this deficit. They trail by 7.
Yeah, they will. That'll be one of those, a little tick in the column of, it's one of those milestones along the way.
Everything feels better when you're in the positive,
in the positives,
doesn't it?
Yeah.
Crowd's just disappearing a bit, Frankie. I think dress-up day here in Christchurch, as you've heard referenced a few times. I think the enthusiasm may just see some of the people heading home. They've been pretty lively, but the conditions warm out there as Bashir bowls around the wicket and Phillips drives to cover.
Yes, I think sometimes the dress-up day can result in an early start for some, which then lends itself to an early finish too.
I think they've just peaked a little bit early. 144 for 5 it is, 31 for Mitchell, Phillips 10, but it's been a really absorbing day of Test cricket. Just love watching England bat. Here's Phillips driving. He's going to pick up another couple of runs as the ball squirted off the outside edge to backward point. 2 more for Mitchell. He's 12. Phillips, rather. 146 for 5 it is. A great initiative, and people really enjoying coming in. 3 days where the crowd has been cheek by jowl. Fantastic for Test cricket. England draws people. Of course, a lot of their fans here having a wonderful time. Around the wicket is Bashir, and Mitchell plays to Bethel in the covers. 2 balls remaining. Bashir bowls onto the back foot as Mitchell. He'll pick up another run. He may think about a second, though. Bethel's going to get to the ball reasonably quickly. He took a very good catch earlier in the day, looking up into the sun, did Jacob Bethel. Another run to Phillips. He's 13, 147 for 5. And after some more comments after this ball from Frankie Mackay, it'll be Neil Manthorpe again, doing sterling work for TalkSport. Over the wicket as Bashir just flighting this one nicely, and I'd like to see him do that a little bit more often, just throwing the ball up in the air, seeing if he can get it to drop below the eyes of the batter. Here it is, Phillips 13, Mitchell 31. The over has come to an end. It's 147 for 5. Bashir 8 overs, none for 42. New Zealand trail by 4. 27 minutes remaining in the day's play. Frankie Mackay with some comments, and then Neil Manthorpe.
Just hasn't quite settled in this spell. It has Shoaib Bashir. See all the natural attributes that he's got, height, variations he can deliver. He just hasn't quite found the right spot yet. When he's tried to go full and toss the ball up a little bit, he's ended up too full. He's tried to be attacking more around the off stump. He's ended up a little bit wide and been punished. And when trying to get back onto that natural spot, there is the odd drag down here and there. Just hasn't yet been able to get into that rhythm and just whirl away, find a spot where he's getting a little bit of drift in the air, that turn and bounce that he is famous for as well.
Well, we did say, Jeremy Coney said, and Ian Smith, and you said, Frankie Mackay, that New Zealand couldn't afford to lose another wicket in the session when they were 3 down, and then they lost 2 in 2 balls. Chris Woakes, the successful bowler, and he has figures of 3 for 39 now, 13 overs. England looking to try and hammer at least one more nail into New Zealand's coffin in this opening Test match in the form of another wicket before the close of play, with 20, as Garth was saying, 26 minutes to go. It will be Bryden Carse coming back into the attack, just doing a little bit of stretching, making sure those calves are nice and loose. Might be a slow outfield, but it's not a heavy one. It doesn't take its toll on the bowlers in quite the way that grass with longer grass does. Carse's first delivery, and it's defended by Glenn Phillips. Ball into its 44th over now, so it's lost a good deal of its hardness and extra bounce, although if anybody can find it, it's Bryden Carse. 2 slips, orthodox looking field really, with Ben Duckett at cover. Zach Crawley's at backward point, Duckett at cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, a man out on the hook, deep backward square leg, it's Jacob Bethel. Shoaib Bashir's down at long leg as Carse is in again. Back and across goes Phillips to a short ball, and he will take a single as there's a unexpected misfield from Chris Woakes. Second time it's happened to him today, and I think actually it was another awkward bobble, unless he just got tangled up with his feet, but he seemed to have it covered. It just bobbled beyond his grasp, and they were able to take a very comfortable single on the rebound. I know it's been a day that has been dominated by England, but New Zealand have played their part in 3 compelling days, as Daryl Mitchell digs out an attempted Yorker from Bryden Carse. So rolls gently up to the captain, Ben Stokes, at mid-off. been a capacity crowd. It was a sellout crowd a week before the Test match started, the third day, dress-up day. And we had a delightful abundance of silliness during the tea break when the best dress-up contenders had to perform kind of anyway, it was performance art. They couldn't just dress up and come and win the prize. They had to do a trick, a dance, an act, and it was a lot of fun as Carse goes tumbling at the end of his follow-through, a la Mark Wood. He's okay. He's just hauling himself to his feet, feeling a little bit ginger, I'm sure, at the end of a long, hard day. And Steve Harmison knows exactly how that feels. He's been on the graveyard shift in the commentary box the last half an hour for the last 3 days. But you weren't averse to having to bowl the last half hour of the day's play, were you?
Yeah, normally that was my turn. See if you can get a wicket, see if you can make something happen just before the end of the close.
Quick one outside the off stump here, left alone by Mitchell. But it was a compliment to your aerobic fitness and your stamina, and also your willingness. I mean, even at the very peak, you were never, as I recall, treated with kid gloves and cotton wool by any of your captains. They all came to you and said, "I don't care how many overs you bowled. You're bowling.
You're bowling now." Yes, Al used to love bowling this time of the day for the simple fact it give you energy bowling at this time of the day because you knew you only had so many overs left in the day.
Bryden Carse in again. Mitchell again solidly looks very organised in defence, and it's pushed back straight back to Bryden Carse, who's having a little chat to Daryl Mitchell with a smile on his face, and Mitchell, never averse to a reply, does so with perhaps less of a smile on his face. 148 for 5.
Yeah, I used to love it. It used to give you energy. Sometimes your fastest spells of the day were these ones, and it sounds bizarre because it's the end of the day and we've been in the field for sometimes 90 overs, but it was the end of the day. Psychologically, you knew I've got 15 balls left in me today, and that's it. I am not going to go and stand on the boundary. I'm not going to warm up again. I'm going to have everything I possibly can. And when a batter gets to a point where he feels as though it's time to look at shutting up shop, getting to stumps and trying to play for tomorrow morning, that's when they were, for me, at the most vulnerable. And I always believed that they were the good times to get wickets, and that's why I enjoyed doing that.
Shoaib Bashir is in again and turned away by Phillips out towards mid-wicket. I can think of a lot of fast bowlers, Harmy, who are quite adamant with their captains in a number of different ways. There's one particular fast bowler who took 240 Test wickets. That's short and pulled behind square on the leg side. It wasn't a good ball from Shoaib Bashir, and it's running towards the boundary, but it will be intercepted by Harry Brook down there in the deep. They go through for 2 runs, and his view was, if you select me, I'm only bowling 16 overs in the day. I'm not bowling more than 16 overs. And he was a very, very good fast bowler. I'll name him, I don't mind. But he would say that's how many overs I've got in me a day. Use them as you like. And I know that plenty of other fast bowlers who said, no, I'd rather not, when the captain said, I need you to come on for a few overs. It's hard to believe. That's pushed up towards mid-on. But it's true, it's a fact that, they'd often say, no, I haven't got another spell in me. But you were emphatically not in any of those categories. You would bowl any time, I think. Short, pulled away out towards deep mid-wicket. It wasn't a good ball from Bashir. It deserved to be hit for 4 and will be. No, what a stop. What a fine, fine piece of fielding from Bryden Carse out in the deep. Once again, proof in the sighting of what an athlete... Zach Crawley, beg your pardon. It's not Bryden Carse.
Good athletics, though.
Yeah, well, Zach Crawley hasn't done very much in this Test match, so he should be running and throwing himself about. It was genuinely a very, very good stop. I don't think that this Test match will get to a situation where the 2 runs that he saved there will be material in any way, but it does show a great, great commitment as Bashir turns once again from the Port Hills end to the crease now. Bowls forward comes Mitchell playing defensively. 153 for 5.
You mentioned 16 overs in a day. Match referee of this him, David Boone, my first ever captain. I mean, sometimes I had to whip, give him a shake.
Bashir in, Mitchell defends, no run. 45 overs gone, New Zealand 153 for 5, leading by 2. Give him a shake.
Yeah, you sometimes give Booney a shake. When he's walking from slip. Sunglasses on, cap in front of his eyes, and you're going, Booney, I'm still bowling here. And that was probably the 16th over of my spell. I mean, I learnt the hard way. I mean, the school of hard knocks and hard love. My first 2 captains for England and for domestic and for Durham. I mean, the Nasaki, tough love. And Booney was, I mean, you learn how to bowl long spells for David Boone. And there was times you were 8, 9, 10 overs in, and you're waking up, you're just like shouting over, is he awake there or what? I mean, stand at slip. But I mean, I was 19 years old, ECB, I was under 19s, they were going mad. How many overs I bowled in a day.
Back of a length from Bryden Cast, and Glenn Phillips pushes it away out on the offside. There is some fast bowlers might have had a point. I mean, if you'd said to Booney, look, I'm happy to keep going until I'm on my knees, but it's not in the team's best interest. Maybe.
No, I did like bowling. Sometimes, someone like Liam Plunkett would get faster as his spell went on, and ridiculously fit was Liam. He would like 10, 11, 12 overs. I mean, England captain is another one. He bowls ridiculously long spells and gets better as he goes.
Big appeal for leg before. I thought I heard another noise, and not according to Rod Tucker. He thought about it and he's raised the finger. Just thought there was maybe an inside edge, but obviously not the case. He's reviewed, and quite quickly. I mean, it wasn't like a 10-second conversation with Daryl Mitchell. Glenn Phillips has reviewed that pretty quickly. 153 for 6. Bryden Cast was very confident. Ollie Poper and the slip cordon were very confident. Perhaps they're just willing another wicket, because it really would be. It's exceptionally hard to come back for New Zealand from here anyway.
Oh, he's missed it.
Doesn't appear to be any back. I've just got an ultra edge confirmed.
I think it looks
out.
like it's hitting the top of leg stump.
For me, this is hitting the top of leg stump. The way he went there with straight to the referral was like he's hit it. 2 noises, like you say, Manners. For me, no, this is no bat. This is both pads. For me, with it being given on field, England were going to get another wicket here. Whether he's gone straight away because he's batting at number 7 and they've just got the bowlers left, but no, I think this is going to be a Jason, and Bryden Cast is going to get his 3rd wicket.
Given out, so it only has to be an element of clippage. Just has to be touching that leg stump, clipping it, and the original decision was out, and it's, umpires call it is clipping by the barest of margins. That is literally kissing the top of the leg bail. Well, Rod Tucker's got it right, but by 2 coats of varnish, according to the graphic. Of course, we can't tell exactly, but I mean, it is literally touching the top of the bail. Possibility in real life that the bail might have stayed on. We've seen that happen before.
Yeah, it was straight. For me, as soon as the appeal went, I give it straight away. But Phillips went for the old referral, which you were adamant there was a noise there, so you thought there was 2 noises. Normally that means an inside edge or it's both pads, and this time it was both pads. It's just capping off what has been a very, very good day, not just for England, but for Bryden Cast. He's run in, he's hit the pitch. He's been a real menace to the New Zealand. Well, he's been a menace all day to the New Zealand team because he was a menace to the bowlers. And now he's been a menace to the batters. Ben Stokes goes over, gives him a high five. Very, very close, Stokes and Cast. Live close to each other in the Durham area. They've been in the Durham dressing room for a long time now, as Bryden Cast, and he's getting his just rewards in international cricket, and he really has come to the party here for his captain.
Nathan Smith in his debut test, remember, is coming to the crease now. Bowled his heart out. It was expensive and unlucky in equal measure, finishing with 3 for 141 in 26 overs. but he bowled some hard overs as well. He bowled some overs, a lot of overs with the old ball, and was extremely unlucky. I think a 5-wicket haul would have been ample reward for his hard work. As Carse is in again, bouncer, first delivery to Nathan Smith, ducks underneath it, and it's 153 for 6. New Zealand are leading by 2. And momentarily occurred to me, I didn't think that it was a possibility, but I was reminded of the extra half-hour scenario, but that's not going to happen today. Because
2 wickets, I don't know.
Well, there were runs required, you see, so that takes out 10 minutes of the extra half hour. Pushed away up towards mid-on by Nathan Smith. What will happen, Harmy, is that we will use extra time, an extra half hour, if New Zealand are bowled out, or perhaps if they're 9 down. And the target's only something like 10 or 12, but the extra half hour becomes 20 minutes. Or if it's 8 overs, then it becomes 6 overs. And so, yeah, I mean, it's a stretch, isn't it? I think we will be coming back tomorrow morning.
This team might fancy chasing 60 in them 6.
True. Carse bangs it in short. Up onto its toes goes Nathan Smith. It is up to the umpire's discretion, though, isn't it? I mean, obviously there is a conversation that can be had, but if the umpires say no, it's not reasonable. It's not. There are unwritten rules. The unwritten rule is that if a team is 7 down, if there are 3 wickets required, but sometimes in extreme conditions, umpires have said yes if a team's 4 down, and at other times they've said no when they're 3 down. But we'll see. Just a thought. 2 slips. Well, we might not see if these 2 bat through to the close. Carse in again, outside the off stump. Nathan Smith leaves alone. It's taken by Ollie Pope. One thing that we can be sure about is the England team would rather finish it today.
Yeah, I think England would rather finish it today. I think coming back and getting prepared again is always a challenge. But yeah, first things first. England will want to win this Test match. There's still a little bit of a way to go. Mitchell is still there. Smith can bat. We know how destructive sometimes Henry and Southee can be. We've seen what happened with England's lower order when they chance their arm and throw the bat. That's what Henry will do. That's what Southee will do, because that's the only way they can play. So New Zealand will hold out some hope that if Daryl Mitchell can be there and the tail wag with him, can they get up to 50, 75 and then push the target a little bit higher? I suspect if Daryl Mitchell goes tonight, then I don't see the game going beyond lunchtime tomorrow.
Can you see it going beyond lunchtime tomorrow if Daryl Mitchell's not out overnight? I mean, I still think it's going to finish before lunch.
It depends how long he goes for and how many he gets and when he comes with a tail and how destructive he can be, like Stokes was.
Gus Atkinson's having a go now from our commentary end, the Port Hills end, and Mitchell plays defensively. He's extremely organised batsman, Daryl Mitchell, and when everything's working in sync, there seems to be very little that can go wrong. There's nothing very obvious that he didn't used to be a good player of spin, but he's worked extremely hard on that. And now, I mean this in the most complimentary way, he's got a very simple technique, and simplicity often is the key to success as a batsman. And sometimes you describe a batsman as limited. That can be a great compliment. Alistair Cook didn't have a vast array of shots, did he? Well,
Three. Three? He didn't do too badly. And for me, you talk to any young kids, whatever sport they play, can you do the simplest thing for long enough? And that, for me, is the best thing you could be taught.
Here is Gus Atkinson again, bowls a short one, and Mitchell sways out of the way of that one. Kept his eyes on it all the time, remained straight, looking at it with both eyes, and just as if he was dodging a jab in a boxing ring. Just swayed out of the way of it as it passed by at eye level. Ben Stokes still tinkering, still fiddling, still moving people around. You've got to pay attention in the field when you're under Ben Stokes' captaincy. You never quite know Whether you're the man being tinkered with.
I just sometimes think Ben gets bored, so to relieve boredom, he moves people around. It's like the only way I can keep him concentrating is by shifting somebody.
There could be some truth in that, you know. You're being
I know,
at
it
least
could
half
be.
serious.
Yeah, half serious.
Yeah. 153 for 6. New Zealand leading by just 2 as Atkinson is in again, and Mitchell comes forward and plays defensively, and Atkinson does the fielding himself and then flings it to his captain, Ben Stokes. Oh, I see how Ben Stokes is he's on the polishing duties now.
Got the jumper on, hasn't he? Cool in the back, got the jumper on. Not sure if it's the one that he batted in, because the one that he batted in got destroyed by the dirt when he had to dive. But he's on polishing, he's on the ball duty.
Here's Atkinson again, bowls, and Mitchell forward plays defensively, and then in the elaborate movement of the back leg ends up chest on, keeping that one out. The crowd of just over 8,000 capacity crowd has thinned out to, my guess is less than half that.
You mentioned earlier about bowling at the end and bowlers that want to bowl at the end, and I used to love bowling at this time. When it used to go horribly wrong was when you did claim the extra half an hour, because if you got in a team in a position to claim the extra half an hour, you had to bowl 4 more overs.
Pushed away out towards mid-on, straight to Cass, and there's no run. And you kind of, I'm assuming that you tune your mind and your body, and you gear everything towards bowling a certain. So okay, you're going to bowl for the last half hour, so you know it's going to be 4 overs, 5 overs, whatever. If the extra half hour comes completely unexpectedly, you've mentally kind of tuned out, have you? And you've got to get yourself back and warm the muscles up again, or pushed away up towards mid-off Ben Stokes Fields, and there's no run. 153 for 6, 47 overs gone. I don't think it's going to happen now because we've only got 8 minutes left in the day.
No, I don't think it will. Just checking the no ball. Yeah, it is, and it always is. It's brain sending message to legs. Can you do a little bit longer? Because it did happen at Edgbaston in 2005 with that famous slower ball to Michael Clark. And literally nothing left. That was the extra half an hour. Shane Warne came in and batted brilliantly. We got Adam Gilchrist out just before the end.
Here is Atkinson in outside the off stump, and it's left alone by Daryl Mitchell. There's a famous video, you can find it on YouTube if you're not watching the TalkSport cricket YouTube channel. There was a triathlete or Ironman, whatever, one of those ultra endurance events, and finished with a half marathon or a marathon or whatever it was, and doing laps. So it was a mini Ironman, or and he was 300 meters clear, and he misread the number of laps of the circuit that he had to run, and he thought he was on the final, and he kicked for home, and he, as I say, he was 300 meters clear, and he stopped, and because he thought he'd won. Here's Bryden Cass again, and Nathan Smith plays it away defensively up towards mid-on, and the people rushed out and said, no, there's one more lap to go, and he couldn't get up. He couldn't start again.
Physically, just conked out.
Well, mentally, I think. But, he's kicked for home. He's won. He's celebrated, and then they've said it's one more lap, and it was whatever it was, a kilometre. But I mean, he's just done 40 odd on a bicycle and running and swimming and
just sprinted a kilometre.
Yeah, and he couldn't do it. He just couldn't. You would have thought he's 200 metres clear. He just get up and go again, and you'll still win. But he couldn't. And yeah, I reckon there'd been a few bowlers and the captain saying, "Oh, we're claiming the extra half hour." You what?
You what? Exactly. Well, I think fast forward from that week at Edgbaston, you go to the end of it. It happened to me at the end of it at Old Trafford. I'm like you say, my race was run, and the 5 overs to go.
Here's Cass again, and it's nudged away by Nathan Smith on the leg side. Short one again from Cass, and they pick up a single, and Nathan Smith is off the mark, and Daryl Mitchell has 31. It's 155 for 6, a lead of 4.
Exactly what you described. We got to we got to Old Trafford the following week. Flintoff was bowling from one end. Hoggard had just had a good spell, so did Giles. Simon came on, and remember that famous wicket when Simon Jones reverse swung the ball back into Michael Clarke's off stump. The noise of that and the leave, and about 2 balls later he goes off with cramp, and I'd just finished for Simon to come on, and for 4 overs it was like exactly like that. Brain was telling legs to do something that just completely said no. I had no legs whatsoever to go in for them 3 or 4 overs. My race was run. Still to this day, say if Simon hadn't getting cramp, we would have won that Test match.
From the Botanical Gardens end, Bryden Carse into Daryl Mitchell. He's trying. He's all effort. He's all grunt and commitment, Bryden Carse, but that one just didn't come out quite as he would have wanted, and Mitchell seemed to have all the time in the world to nudge it away on the onside. The ball is nearly 50 overs old. It's been a very, very good day for England. They've gone an enormously great way towards winning this opening Test match, all 3 of which, of course, will be live and exclusive here on TalkSport 2 and on the TalkSport Cricket YouTube channel. We had a slightly distressing start to the day when it was revealed that somebody had relieved us of our commentary camera overnight, but a replacement has been found. As Carse is in again, bouncer. Mitchell once more leaves that one alone, and it's taken behind by Ollie Pope. So no pictures for the first hour of the morning, in case you were wondering why you couldn't find us. But the wheels of emergency action kicked into place, and we had a replacement within an hour. And to whoever did relieve us of it, I hope you get nothing if you attempt to sell it on the alternative market. Anyway, Carse in once more, thundering in. He's pounding in. He bowls with heavy ball, and Mitchell again plays it away defensively on the onside, and Carse does his own fielding. Had very similar weather over the last couple of days, the 2nd and 3rd days of this Test match. Grey and overcast in the morning, sunny for much of the afternoon before the cloud returns in the late evening. There is a distinct chill to the breeze, which you would have felt between commentary boxes, all 3 of them that you're working in.
There was, but it soon warmed up as the day's gone. It was a bit like yesterday. Daryl Mitchell's doing everything he possibly can to make sure this is the last ball of the day. Rod Tucker's asking him to hurry up and get on with the game.
Here is Carse once again, up onto his toes goes Daryl Mitchell. He's bowling to Daryl Mitchell, and steers it away behind square on the offside. Rod Tucker is waiting to see whether the fielders are in place before he decides whether there is time for one more over. I think on a point of principle there, Rod Tucker has said, actually, we are bowling another over because Daryl Mitchell was wasting time.
100%. On the clock that I'm looking at, it hasn't quite got there. So fair play. I think even if I'd gone 5 seconds over, Rod Tucker would have still gone. We've got one more over just because of what New Zealand and Daryl Mitchell was trying to do. We just had a chat with about that in the Sport Nation commentary box.
Umpires don't like to be pushed around, do
no, umpires don't like to be pushed around, but the over rate is horrendous. Again, we've lost so many. We lost 7 on first day, 6 on this. I mean, again, I'm sounding like an old man. But when we're putting an entertainment on, and they've got to be better. They've got to be better. It's embarrassing.
Here's Gus Atkinson down the leg side, and taken nicely by Ollie Pope. One of the jobs of the match referee, which is underappreciated, is the forensic detail in which they have to account for every irregular piece of lost time. For example, over was called sometime just before tea, and the players, the fielders, everybody got set in position for the start of the next over, and only then was no ball called. They all had to go back into that. Took a couple of minutes, 2 or 3 minutes. It all adds up. Having said all that, it's still rubbish.
It's just not good enough. It's not good enough.
There's an array of close catches, 3 on the offside, or 2 on the offside, 2 on the leg side now, as Atkinson is in once more, and Nathan Smith leaves that one alone. This is This really is, I think, a bored Ben Stokes. I mean, what do they know enough about Nathan Smith to justify 2 leg slips, and 2 wide, a slip, a second slip, a fourth slip, a second leg slip, and a leg gully, and a stationary cover point. It's just, it's just fiddling because you can. It's playing with a new toy as Atkinson is in again and Smith plays it away defensively.
It's genius if it goes to hand. It's absolutely genius when it goes to hand. Yeah, it's just putting something in the batter's mind. You know, where are they seeing something?
And a mid-wicket.
And a mid-wicket, 2 mid-wickets. Man out there, I'm not sure the man out there is going to be in the game. Nathan Smith's either going to be ducking or he's going to be standing up. I'd like to see Shoaib Bashir get a little bit closer, though. Extra cover point.
Atkinson in to Nathan Smith, and it's turned out as to Joe Root. Again, fielding at short leg. The former England captain, veteran of 150 caps. That's really amazing. I mean, I'm assuming that Joe has said, no, actually, I want to do it. I'm quite enjoying it.
I don't mind him being there for Gus Atkinson. I mind him being there when Shoaib Bashir lets one go and it bounces halfway down the wicket. I really object to him being there for that one. But as a short leg for a seaman, no, I've got no problem.
Here's Atkinson again and pushed away defensively by Nathan Smith. Slightly more amused by this field than I probably should be, but it's Ben Stokes saying this is my toy and I'm going to play with it how I want to.
Absolutely, he's relieving boredom, isn't he? But we're 1 ball away from what has been another fantastic day. Crowd's been overly entertained, even if they've been shortchanged by not enough overs bowled. England have batted. England have batted well. Brook finished off. Stokes was excellent. Atkinson and Carse. Carse is running and bowled his heart out. So pleased for Chris Woakes. So pleased with all the numbers and the talk about him away from home. I'm really pleased he's got his 3 wickets.
Last ball around the wicket, and it's turned away by Nathan Smith. Along the ground into the second of those leg side slip fielders, and he survives. So he'll have a big bag day tomorrow, but most of the players will have a small bag day. So to referred, because there are only 3 batsmen left for New Zealand, so they'll have big bag days. They'll need all their big kit. But as far as England, well, I suppose, Ben Duckett and Zach Crawley will have big bag days, but there's a number of players with this match a long way towards its conclusion who'll be having small bag days for day 4, and 1 or 2 who might be planning their activities for the afternoon. 1:55 for 6 is how it finishes. New Zealand with the slenderest of leads, just 4 runs. Quick word from you, Harmy, and then John Norman will be hosting following on.
Yeah, brilliant day for England. Never mind big bag. It could be an extra player on the buffet tonight on the at the hotel. No, brilliant day for England. Thoroughly deserved. Talked about the 8 catches dropped from New Zealand, not deserving to win a Test match. New Zealand bowlers, tried and bowled their heart out, but so have England. Bryden Carse, probably the pick of their bowlers, but I always like a good story and a good man, and a good man is Chris Woakes. And for me, Chris Woakes didn't bowl very well in the first innings, and he will own that. He's bowled exceptional in the second innings and got just rewarded. He was on a hat-trick. He's got his 3 for, and England go into day 4 in pole position to go 1-0 up in this series.